Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. The goofball finally admitted it and is facing real repercussions for his reckless, ridiculous, stupid stunt of crashing his plane for YouTube views. I'm about to blow a kazoo right now to celebrate. It feels so great. Now, a year ago I made a video talking about a situation with a YouTuber named Trevor Jacobs, who made a video, a sponsored video by the way, where he took off in his plane wearing a parachute, which is unusual for a pilot to just have a parachute strapped on him, as I understand it. And while flying the plane, he's like, "Oh, jeepers, Jiminy Christmas! Something's gone wrong. We've lost the engine." And he has like 9 different GoPros set up, and then he just bails out of the plane like he had just accidentally pressed triangle in GTA. He just ejects from the plane and parachutes out, with his selfie stick, of course, making sure to get all of the right angles. And then the plane just, unpiloted, free flies around and then eventually crashes into a mountain. Now, the reason I put an emphasis on the sponsored part of this video is because that played a role in his motivation to crash this plane for views. He said it was part of the sponsorship deal, so I imagine he wanted that shit to bang. So in his deranged little mind, he cooked up this unhinged idea of crashing his plane on purpose and parachuting out. Now, it's extremely dangerous, obviously, because he had no control over where that plane was going to crash. You know, it's not like he's the weather master. He wasn't on the ground doing some kind of fucking sacred wind dance or air bending to make sure the plane crashed into a mountain with nobody around. And even then, there could have been a hiker on the mountain or anything like that. But also, there's a town nearby where it crashed. So what very well could have happened is the plane could have just kept going, gliding, and then eventually being like a fucking terrorist attack on that town, with the plane crashing through a business or a house or something. Just from top to bottom, the absolute dumbest fucking idea a pilot could ever have. And everyone immediately knew that something was fishy here. Everyone immediately pinned exactly what happened, that this was a planned viral stunt. Because in the video, you know, when shit's hitting the fan, he's like, zoinks! It's all going awry. He made no attempt to fix anything, correct anything. His first instinct was to jump out of the plane with a selfie stick filming him and the plane behind him, and then parachuting to the ground. And also, everyone immediately called out how fucking weird it was that he was flying with a parachute strapped to him already to begin with. That's not normal. That's not something most pilots do. So all of the red flags were immediately being tripped. Everyone was sounding the alarm that this was a planned ejection and viral stunt to crash the plane for the sponsor deal. And now the Johnny Sins of pilots is fully admitting it. He's just taken all the egg on his face. He is squealing. He's currently pleading guilty to the obstruction of a federal investigation by cleaning up the site of the crash. This is in reference to Jacob going out of his way to make sure that he gets the wreckage and destroyed it himself, which you obviously can't fucking do, especially with a high-profile maneuver like this, fucking crashing a plane. So it just goes over the situation here. So he's in a plea agreement, and he said that he filmed the video as part of a product sponsorship deal, and he's looking at a potential 20 years in the slammer for it, which it sounds about par for the course. Honestly, it's just lucky no one fucking died doing this. Again, he had no control over where that plane was going to crash. This could have been an unbelievable disaster, even more so than it already was. So he agreed to the plea deal and 1 felony count of destruction and concealment with intent to obstruct a federal investigation. He reported the crash to the National Transportation Safety Board, who said he was responsible for preserving the wreckage. According to the plea agreement, Mr. Jacob later claimed he did not know the location of the site, but he did, and returned by helicopter and secured and removed the wreckage, which he later destroyed. So he's expected to make his initial court appearance in the coming weeks, and his pilot's license was revoked last year. All this for a drop of YouTube attention, potentially 20 years in prison, because you're a starved little clout goblin who needed your fix. You needed your belly full. This has to be one of the most degenerate, terminally online ideas I've ever seen cooked up by somebody, to not only reach a position in your life where you're like, I'm gonna crash my expensive plane for views on my YouTube channel, but then to go through with it and then try and cover up all the evidence. I don't know how anywhere along the way he didn't stop and think, wow, this is gonna fuck me. Because I can't even imagine a world where he would have got away with this. There was no set of circumstances where he would have somehow gotten through all of this without a problem. Everyone knew immediately that this was a planned ejection from the start. Nothing about it looked authentic or genuine. It was all so fucking cringe. Because even when he lands, after the parachuting, because he ejects from the plane, like, immediately. He, like, the second he sees, like, a fly hits the windshield, he's like, oh shit, I'm out. And then he just dives out there. And then the rest of the video is spent with him hiking and giving, like, motivational and inspirational speeches like, man, this is all part of God's plan. The Lord put that parachute on my back today. I woke up and while brushing my teeth, I had a feeling, a tingle in my tummy that told me, wear a parachute today, Trevor. And I listened to that little tingler in my stomach and it saved my life. Sometimes you just get a premonition, you gotta follow through with it, everyone. Sometimes there's a divine plan for you, and that plan for me today was to wear this parachute to save myself from a catastrophic accident. God damn it. Golly gee. And then he hikes over to the wreckage, and then he's like, oh God, look at this. This is terrible. I can't believe this happened. Why? Where did it all go wrong? It's a horrible video. He's a horrible actor. The whole plan was beyond ridiculous. It's just crazy. It's craziness. Jacob also admitted in his plea agreement that he intended to make money through the video. Fucking obviously, that was clearly the main motivator here, that internet clout and ad revenue from the video. He also admitted to lying to federal investigators after submitting an aircraft accident incident report and falsely claimed the plane fully lost power roughly half an hour after takeoff, the news release said. Also, it's pretty clear to everyone watching the video, the plane doesn't exactly just lose power out of nowhere. Everything that happens in the plane in the video actually just seems like a Disney ride. Like, it is just very fucking silly. It seems like that kind of shit that you have is like the pre-ride entertainment when you're waiting in line at Disney. It's embarrassing. And it's so poorly acted that it immediately tipped off people as stupid as me who have no clue about aircraft or anything aviation related. And I was like, yeah, this had to be fake. All of it was so clearly a stunt, a viral play for that ad revenue and that sponsorship bucks. Jacob also lied to a Federal Aviation Administration safety inspector when he said the airplane's engine had quit, and because he could not identify any safe landing options, he had to parachute out of the plane. And again, if you watch the video, he doesn't look for any safe landing options. He doesn't look anywhere except for where his selfie stick was. The closest thing that even comes to a panic is him trying to locate his selfie stick so he can make sure to get good footage. Everything else, he didn't even bother going through. There was no lists of checks that he was making to try and get the engine back online or trying to glide it to safety, looking for a safe landing spot. The dude actually just boot scooting boogies right out of the plane, letting it crash behind him. Well, not behind him, because it still like flew on its own for a little while before crashing into the side of a mountain. But yeah, overall, it is so nice to see him just fully admitting all of this. I mean, we all knew it was fake from the beginning. This isn't like a surprise to anybody. But it's nice to finally just get it from his mouth, and 20 years in prison for it sounds about par for the course. This could have ended a lot worse. Again, there was a town nearby. This could have just killed random people, all for this man's YouTube views. It's so ridiculous. So, just wanted to give a little update to this because when I was streaming today, watching the Moist Esports Rocket League squad absolutely pop off, chat made me aware that Trevor Jacob was finally facing the repercussions and just openly admitting all of it. So right after the games today, I went, checked everything with a big smile on my face, and I figured it was worth updating all of you who may have been, aware of the story but not following it that closely like I was. So looking like the happy ending here. Hopefully he does face that prison time because he absolutely deserves it. That's about it. See ya. The words scam and YouTuber go together like peanut butter and jelly. Usually when you see these two words in the same sentence together, it indicates that a YouTuber is the one doing the scamming. But today, I've got a goofy little sad story for you that subverts your expectations more than Game of Thrones Season 8. This turns that narrative on its head, because in today's story, a YouTuber was the victim of a scam and lost about $1 million in pursuit of a dream. This is the story of how a friend of mine named Oompaville was schmeckeldorfed out of 1 million clams by a greasy worm named Jake. Oompaville just posted a beautifully made documentary going over the entire situation, so I highly recommend checking that out for the full story. Basically, Oompaville embarked on a journey to fulfill a dream of starting his own candy company called Sour Boys, and along the way got into bed with a bad demon named Jake, who hosed $1 million out of him in a big, disgusting scam. And this is something that I actually have a close personal connection to because was actually very much updated on his company, Sour Boys, over the last year and a half. Last January of 2022, Oompaville talked to me about his candy company, and I was super excited by it. Oompaville was glowing, blushing in the cheeks every time he'd talk about it. It was like he was going to prom every single day when I'd ask about the candy company. And it made me super happy to see that from him. Just a really cool project and venture taken by someone that was very passionate about the product. And I mentioned this in the stream clips I want to show a little bit later, but I'll mention it here too. I'd actually tried the candy, well, me and my friends had all tried the candy by complete accident. It was sent to our P.O. box like 2 years ago or something like that. And we were eating it during a Moist Esports watch party and just fucking loving it. And we had no idea it was his. It wasn't until much later that we learned that Sour Boys that we were eating was Oompaville's. So it was a product that I had already liked without ever even knowing it was his. So it was top quality. And I eventually was told by Oompa that he was unfortunately used like a fucking fleshlight by a scammer and lost tons and tons of money, and that he'd be making a video on it. And now that video is finally out, so I'd like to talk about it here today because it is tragic. Now, I want to make it clear that this doesn't mean that Sour Boys is dead and buried. According to Oompaville, they are still pursuing a full launch, and it is apparently in a very good place, so that should be on the horizon at some point. But this is a massive $1 million hiccup. That's a hiccup that could put you in an early grave, honestly. Losing that amount of money to a scammer is nothing shy of an absolute asteroid hitting your world. But Oompa and his family have persevered and are still planning on launching Sour Boys in a big way. Sour Boys is started by Oompaville, but he has hired like most of his family to do it with him, as well as other people on payroll. So it is a huge undertaking, and God willing, he's not been scammed by his family next. It should come out at some point. But anyway, let me explain what the scam was and how he lost so much money over the course of starting this business. In a nutshell, Oompa launching a candy company. It's actually candy that I had before by accident, like I didn't know it was his. You might remember during our early Moist Esports watch parties, we were all eating a bunch of like sour candy. That was his candy. We didn't know it. Like it actually slapped. And those were like, I guess, prototypes that he did like a promotional for that we got. And fast forward over the last year and a half or so, I don't remember how long it's been now, but he's been trying to launch that candy company in a bigger way, so he's upped the production, got a warehouse, and he got a big machine in order to really be able to pump out volume and scale. Turns out the person who supposedly built the machine and shipped him the machine was a giant fucking scammer who also happened to be a friend of his. Not like a best friend, but a close enough friend where it would be the ultimate betrayal to even consider a scam. So basically, the machine that he bought under the assumption that it was built by his friend, serviced by his friend's friend, was all a complete lie. What it was he bought the machine from China and upcharged Oompa like fucking 3 or 4x what it was actually valued at. So in total, he's out $1 million. Would have been more too. He was supposed to send an additional like 70 grand to the scammer, but he had like a come to Jesus moment about it being fishy. And yeah, he is still planning on launching the candy company. He says it's in a good spot, but he did lose $1 million over the course of this journey because of that scammer that was his friend. When you watch the video, I think it becomes pretty clear how anyone would have fallen for this. Like, there was so much communication. The person was, for the most part, reputable. It was a friend, trustworthy, so you always give them the benefit of the doubt in the first place. Oompa bent over backwards to pay wages and accommodate in order to get everything, situated, getting everything serviced, having a maintenance team, doing pretty much everything by the book. But it just turns out it was all a complete fucking lie. Even if it wasn't a scam, he'd be at $1 million. Yeah, but he'd have a company to show for it. Right now, he still has to keep building in order to get that ready. He says he is close and it's in a good spot, but that $1 million, assuming it didn't go to a scammer, would have helped launch the company, and they would have already been in production. Well, and also, another thing that I think is worth mentioning, the machine that he did get that came from China that he was told was built by his friend and all them, the machine was quoted on the receipt as $143,000. Meanwhile, Oompa paid like 700 grand. So he also wouldn't have been out $1 million, and he would have also been in production by now. Even if it was your friend, wouldn't you look up how much the machine may be going for? Well, he wasn't buying a pre-built machine. The whole reason that he was going to his friend for this was to produce that machine, to make that machine. It wasn't supposed to be like a pre-built machine. So where would you even go to get information on that or see other competitive quotes when this is supposed to be like basically a bespoke deal here? It wasn't 1 mil for the machine. He lost 1 mil over time by getting the machine and paying the guy and everything. Yep. He said 700,000 to the actual scammer, and then over the course of like wages and other expenses came out to around $1 million in the shitter. Should have consulted me, easy. True, he should have went to you. He should have been in Twitch chat just looking for the experts. You would have sniffed it out. Just go to Ask Reddit for advice. Where all sane people go, yeah. Why not ask a specialist about this before paying? The guy was a fucking specialist. Well, was supposed to be a specialist. And I guess in a way he was with scamming. Like, I don't know who else he was supposed to find. Like, Willy Wonka? Like, it's a hard thing to find people for that. Can he do something to press charges, or is it out of his control? Oh, they could absolutely press charges. 100%. Now, I don't know how hard they're going to go on that, but yeah, you can't just scam someone out of $700,000 for labor you didn't do and a completely false pretense on the whole situation, yeah. They could absolutely sue, and should sue. Can't sue if you can't be served. That's true. You gotta be real elusive. Just hide in the shadows and wear a disguise like glasses and a mustache. That's kind of the general overview of what happened. Again, just to give you the bullet points. Oompaville wanting to start the candy company, eventually realizing that if he wants to scale and keep things interesting, they're going to need to produce the candy themselves. Thus, they're going to need an actual machine. Thus, they're going to need an industrial engineer who knows what they're doing and can make the machine for them. He finds Jake. He hires Jake. He pays Jake up to $700,000 under the assumption that he is making this machine himself, specifically for the purpose of the Sour Boys candy production. With tons and tons of delays and a lot of very odd circumstances and things that happen throughout this multiple year venture, he learns that the machine that he eventually does get from Jake's shop is not a machine that Jake or anyone that works for Jake built. It was a machine that Jake purchased from China for $140,000 and was sold to Oompaville for significantly more than $140,000. And since Jake and no one on his team built it, no one knew how to really service this machine. So when eventually Oompaville did have someone that knew Jake come out to help, that person, his name is Will, did not know how to actually work on the machine. Thus, they were at a complete standstill. It was gridlocked. There wasn't a whole lot to be done. They realized then, when Will got there, that they never built that machine. That machine was purchased from China, and everything Jake had been saying, everything Jake had claimed that he was doing was all a blatant lie at the expense of Oompaville's financial security. $1 million over the course of a few years, and he does still have a machine, but has to retrofit that machine now, completely change it around in order to actually work for the candy that he is producing. That's kind of the whole situation in a nutshell. There's a lot more moving parts in between there. He went in with both feet. He fucking cannonballed into the big business pool here. In the video, he talks about how he had a brief time of homelessness because he put like so much into this. He was like living out of the warehouse. It's a very like actually concerning story, but Oompa tells it with a smile on his face. But hearing that, I'm like, Jesus Christ, that was like reckless and scary. But, you know, things are working out, kind of, though it would have been a lot smoother had he never met Jake and instead found a different engineer. But, you know, that's water under the bridge now. Hopefully Jake will face real punishment for this scam. This is not something that's like, you know, like, oh, that's what a goofball, Jake, you got us. Darn. This is absolutely a needs to be in jail, long prison sentence type of situation for this guy. That's an unforgivable thing to do. So yeah, that's kind of the bare bones of the story. I highly encourage you watch the entire documentary if you want to see like the nitty-gritty of everything that went on throughout this entire journey. It's wild and sad. Him, Oompaville, and his family have like a really good attitude about everything somehow, which is, you know, hats off to them. I don't know how they maintain like positivity in the face of $1 million fucking scam like that, but good on them. I'm wishing them nothing but the best. I hope Sour Boys does very well. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is a very rare instance of a YouTuber being the victim of a scam. So yeah, that's really about it. So yep. Did you see they removed the waifu? Wait, what? Like from the game? Oh yeah, waifu's gone. Why was it taken out? It was a stolen asset and they got copyright claimed, I guess. I know it's hard to believe that the high quality assets in this game weren't homemade, but it's the truth. Rest in peace, she got vaporized. DMCA strikes again. Unbelievable. So where does this send? Oh, I see. They kept everything else. Man, that's such a... Whoa. That's such a shame. Right when I finally master perfect waifu, they take her out. That's the Illuminati for you. Bastards. I've never seen them do that. It's so beautiful. Even with like 20,000 hours in this game, I still see new things. The gift that keeps on giving. That's the beauty of Only Up. Steal as many assets as you can. Haphazardly throw them into a pot. And you've got brilliance. World record doesn't use the elevator. Yeah, I know. But... what the fuck? But it doesn't matter to me, because it only saves like 3 seconds and I'm not going for a world record. What? How did this already happen? Already a crash. Can't catch a break. Well, at least it happened at the beginning of the run. She's being real stubborn. Oh, wow. The name of this game in the task manager is Third Person BP Game Template. Goes to show you how much effort was put into this fucking thing. Cool. You ever go for the world record if it was the right game and had the passion? Sure. I've had world records in other games before. Not for long. They usually get beaten, but I have had world records before. It's cool. But I don't care that much about it. I just care about the speedrun itself being fun. I don't really care about trading world records back and forth all that much. They didn't take out waifu because they wanted to. It was a stolen asset, and whoever owned the asset made a big stink about it.
You first have to make a jump,
which is totally within their right to do.
What the future holds.
This is going to be a shock. This game isn't exactly the most well-made thing there is. Alright, let's see how my windmill's feeling today. This usually either goes great or a complete fucking disaster. There's never any in between. I never just have like a mediocre windmill. There we go, actually good windmill. Whoa! Whoa! Great windmill. Why did that launch me backwards? What is happening? Wait, what is happening? Why did that launch me backwards? What is going on? What a crazy night. I haven't seen that happen in actual eons. I really don't feel like resetting the whole thing. I'd like to finish a run just to get some more reps in with the new shit, but I feel like it's not worth. Since this is already a pretty fucked run, I want to try world record billboard real quick. Though I've never once hit it, I'm just curious if I can get it here. It won't matter regardless, this is an absolute dog shit run, but I want to try it. There we go. Whoa, whoa, wait, what was that? Man just hit like a fucking... What are you doing? hit a crazy little, like, moonwalk. What is he doing? What are you doing? Brother! Brother! Stop! Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa! Uh-oh, too far. He didn't slow down nearly enough. That time he slowed down so fucking much! Jesus! Christ! Alright, let's see how she goes. Still got it, but I'm not gonna get very far here. Oh my god, I might not make that. That was close. I'm gonna keep it on 30. I'm curious what effect that'll have on the dragon. Oh, actually, I just did a dragon at 30, didn't I? On the last one. Alright, we'll run it. We'll keep dragon at 30, I'm curious. Maybe it makes it even easier. I don't think it'll matter, but that's still very frustrating that that did that.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
Wait, what? How did I just fall? Wait, what? Man, I can feel another shit coming on too. Wow. I ate like 2 burritos right before hopping on stream, and those puppies are not going down without a fight. No, me having to take a shit has nothing to do with the run being sloppy. I'm able to block out all human emotion and requirements when speedrunning. What in the world is happening? Oh my god. What was that? I didn't make it up the whole train cart?
My father worked
My
here as
God.
a driller, and he always smelled of fuel oil.
This is
I
so
was afraid of
sloppy.
him and hoped that one day
Oh
he
my...
would come back from
and the
work.
pipe? And the pipe?
He drank a lot and often beat
Heavens
my mother
to
and me,
Betsy.
but that's in the past.
What in the world? No, I'll never get like a 19-minute run. I'll never get a sub 20. For a sub 20, I'd have to hit all of like the expert level shit. Which isn't happening. I still fucking struggle on windmill sometimes. Like right now, this is a terrible windmill. Oh my god, I can't catch a break. Whatever. I actually should have just believed in myself. I would have at least still made it up there. That self-doubt will get you every time. I'm just going to do safe billboard. Even though in the last run I did hit, like optimal billboard, I'm still just going to do safe one. No reason to take any chances here. I'm just going for a sub 25. I don't need any of the crazy stuff. Just need the good old American good shit. I took a US citizens test today, and I fucking crushed it. Like, I'm a patriot. And I just need to prove it out here. The pace is alright, not great, but whatever. So be it. Again, we don't need anything great. We don't need anything crazy. Just standard, good fundamentals. The fundies. We live in a post-waifu world now. That's right. It's a post-waifu world with double champagne. There is so much time to be saved. Sub 25 still very much on the table. Just gotta remember to... You know what I gotta remember to do? And I wouldn't have remembered to do it unless I just thought of it. That was actually a huge save, otherwise Dragon would have been out of rotation. That would have been so upsetting. Did you know Paul Pierce shit himself in an NBA game? Did he really? Like, noticeably shit himself, or just like post-game interviews like, yeah, I fucking pooped my britches?
Seek, and you will find.
Oh, fuck! Oh, God! Oh, whoops. Put the cart before the horse. I didn't turn all the way around. I let muscle memory take over and I didn't swipe my mouse far enough. Oof. Scary. Wow. What a save, though. Close call. But the dirty deed still got done. This is fine. I'm not even doing fingers. I think that's a bad omen. What are you doing? Stop goofing around. Stop goofing around. Time to get serious. Nope. Okay. Okay. So be it. He broke his bones getting into it, but we're fine. Oh my god, I almost didn't make the jump to the ship. Okay, we're fine. 1750 ship is whatever. Alright, sub 25. Calibrating. 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 Alright, locked in. If I hit everything here, we'll just barely sub 25, I think. By the very tippy top of the hair on the chinny chin chin. What the fuck is it? Oh no, it's just not by the hair on my chinny chin chin. That's what it is. Got mixed up in my old fairy tales. Alright, baby. Give me the good news. Give me the gospel. There it is. Now let's just slow it down because we're in a good spot here. Okay, now change back to 60. Okay. I just need Dragon not to be a bitch. And I think we will 24 something. I just need Dragon to not be a big ol' asshole. That old battle axe, I need him to simmer down. He's got too much dip on his chip, he needs to cool the jets. Gotta hold your horses. Please be nice to me, please, please. I've come so far.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
And that's the sub 25. Tell your friends. You were here. My special little campers. There she blows. You love to see that. Feels great. Not my cleanest run by a country mile, but damn it, I'm happy with it. We worked hard for her. You know, she's not the prettiest in the bunch, but she's got great personality. A sub 25's always a good feeling. Damn it. That is great. It's a gold star. That is a gold star right there, sports fans. It's about time I broke that 25-minute barrier. It's like when that guy broke the 4-minute mile. Except I am like the 1000th person to break the 25-minute barrier, so it's not that impressive. But it feels good to me, damn it. Let's go. Sub 24 even.
I skipped right through 24. I've never seen a 24 in my life, and I never will. Let's get it. Let's get it. Good shit. That's a big boy right there. A lot of meat on those bones. Well fed. Eating a nutritious meal of good speedrun times. W top 100? No way I'm top 100 off of that. No shot. Am I really? That was not a very good run, is it? Well, also, waifu just got removed today, so... that saved me a lot of time. So I probably won't stay top 100 for long. Yo, I'm ranked 73? Well, when do I get a call from the president? Joe Biden gonna offer me some ice cream or something? Oh my god, when am I going out to the White House? 73? I did not think that would put me in the top 100 at all. Again, that was not a good run. Like, by all definitions, that was not a great run. Yeah, I'm gonna learn hot air balloon as well. Thanks to tier 1 Sav. I think that's what I'll focus on, is just getting the actual optimal strats. And I'll go for sub 20, fuck it. I got a taste of greatness. And I don't want just a taste. I don't want the appetizer. I want the whole enchilada. I want the main course. I'm a growing boy. I still haven't taken a shit that I had to take at the very start of that last run. I fucking sub 25'd and my body ate my feces. And that was my way of celebrating internally, I guess. A little over a year ago, Disney overdosed on skooma, and their delusion really went off the rails when they finally launched their Star Wars Hotel experience. This was a prime receptacle for spitballs and tomatoes. Boos heard around the world because it was laughably overpriced and extremely confusing on what you were even paying for in the first place. It was initially announced like way back in 2017, and it was supposed to carry a price tag of $6,000 for a 2-night stay, but it could go as low as $4,000 as well. It's called the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, and it's supposed to be a fully immersive Star Wars experience for superfans to spend 2 nights in this like underground bunker hotel facility that's supposed to be like a murder mystery song and dance with all kinds of Star Wars characters, as well as a hotel, as well as fine dining. It basically just takes a ton of different things, threw it at a dartboard and said, okay, it's going in the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, we're going to charge a fucking outrageous price. At $4,000 or $6,000 for 2 nights, I would expect to have a room on a legitimate fucking spaceship. With that amount of money, those rooms better be coming with that titty alien that Mark Hamill milks in the movie. Like, that is a crazy price tag. $1,200 per person per night? My god. You need to be like fucking Scrooge McDuck to be able to afford that, or the biggest Star Wars fan in the world who's willing to just dump everything into a 2-night experience. But what's crazy is, it looks miserable to stay in. Here's the rooms. Here's one of the 100 cabin rooms. It's basically like a little prison. Like, your children get these small pods in the wall. The bed looks rather small. Like, this is not what you would expect for this amount of money. You go to the goddamn Star Wars gulag. It's so startling. There's no windows. Like, keep in mind, there's no windows in these rooms. All you get is these little screens supposed to look like you're out in space, but it looks really dated. It doesn't seem like they put a whole lot of effort into that, but I haven't been, so maybe it's cooler in person. But there's no windows, so you're basically going in there into like a goddamn stasis chamber there, 2 days away from the world. And when you're not forsaken to your solitary confinement room on the Star Wars Galactic Looney Bin, you get interactive theater out the wazoo. Which to me sounds like one of the circles of hell somewhere, where you can't escape theater and people in character for Star Wars 24/7. That just seems way too much. So the pictures I'm getting are from a video from DFB Guides, who went over the entire Star Wars hotel experience, and overall, it's just an expensive, confusing, jumbled mess from everything I've seen. And this opened only a little over a year ago, and it's already closing. This was a complete disaster for Disney, I imagine. Of course, I'm not their fucking accountant, I can't flip through their books here and double check. But I just can't imagine at that price point, as well as how awful their marketing had been for it, that it was financially successful for them. they're writing it off as like a business decision that they've decided to close it so shortly after launch, but that doesn't make any sense. That just sounds like a bad business decision if it was doing well. It's 100 cabins, clearly a very expensive endeavor, and they're already giving up after a year. When this shit launched, it had terrible publicity. Like, they made these marketing pitches that gave people no insight into what they were paying for. So people already started kind of wiping their ass with the whole idea of even staying there or considering it. It turned everyone off immediately, and it's never recovered. Now, it's worth mentioning, among the people that have paid a visit to this facility, the majority of them are saying that they enjoyed it and that it was worth the cost. I don't know if that's genuine or if it's some level of brainwashing where they paid so much money that they convinced themselves that they had to enjoy it, thus they did. But people did seem to like it when they paid all that money for it, and that makes sense because if you're a super fan of Star Wars, there's nothing you're going to dislike about it. You're just perpetually inundated with constant stimulation of Star Wars shit, so I imagine most fans probably would have loved it. I still don't know how you could really like the rooms, though. Even in all the videos I've seen and all the people that visit the rooms, they are super small for how much you're paying. You are not getting, like, a luxury cabin. It's very much like a summer camp, like band camp fucking cabin here. I'm still a bit baffled by the decision to have the guests stay in these tight, windowless quarters. Like, that sounds miserable. Why that? Like, what's the next Star Wars hotel gonna be? Pay $10,000 and we'll freeze you in carbonite like Han Solo? Like, this is not a comfortable, stay. Which I think is just ridiculous for how much you're paying to be there. And where you sleep in a hotel, I would argue, is the most important thing about a hotel. Though I guess in this case it's supposed to be more than that. It's supposed to be like a Star Wars experience where you fucking transcend the human race for a brief moment and take a journey into fantasy. But then when you come out from reality, you leave this underground nuclear fallout shelter of the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, you realize you're $6,000 down and about to miss a house payment or something. I still can't get over just how expensive this fucking place is. Or was. The final voyage is coming up in September, so it's on its way out, but still. One other thing I want to mention is when these announcement videos were first coming out, these pictures were first surfacing of the experience, one thing that I heavily criticized was the food. It hypes itself up as being like fine dining, pinky out establishment kind of thing. And the food they were showcasing looked like slop. Actual prison slop that they would serve on a tray at like a maximum security ward. It didn't look like high quality food for that price. It'd have names like the Yakbi Shrimp Blue Milk Glorb Stuffer, and what you would see on the plate is like 2 tiddlywinks of pork and a small piece of bread or something. But after going through and watching more of the videos over the last like 4 or 5 months, the food does look fine. So I don't know why they chose the most unflattering promotional pieces for their food in the beginning, but it does seem like the food is a big hit with the people that go there, and from what I see, it looks fine. Albeit it has the cardinal sin that every high dining facility has, where you get portion sizes that wouldn't be enough to fill the belly of a bumblebee. So that's always, in my opinion, a bit of a scam to charge so much and receive so little, but that's just the trend in very expensive restaurants, unfortunately. I always think portion sizes are important, so if you're paying a lot of money, you should be able to fill your full belly. You should walk out of there feeling full, satisfied, and your gluttony, satiated. But anyway, the food does look fine, and that was something that I was very vocal about in the beginning, being lackluster. Some of you may remember I toyed around with the idea of getting the gang together and spending the 2 nights at that hotel. But we really sidelined that idea, fucking flushed that down the toilet because that is way too expensive. So I don't think we're ever going to do that. That's not worth the amount of money for the sake of like basically a joke or just to experience something awful. Like none of us are huge Star Wars fans. Like I like Star Wars, I couldn't stand the new trilogy, but overall I love the Star Wars universe, especially everything with the Old Republic. This has nothing to do with that, so this wouldn't even be in my favorite era of Star Wars. And none of my friends are big Star Wars fanatics either, so it's not like we'd get anything out of this other than like not having fun and trying to make a joke out of it, which is not worth fucking $6,000. So I don't think that's happening. I want to go ahead and clear that up. We're not going even before it closes. It's not worth it. Now, at the funeral for the Star Wars hotel, Disney's trying to put on a strong face, saying that this premium boutique experience gave us the opportunity to try new things on a smaller scale of 100 rooms, and as we prepare for its final voyage, we'll take what we've learned to create future experiences that can reach more of our guests and fans. I'm not on the Disney Superstar Board of Directors or anything, but I'll offer you some free consultation here. Lower the price. No one is paying $1,200 per person per night. That's a crazy ask. You could have saved yourself a huge headache if you just made this more accessible financially for most people. I think that's the way that you reach new guests and more fans, right? Like it seems like a pretty simple solution to the mathematical equation here. So I think it was just way too expensive. I have no doubt there's a lot of people that probably would have loved to go there and couldn't afford to. So they completely missed out on that entire market. Now, like I said, they are trying to treat it like a learning experience, and I have no doubt they fucking learned a lot from this. They invested a ton into the project, a lot of time and a lot of money, and they're kind of eating shit on it, it seems. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. How far would you go to be the best? The number one in your industry? You've got to be willing to put everything on the line, and today's story is about a man who did just that. A man with dreams to be the number one bouncy castle business. He wanted to be the jumping castle god. But unfortunately, he flew a little too close to the sun and his wings burned up. Well, not really his wings. He just burned up every business that also sold jumping castles. He committed a series of arson attacks on rival bouncy castle businesses. His name is James Balcom, and he looks like a silly character you'd make with the Dark Souls character creator. He's currently serving an 11-year sentence for all of this, and I just found the whole story so wild. I legitimately feel bad for all of the rival businesses because a few of them lost their entire business to his arson attacks. So there were very real victims and very real trauma from it, from having their literal place of work be lit on fire and fucking incinerated by this madman, this lunatic. So I wanted to go over this story here because it's a weird one. Did you see the video on Melbourne's bouncy castle king that was jailed over a string of fire attacks on his rival bouncy castle businesses? Oh my god, what? Anderson threw a Molotov cocktail through a smashed window at a business, causing a huge blaze that engulfed the factory and destroyed 110 jumping castles. And it looks like he's going to jail. And it looks like he's done quite a few of these. This is very interesting. This happened last month. You been holding out on me? Why didn't you tell me about this? Jumping castle operator jailed over arson attacks on Melbourne rivals. James Balcom set on destroying rival businesses that if one fire caused minor damage, he commissioned another. Wow. He desired to be the number one in Melbourne's jumping castle game, and it's seen him jailed for up to 11 years over a series of arson attacks. What a crazy thing to commit your life to, being the number one jumping castle guy. The whole bouncing castle cartel. It's so weird. It seems like most often the most unhinged business people are the ones in like the children's entertainment center or sphere. Like the bouncy castle guys running like an arson unit to take out competitors. Surprised this isn't from Florida. Fucking true. Amen. I am almost disappointed it's not from Florida, if I'm being honest. The County Court of Victoria heard that Balcom, whose company Awesome Party Hire was ranked number one on Google after he commissioned the attacks on rival businesses, was arrested after he ordered that his own shed be torched. Galaxy Brain covering his tracks. No, I'm not the one behind the arson attacks. Look, someone lit my empty shed on fire last night. We have to put a stop to fucking Firefly ASAP. Please, God, anyone, the Human Torch has gone loose. He's rogue. Only way to stay on top. I would argue the only way to stay on top is to legitimately be the best jumping castle business as opposed to the only one that's not lit on fire. For example, let's say I'm in the market for getting some bouncy castles and I really want high quality product. I'm checking Google and Awesome Party Hire's number one. But then I scroll down and it says like all of the ones underneath it are literally cremated. I'd be like, this is fishy. I'll just get a bigger birthday cake. Fuck the castle. I feel like there'd just be like a very big red flag if that is the only jumping castle business that's left standing. 3 days after a March 2017 fire, Anderson was arrested and subsequently named Balcom as the instigator of the blaze and the attacks on rival businesses. Oh, so this has been going on for a while. Balcom, 58, appeared on Thursday by video link from prison in the county court where he was jailed for up to 11 years. Balcom has already served 2 years and 5 months and will be eligible for parole after 7 years and 10 months. Damn. They got him. I really am imagining like a Godfather situation. Like, it really seems so fucking intense. In the Bouncy Castle game. You come to me on the eve of my daughter's birthday party and light my Bouncy Castle business on fire. You got some nerve. It's a dirty game in a cruel world. Yeah. It's not easy to put a smile on the face of children. It comes at a cost. And that cost is fire and flames. They're bouncing on the backs of the corpses of other Bouncy Castle businesses that came before them. And they don't even know it. It impacted the lives, livelihood of others and caused significant loss, suffering, and emotional trauma. Yeah, I mean, yeah, arson will do that to you. One business was targeted 3 times. At that point, just hire full-time firefighters on standby. That is so interesting. What does he look like? I want to look him up. Oh, wow. This... I imagine you also got an image in your head of some, like, lunatic-looking guy. I'm just going to tell you right now, he looks exactly like the image you have in your head. This looks like an AI-generated arsonist. What the fuck? It's always the people you least expect, I suppose. Jesus. Why is his head so pointed? I don't know, man. I didn't create him in the Street Fighter 6 character creator. I have no idea. I didn't work on these sliders. He got done dirty, though, I'll tell you that much. God, this is so powerful. You became very successful in the jumping castle industry, but you also became completely fixated and obsessed with it. It consumed your every waking moment, Court Judge Stuart Bales told Balcom. You became the Dark Knight. You fell right into the Joker's palms. You're better than this, James. Gotham deserved more. Is that a mugshot? Yeah, he's already served 2 years of his sentence. So this must have been when they brought him in. They probably had to drag him kicking and screaming out of his bouncy castle. 110 jumping castles ignited and lost in an instant. Jesus, they lost their entire business from that. Twitch chat is a place that has a horrible reputation online. People talk about Twitch chat like it's a place where common sense and rational thinking go to die. And I just want to set the record straight right now. That's not entirely wrong. I am sometimes just blown away by the incomprehensible nonsense that I'll read from Twitch chat, and it makes me question how we even got to this point in humanity. Like, I am shocked that some of the chatters can even get to their keyboard with the amount of drool that must be leaving their mouth, trapped in like a perpetual haze of stupidity. But it's not all of them, damn it. And I want to highlight a hero from Twitch chat. This guy is like the superstar anime protagonist of Twitch chat in my eyes. His name is Ricky, and he's a viewer of mine who is a big fan of the slap fighting content that I used to cover very often. He was such a big fan of slap fighting and fell in love with it as a sport that he decided to reach out and actually try to compete in the professional slap fighting circuit. He was doing it not only for himself, but for the hopes and dreams of everyone in chat. So he goes by the name Bayou Bastard in Slapfight Championship, and I've watched him every step of the way. Like, I feel like a proud parent to a certain extent, watching him go from such humble beginnings where it was kind of like silly and most people counted him out because he doesn't have any like actual combat sporting background or anything like that. But to go from that to where he is today is incredible.
With a record of 7 wins and 4 losses and over 80 rounds at the barrel, This Terrytown, Louisiana native has gone from being a penalty-prone amateur superfan to being one of the top-ranked pound-for-pound slappers in the United States. Also one of the most popular slappers on the planet, Ricky is loved by many, and his fans around the world will be on the edge of their seats tonight, hoping to see the Bayou Bastard as the new slap fight champion.
I'll just go ahead and fill you in. He just competed for the middleweight championship belt. He is considered one of the best slappers in America right now. Ricky, the Bayou Bastard, started from the bottom. Now he's here. So I want to show you his middleweight championship belt match against Monkey Wrench,
which helped the Tennessee native make an undefeated run to become the undisputed middleweight champion.
So that's Monkey Wrench, the raid boss that Ricky would have to overcome in order to be crowned the middleweight champion. So let's dive in. Let's see how the boy wonder did.
All right, here we are back at the barrel. The Bayou Bastard's wasting no time. He's going to have the first slap. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and a slap to the eyebrow by the Bayou Bastard. The eyebrow slap is a new technique for me. I do think that's probably going to be, we're probably not going to call that, but it is a completely wasted turn.
I'm sure I'm already too late to get ahead of this. I'm sure there's already 1,000 comments pointing it out. But yes, the guy on the far right over there definitely does look like me. His name is The Cannon. He's a professional slapper. Apparently, he also wears white t-shirts around the gym. So, you know, maybe he's got some of my DNA, or maybe I've got some of his DNA. You know, what really came first, the chicken or the egg? There must be like some Charlie genetic code out there, and we're sharing it together here. Though I do think he got the better end of the genetic bargain because he is built taller than me, stronger than me, with a fuller beard than me. But yeah, he definitely looks like he could be my long-lost brother. I'm going to need to have a very serious conversation with my mother about this mystery. But round one, you can see, wasn't exactly the strongest start for Ricky here. He had a bit of a glancing, wet fart of a blow right to the eyebrow of Monkey Wrench, which isn't really going to do much damage.
That slap fight championship when you don't make weight. 1, 2, 3. Oh, a big slap from Monkey Wrench. And Ricky just kind of smiles at him and says, good job.
That was a pretty good shot right there from Monkey Wrench, but you're going up against Ricky. Pain only makes him stronger. He smiles at that shit. Legitimately psychopath energy right there. That's scary. That's gonna put some fear in Monkey Wrench there. Put the fear of God in him, and that God's name is the Bayou Bastard. I tell you, Ricky is one tough son of a bitch. He's made out of 50% steel, 20% oats, 15% whole wheat, and 15% American-made cast iron. I want to tell you a true story about Ricky, and this is going to sound fake, especially on the back of what I just said there, but this is legitimately a true story. About a year ago, Ricky was booked for a slap fighting match, and at the train station, he got into an argument with a gentleman, and things escalated into a bit of a scuffle. And during the scuffle, the guy stabbed Ricky above his eye. Literally stabbed him above his eye. And Ricky still got on the train and then had his slap match later that day. Dude gets stabbed at a train station and then says, well, shucks, I'm gonna be late. And then still goes to the fucking slap fighting match. I can't remember if that match was posted on their YouTube channel or not. Their YouTube channel is Slap Fight Championship. I can't remember if it was posted on there or if it was only pay-per-view. It's been a while now, but regardless, it's still fucking wild. That shows just how tough Ricky is and also how passionate he is about slap fighting. I just double checked. Yeah, it is on their channel. It's Baby Ray vs. Bayou Bastard, and you can see the fresh wounds still on his face here. And he just didn't give a shit. He's like, nah, I got a match I gotta compete in, so I'm not worried about the stab wound too much. We'll just clean it up, dress it a little bit, and I'll be alright.
And it looks like there will be no break for Ricky. Ricky's ready to push the pace. Round 2. Oh, a nice shot from Ricky. Wow. Okay, Ricky's back at the barrel, big smile on his face.
The only thing that makes Ricky smile bigger than pain is inflicting pain on somebody else. Man is out here cheesing like he's taking a yearbook photo here. So Ricky lands a wallop. That man rattled his brain on that one. Ricky put a lot of meat behind that one. The elbow grease was optimized, and he delivered a shot to Monkey Wrench. So you could see him kind of wobble a bit, but he didn't like KO him. Monkey Wrench isn't out. He is himself a champion, so you know he's not dropping easy.
Legendary Frank the Tank in his corner tonight. Monkey Wrench with a nice shot there. Some blunt force trauma to the cheek of the Bayou Bastard.
The way Ricky responds to getting slapped is the same way I used to respond when my mom would tell me I could have ice cream after dinner. He gets giddy. Like, he gets excited after he gets slapped. It's like a super intimidating thing if you ask me. It's like Majin Buu. How Majin Buu's just like always having fun during like the most intense moments and shit. He's not eating light slaps. He's eating nails. Those are hard slaps. You can tell just by the sound that's reverberating at like 5 billion decibels. Like, these are thunderous slaps that Ricky's having no problem with.
Pretty amped up. He wants this title tonight. Very excited for the title fight. Round 3. Oh, a big shot from Ricky. Monkey Wrench stays on his feet, but he felt that.
Not only did he feel that, his whole family felt that. Ricky is throwing frying pans. Ricky's hands are coming in like a fucking train, barreling towards the cheek of Monkey Wrench right now, and there's no brakes on it. He is delivering some high-quality damage here with his slaps. He has mastered the open palm technique here, and these are textbook slaps. He's not clubbing, he's not stepping, he's not having any penalties, no violations. Ricky is throwing textbook, picture-perfect slaps.
But at this point in his career, he's got it honed in. Here we go, round 3. Good shot from Monkey Wrench. We're gonna move into round 4. Monkey Wrench steps back to the barrel. Ricky checks his placement. Here's your windup, round 4. Another good shot by Ricky.
Ricky turns getting slapped into just like a part of his routine, like a warm-up. He doesn't take breaks. He gets slapped and then immediately gets right back and ready to deliver one of his own. It's like a fucking Tony Hawk combo, like from getting slapped into delivering a slap, and he keeps the combo going. So this one was definitely the weaker of his slaps so far. It didn't have the same intensity behind it. I think he was a little too focused on targeting. He had to make sure that he calibrated the internal slapping computer of his brain properly. So he was just making sure that he still had his hand on the button there. So he didn't put a ton of power behind it, I don't think. He just kind of threw that out there just as like a little heat check, making sure the accuracy is still pinpoint, like a sharpshooter.
Monkey Wrench, sponsored by Big Boy's Barber Company. I'm just kidding. Monkey Wrench doesn't know any barbers. Here we go. Round 5. Good shot. Not a lot of power in that, but it was a good fundamental slap.
For those that don't remember, the commentator and also owner of Slap Fight Championship, his name's JT. Dude lets some wild lines rip, and I always appreciate it. So, making a little joke about Monkey Wrench here, and I don't know if Monkey Wrench hurt him or not, but he did not deliver a very strong slap into that round. That was unfortunate for him, because he's really going to need to swing the momentum here in order to win.
All right, a few people in the audience reminding Kyron that he's horrible with the ring cards. Here we go. Round 5. A lot of respect between these two competitors.
Now, unfortunately, Ricky also didn't deliver a very good slap here either. He kind of got him with like his fingertips, so a bit of a wet noodle thrown out there, but it happens. Overall, Ricky's landed the more meaningful power shots up till this point, so he's still in very good shape.
And these guys have dialed back their power in favor of winning the striking match. Here we go, round 6. Oh, Ricky with some big power there. Turns the head of Monkey Wrench.
I bet if we had an infrared camera right here, we would be able to see that Monkey Wrench has hit the exact same spot on Ricky's face every single round within millimeters of itself. Every single one of his slaps is hitting the exact same fucking mark. It's like a scene in every archery movie ever when they're showcasing a talented archer, where they shoot an arrow at a target, get the bullseye, and then shoot another arrow which splits the previous arrow in half and hits the exact same bullseye mark. That is what Monkey Wrench is doing with his shots. They're not packing the most power, but like a war of attrition. He's kind of wearing down Ricky's cheek here, like peeling the flesh off, like the exact same spot he is hitting every time. And then Ricky unfortunately missed his mark dreadfully. He got under the chin of Monkey Wrench there, which you can't do. You gotta stay, you know, in the cheek region. You can't be flirting around with the chin here. Which, of course, he wasn't planning to do. He wasn't going for, like, a karate chop or anything. It's just he missed.
And that was a fantastic slap by Monkey Wrench. Best slap of the match so far. Ricky with a new tattoo representing his MMA team on his right hand. And another good shot from Ricky.
Now shit's starting to pop off a little bit. Monkey Wrench is not only still scarily accurate with his slaps, but now he's really starting to put a lot of mustard on that hot dog. He's filling it up with condiments, and somehow Ricky's still eating it. He's still saying yum yum yum. Even though that was a booming shot from Monkey Wrench onto the cheek of Ricky. Ricky also not slouching either. He's not, you know, phoning it in. He's not getting lazy. He delivered a powerful shot of his own, but Monkey Wrench is kind of bitten down now, so he's not exactly getting, you know, caught off guard anymore. He's not exactly getting dazed or stunned from his slaps.
Not illegal, but they're getting to the point of getting close. Oh! And a great slap from Monkey Wrench. He's starting to pull it in now. We're in round 8 of a 10-round scheduled fight. And it couldn't get any closer. Ricky with another solid shot. Monkey Wrench is starting to have some signs of wear on his face.
Another strong round from both athletes here. I'd say Ricky squeaked out a bit of an edge because you could see Monkey Wrench get kind of blown away by that one a little bit. And as JT mentioned, there is a lot of wear on Monkey Wrench's face. He's got Ricky's entire fucking handprint popping up on his cheek now, like he just got it tattooed there.
Okay, a little bit of a flinch by Ricky, but I don't know if they'll call that. I don't think it made a difference in the power of the slap. We'll check his placement, round 9. And another good slap. You can see just a little bit of blood. Monkey Wrench says that was high. We're going to check the replay here. Okay, we're taking a look at it. It's not a penalty. The heel of the hand did not extend deep enough for that to be a club. It was a little bit high, but it wasn't deep enough to do damage on the level of a club. So it looks like some conversations are happening here.
Ricky's still feasting on slaps while also still sending a few of his slaps of his own back to the kitchen for the chef here. And this was a bit of a spicy meatball, so Monkey Wrench believed that it should be a penalty, thinking that I was either a bit high or a club. So after going to the replay, the judges concluded that it was a little high, but not too high. Like it wasn't, you know, an illegal height away from where a slap should be. And he also didn't hit him with the heel of his hand here, which would make it a club, which is illegal. You can't fucking palm strike someone like you're playing the monk class in an MMO. You have to like actually slap. So it was deemed a clean hit, and it was a very strong hit.
Round 9. Oh, a good shot from Monkey Wrench. And we have a fantastic, mighty battle going on here. Oh, a big shot from Ricky. And Monkey Wrench's quaff goes flying. This is the last slap of the match. Monkey Wrench has an opportunity here. Oh no! And we've got a club, and you can see it immediately on the face of Monkey Wrench. He knows exactly what happened. He's going to admit to that.
This one's about as close as it gets, because no knockdowns, no knockouts, only a couple of slaps that kind of looked like they dazed or stunned Monkey Wrench, but other than that, nothing that really squeaks out a huge edge for either competitor here. It really does come down to the wire. At the very end, Monkey Wrench did get a clubbing warning for the final slap being a club, but otherwise, super clean, super fucking tight. This is a nail biter. So, let's see if Ricky did enough in order to win. In my opinion, I think Ricky takes it just because he did land more power shots, but Monkey Wrench did have a huge momentum swing where he was the one landing most of the power shots. I just don't think they did as much damage as Ricky's did.
And your winner, by split judges' decision, and new
Oh my gosh! The Bayou Bastard doesn't even realize it yet. He is the new Slap Fight Championship middleweight champion. Holy smokes. A quick show of sportsmanship here, but I can see on the face of Monkey Wrench, he is furious with himself.
Stand right here.
Wow.
You have become the super competitor. You are now the middleweight champion. What do you got to say?
This show I love everything about it. Thank y'all so much. I love to be here.
Give it up for your winner and new middleweight champion, the Bayou Bastard.
He fucking did it. Ricky the Bayou Bastard did it. From Twitch chat to the big stage of Slap Fight Championship glory. The dub, the big W, the middleweight champion. Fucking proud of the boy. Super happy to have seen him win this one. He has come a long way, not only in slapping. I don't want to get like too personal with a lore dump on Ricky, but JT does keep me updated on pretty much everyone in the circuit, which I really appreciate, because they all seem like great guys. Ricky did a lot more than just train slap fighting over the last couple years. Prior to joining the slap fighting league, he was going through a lot of personal struggles and a lot of things that he was battling with, and throughout the course of his training, he's not only lost a ton of weight, but a lot of other really big life changes for the better have happened for Ricky, as I'm told. So just the whole thing is just such a heartwarming story about driving for a goal and not giving up along the way. It's just really cool to see Ricky the Bayou Bastard go from Twitch chat to accomplishing something that he really wanted to do and set out to do a couple years back and fully fucking committed to. Just really happy to see it, and I just wanted to kind of share this story with all of you because I think it's great. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Today I experienced what it must have felt like for early human scholars like Aristotle when they'd sit and ponder the deep complex issues plaguing society, as well as taking notice of things going on around them and trying to make sense of all of it. And today, my philosophical thought experiment was, why is every single new movie that's coming out flopping? With the exception of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, most new movies that are coming out over the last few months are setting new records for how dog shit they're performing in the box office. These bad boys are flopping harder than LeBron James against the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs. It's getting rough. And I just read this headline here about a movie I didn't even know existed being DreamWorks' lowest opening for anything they've ever made, called Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken. It brought in just $5.2 million so far on opening weekend. And this is a $70 million budget, and that doesn't account for any of the marketing costs. So this is looking like a historic bomb here. And this isn't alone. Elemental is still in theaters and is not performing well. It was Pixar's second lowest opening ever, I believe. Like, what's going on here? It was a question that I wanted an answer to, so I got deep into exploring the inner machinations of my mind in order to get an answer. I was nearly ready to draw a bath and really get after it, really exercise my noodle. And following this thought line to its natural conclusion, you reach two questions. Are movies just getting worse, which is why people don't really care to go see them? Or do people just not really have an interest in going to a movie theater anymore? Pretty much everything we do in our day-to-day lives has become extremely convenient, whether it's ordering food or just general entertainment. You can watch pretty much every show and movie from the comfort of your own home. And you don't have to pay individually for each movie you want to see because eventually they hit streaming platforms that you have a subscription to. So going to a movie theater is inconvenient. You have to drive to the theater. It's also expensive because the ticket prices just keep increasing exponentially. And God have mercy on your soul if you get a little appetite or a little thirsty and decide to buy something from the concession stand, because then you're out another $50 buster, because that shit is outrageously priced. It is downright criminal how expensive things are at a movie theater. I went to see a movie today. I saw the new Indiana Jones. I'll get to that in a moment, but it's what put this discussion top of mind for me. And I bought a water bottle. And not only did they have the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to sell me a Dasani water bottle, but they charged me $8 for the Dasani water bottle. That is sewage. Dasani is literally sewage in a bottle, and I paid $8 for the sludge. I really would have rather paid $8 for each employee there to spit into a cup and I'd drink that. Not only would it taste better than Dasani, but I'd feel less scammed. Point is, it's expensive going to a movie theater, and it's inconvenient. So, is that the reason why a lot of people are choosing not to go, leading to so many box office disasters recently? It's a lot of questions that I've been looking at answers for the last few hours since coming back from the movie. And I wanted to just kind of talk about it because I find it so interesting. So let's dive into the first question. Are movies just getting worse? And is that the reason why people aren't bothering to go? Because it's not worth their time to see it? I think the answer to that is probably no. But I do think movies are getting less original. Because the budgets for films have gone up so much, like most films are like $70 million plus budgets. Most of the time even going north of 100 mil, 200 mil, and in the case of like Indiana Jones, 300 mil. These are, and it's an outrageous amount of clams in order to produce a modern blockbuster. So when you're gambling with that amount of money on a movie, most of the higher-ups like to make sure that it's the safest possible investment they can make with it. So they choose to either make sequels or reboots or remakes, something that they know has a built-in core audience. So that's why you see most of what hits theaters these days is kind of derivative of other properties or just straight up a sequel. And I think that leads to a lot of people feeling like they've just kind of already been through this song and dance before. You're not getting a ton of unique experiences from huge blockbusters anymore. And I think that does play a role in it, but I don't think that necessarily means the movies themselves are worse. They're just so much safer. They just play everything super safe and by the book. Now, that's of course not talking about every movie that hits theaters. There's still a lot of companies that are doing lower budget productions that are far more creative and original. Of course, things like A24 and production houses like that. But on the whole, most of the big blockbusters are very generic, and it's food that you've had before. You're basically just getting junk food that you know isn't exactly like the best thing there is, but it's still good enough for a lot of people, and it has been that way for a long time. But I feel like at this point, people are just losing that sweet tooth. They don't really care to just keep seeing the same shit over and over again. Like superhero movies. Superhero movies, even the worst ones, used to still turn a massive profit. It was an infinite money glitch for a while, but now it's been patched. Superhero films aren't guaranteed to make you money. Case in point, The Flash. The Flash came out, and it had a crazy marketing campaign behind it. They had all kinds of celebrities singing its praises, celebrities that you would think would hate it. Like Stephen King was going crazy about it, talking about how good it was. Tom Cruise really loved it, saying, you know, this is a certified semen siphoner. It's gonna make you nut, trust me. Kojima just posted a tweet talking about how great it was. Just so many celebrities talking about it being great, which I still believe was some kind of like paid marketing campaign that they haven't disclosed. I still find it so hard to believe after seeing the movie that all of these celebrities lost their fucking mind over it. Like, it's a fine film, but nothing that I think really changed the whole landscape. But they were talking about it like it reinvented the whole superhero genre. And it still bombed in the box office. Now, of course, there are other factors at play, like Ezra Miller and the crime spree Ezra Miller went on that went completely unpunished. There are certain things like that at play with The Flash, but I still think even if that wasn't the case, the movie probably wouldn't have been a glowing success then either. I think there is legitimately superhero fatigue because most people are assuming that they've already seen all of this kind of shit before, so probably aren't going to bother going through the inconvenience and the extreme cost of driving to a theater, paying for the tickets, when instead they could just wait for it to conveniently drop on their favorite streaming platform and watch it from home without spending a fucking dime, really, aside from the subscription cost. And to extend this a bit deeper for today's experience, like I mentioned, I saw Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. It's the 5th entry into the Indiana Jones franchise. I actually saw it with my parents. This is the first movie we've seen together since the Avengers movie, the first one, back in like 2012. So we decided to go to the theater and see it together because we all really like Indiana Jones. And it turns out the film is really struggling a bit with a $60 million debut. Now, this isn't exactly like a hard turbo flop or anything, but it's opening to less than what Kingdom of the Crystal Skull opened to back in 2008. And for a lot of people, that movie is considered a legitimate abomination in the Indiana Jones franchise. So I think there is a chance that people just wrote off the franchise after that one and maybe didn't even bother giving this a chance. I'm really not sure. But yeah, the movie is not performing nearly as well as they expected it to, despite the film's budget being like $300 million, which doesn't even account for the marketing costs, at least according to the numbers I'm seeing online. So this is a movie that needed to generate huge buzz, tons of doubloons, in order to turn any semblance of a profit, and it's not looking likely at the moment. So after watching the film, I'll give you like a little pseudo moist meter here. It's a fine movie. I don't think it's very good, but I don't think it's bad either. Like, I wouldn't say that this is an example of a movie that's so shitty that people probably just wouldn't bother going to a theater to see it. It's one of those movies where it doesn't really try to do anything interesting. It plays it very, very safe. You go there, you'll be entertained for the runtime, but it's not something that you'll really remember on the drive home. It's something that's easily forgotten. There's nothing wrong with it. I think there's a lot of goofy moments in it that don't make a whole lot of sense, as well as a couple of plot holes, but I'm not here to do a spoiler review for this. I'll just say overall, it's probably the second worst Indiana Jones movie. I still think it's probably a little bit better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but not by much. It doesn't even come close to the original trilogy. But again, I don't think it's like, an affront to God or anything. It's not horrible. So this wouldn't really be something that I would think would be an example of movies are just getting worse and that's why no one's going to see them. But I do think this is an example of this is a very safe, generic movie that most people probably wouldn't bother to see. In movie theaters, that is. This would be something you'd flip on when you're, just perusing your streaming platform of choice. And you'd throw it on for, some background noise. Or if you need something to kill fucking like 3 hours. This movie is way too long. I'm not just going to give a whole Indiana Jones review here, but point is, I don't think this is a movie that's so bad that it's scaring people away from going to see it. It's just, I do think it's not a movie that would get people excited to go. They tried to revive a beloved franchise again, and that bet is no longer working these days. Most people have seen through shameless cash grabs that just try and like piggyback off the goodwill of a great franchise that they knew and loved. And I think that's one of the big things that people are now just being kind of more conscientious of. Like, I know it's probably not going to be as good as the originals, so I'm not going to go out of my way to pay a ton of money for the tickets. And I'm certainly not going to pay a ton of money for the drinks and food. Because I swear to God, with the prices the way they are, you'd have to choose between paying for a bottle of Dasani or paying for a handful of rare earth minerals. Like, there's going to be like the same cost of a diamond at some point for a fucking bottle of Dasani at a movie theater. But yeah, I don't think that the main deterrent for people going to a theater is movies getting shittier, but I do think them refusing to take big, like, blockbuster risks on new IP or, like, more bold creative projects is definitely something that is not doing them any favors. But I think by far the biggest contributing factor is it's pricing people out. And it's just not convenient anymore, whereas everything else in the world is just getting more and more convenient. Whereas going to a movie theater is going the opposite direction. It's getting less and less convenient and more expensive. So it's just one of those things where I think that's the biggest thing at play here for a lot of these flops that have been happening. Not necessarily that the projects are shittier. Like Ruby Gilman could be an absolute masterpiece. I have no fucking idea. But I don't feel like going to a theater to see it because it just doesn't really capture me as like worth the inconvenience of going there for it. Same with Elemental. Elemental just seems like a really kind of generic film. And that's not enough to get me like, in the car, and putting my ass in the seat in order to watch it just to see if it is generic or if it's like great. I don't really feel like bothering with that. And I feel like that's the way a lot of people feel because it's expensive and it's inconvenient. So that's kind of my guess for the flops. Just something I was thinking about today watching Indiana Jones and learning that it was not doing super hot in the box office. And I thought for sure Indiana Jones was going to be a shoo-in for profit, but clearly not. I think the age of being able to just kind of phone it in for movies and blockbusters and being able to make, tons of money off of very lazy writing or very generic storytelling and productions, I think that age is kind of behind us now. I think in order to stand out in the box office, it's being proven recently that you need a very strong, good movie. Like Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. That film is absolutely exploding. Another good example is Puss in Boots 2. Like, I think now we're entering an age where people are only going to go to a theater if it really seems like something special that will be worth their time and they'll get a great experience out of it, as opposed to how it used to be where people just kind of go to a theater to see anything, even if it looked kind of generic, because, you know, they were in malls and everyone was out and about, like in malls and shit. So, you know, I'll check out the newest superhero film just because it's there, and it'll probably just be, you know, some mindless entertainment for a little while. And it wasn't that expensive back then compared to now. So I just think times are changing in the movie industry, and the top level execs aren't really realizing that. So they're just pouring more money into generic films, safe films, things they perceive as safe, and they're not getting the returns that they're expecting anymore, which I think is an overall good thing. I'd love more creative projects. I think everyone would. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. Let's just call it like it is. We'll be honest with each other, a little heart to heart. No reason to pull any punches. There's a lot of weirdos in Twitch chat. I might even be talking about you specifically. Maybe you're one of the goofballs I'm referring to. And unfortunately today, one of these weirdos crossed a line and became a criminal. A streamer by the name of Just Foxy had her car lit on fire by an arsonist who was a stalker of hers from Twitch chat. This deranged imbecile drove 700 miles to this streamer's house to try and meet her, I suppose, and then eventually set her car on fire. Brother, I wouldn't drive 700 miles to drink from the fountain of youth. This is crazy shit. This is unhinged behavior, obviously. I believe this is a case of a parasocial, obsessed fan. At least that's the impression I get from the story, because this kind of thing has unfortunately happened before in the past. It's horrifying.
I watched him put a brick on my car, on the hood, and some pot. And he lit something sticking out of it and walked away casually, like he didn't do anything. The next clip after that was the front end of my car engulfed in flames. The firefighters came very quickly, and I'm very thankful for that, because the fire spread to the fence and burnt the side of my house as well, which my mom and animals were inside of.
Now, Just Foxy does have security cameras around her house, and she was able to capture the entire incident. So this was a big say cheese moment, because she caught this guy in 4K for the Criminal Cringe compilation, and according to her, he was also arrested. But she hasn't posted anything about the individual or the arrest yet, because clearly it's an ongoing and very sensitive case. But she did post the CCTV footage from the event, so I'll go ahead and show you the raw footage of it. Goober alert, goober alert. He tries to put on like a disguise here, so he's got a mask and a hat pulled down real low, but it's pretty inefficient because it still looks like he's got some patchy ass mutton chops there. So I'm pretty excited to see his mugshot to see what he looks like, though I can already wager a guess that it's not pleasant. So this little worm sets up the arson cupcake and lights the birthday candle and waddles away, and it engulfs the car in flames. This does not appear to be his first rodeo with arson. He was very casual about the whole thing. It also appears that this was premeditated. He traveled 700 miles with this as his primary goal, to light her shit on fire. Because this doesn't appear to be a contraption that he just MacGyvered together with like fucking sticks, glue, and spit. This appears like he traveled with all the materials he'd need to commit arson. Though I'm not an expert, I'm just speculating. Obviously, this whole thing is pretty traumatic, not only for Just Foxy, but her family. I mean, like she mentioned, the flames did spread to the house, and the mom and animals were in the house at the time that all of this went down. So, just a really scary situation overall.
I just never thought that when I started streaming back in 2015 that something like this would ever happen to me.
It is super sad. It is something that most people aren't going to think about when they start streaming, because I imagine most people, myself included, go into a stream assuming that everyone that's watching them is just there to be entertained and nothing further. Everyone's, you know, mentally stable. There's not going to be any kind of fishy business or anything weird afoot. But unfortunately, it's just becoming more and more common for viewers to form this parasocial relationship with the content and the creators that they enjoy watching. And I think that plays a large part into a situation like this, where that parasocial relationship becomes an obsession, and then it becomes a stalker, and then it becomes this. and it's fucking scary. By no means is it just Foxy's fault. Unfortunately, this has happened a couple of times in the past. Like Amaranth, a little while back, had a stalker in a similar situation where the stalker drove fucking, tons of miles to her house and lit her trash on fire to try and burn down her house. Literally just like fucking cremate the place she lives. Somehow that would work in his favor so they could live happily ever after or some shit. It's deranged. It's scary. Amaranth also had another stalker that sold all of his worldly possessions on the other side of the world, literally gave away all of his corporeal belongings, so that way he could move closer to Amaranth so he could stalk her more efficiently. It's fucking scary. There are people like that, unfortunately, on Twitch, and I feel like a lot of people outside of the streaming space don't really understand that. So I want to tackle a couple of conspiracies that have sprouted up from this whole situation because somehow Twitter brain rot found a new way of shocking me with the stupidity. There were a lot of people claiming that this is all baloney. This is a bunch of nonsense mumbo jumbo. She's faking everything. There are people just outright denying that the CCTV footage was even real. They were literally covering their eyes and plugging their ears, like acting as though the CCTV footage doesn't exist of the guy literally burning her car down. So I don't even know where to start. You are too far gone if you think that this is somehow CGI or deep-faked. That's ridiculous. And then the next big conspiracy theory is that it's all an insurance scam from Just Foxy, which is a crazy take. Because for the insurance scam to have worked here, she would have shot herself in the foot by filming it, because now there is a person there. There is a person in the footage, and that person has been arrested, according to Just Foxy. And if this was all an insurance scam, that guy would squeal. He would absolutely be like, she paid me to do it, this is all just an insurance scam. Like, everything would crumble. It would be a terrible insurance scam idea to film your own insurance scam, which is why insurance scammers usually don't want the video evidence. Like, that's usually what unwinds and untangles a scam like that. So that would be a crazy plot twist if somehow this was all an insurance scam, because there would be so many things wrong with that theory. And then the other thing I keep seeing from people, which absolutely shows me the majority of the internet is actually 9 years old now, is them saying like, why does she care? She's got insurance. She'll just get the car right back, or, things like that. What do you mean? Does insurance also cover the trauma of having a complete stranger go and set your shit on fire in the middle of the night and nearly kill your mom and dog as well? Like, what are you talking about? Even if insurance does cover the cost of the car, that doesn't take away the entire situation. That doesn't just erase the memories like a neuralizer from Men in Black. Like, that doesn't solve the situation. What the fuck? Like, you'd probably cry if somebody, like, came over and took a fucking Cheeto out of your bag of Cheetos that you're eating right now. Like, it doesn't make any sense to try and write off this whole situation. Like, who cares? Insurance is there for a reason. It's so fucking stupid. People are so desperate for everything to be an argument, or so desperate to feel special and intelligent, like I'm the only galaxy brain that was big enough to piece together the real puzzle behind the scenes. This is not a clear-cut case of arson like everyone seems to think. It goes much deeper than that. And then vomiting out the dumbest fucking ideas ever. It's just infuriating because on the video she posted about it, the comment section is an absolute mess. Pyrocynical made a video about this just recently, and he pointed out a lot of the comments, so I went to check, and there's even more now. Like, the video is heavily disliked with her just sharing her experience with this very awful event that happened to her, and there's so many people just saying she deserved it for being on Twitch, or it's all just a lie, it's ridiculous, you won't fool me. It's so fucking dumb. There is no such thing as innocent until proven guilty here. I don't think she's guilty of some kind of conspiratorial giant insurance scam. That would be nuts. All of it just is so ridiculous. I don't know how we got to this point where everyone wants to make everything a problem. Like, no, we can't agree that your car being set on fire and your house almost burning down is a bad thing. In fact, here's why it's a good thing and you deserved it. Like, what the fuck? Like, how terminally online and ill can you be to actually have that take? But yeah, horrible situation. I wanted to talk about it a little bit. This apparently happened like a week or so ago, and she just now released the information about it because she's been dealing with the aftermath of the situation. So I'm excited to see more details from the arrest because I really want to see the guy's mugshot. I'm very excited for that. And yeah, that's really about it. Terrible shit all around, and that's it. So yeah. Right now, there's a pretty ridiculous trend going on where if something flops, be it movie, game, or show, the immediate response from those behind the production is to get mad at the audience and blame them for it, saying that either they were too stupid to appreciate it, or they weren't real fans willing to support it, or they just told a story that was too hot to handle and people weren't ready for it. Thus, once again, we didn't fail. Our product's not bad. You guys are just turbo idiots that prevented us from the success that we deserved. And I'm just getting so tired of reading this. Every time something flops, this seems to be the go-to dialogue tree on the NPC quest line here. And it's just really, really starting to grind my ass. It just happened with The Witcher because Season 3 was a disaster. Full disclosure, I haven't watched Season 3. I just couldn't even pretend to be interested, so I haven't bothered with Season 3. But there was recently a statement made that the reason Season 3 hasn't done well is because they had to simplify everything because American audiences are too dumb, basically. And something very similar just happened with Marvel's Secret Invasion like a week ago, where the finale aired and pretty much everyone said, "Oh brother, this stinks." They were just saying, "Boo, boo," and throwing tomatoes. It wasn't well received. Most people hated it on a show that already didn't have many eyes on it to begin with, so it was just kind of a catastrophe. And the director behind it came out and once again just kind of blamed the audience and started pointing his finger, even having the gall to say that it's not his job to fulfill any expectations, and he doesn't read any of the reviews, so he doesn't really care if people didn't like it. Which I guess is fine. It's not exactly like the, puffed out chest alpha male thing that he thinks it is. It just kind of reads like you definitely did see the negative reviews and you're in defense mode. No one's forcing you to read any criticism of your show if you don't want to see what the fans are saying about it. No one's gonna peel open your eyes and sit you down strapped to a chair to watch all of the reviews come in. So it's fine if you don't read them, but why then just say that it's not your job to fulfill expectations and you don't care? I think you're pretending that you don't care. I think you definitely do, and if you don't, you should to some extent, at the very least. I don't expect any director to come forward and be totally honest, "Hey guys, look, this shit sucks. I really blew it, huh? Yikes, yucko, this was no good, huh?" I don't expect that. You should still have pride in your work, but you can at least take some level of responsibility and be like, "Hey guys, look, there was a story I really wanted to tell here, and I see that it's not resonating with a lot of the audience, and I'm sorry if I let some fans down with this, but this is my vision for the project, and this is where I wanted to take it." I think that's far more respectful than saying, "You guys are all dumb, and I didn't listen to you, don't care." I'm just really tired of seeing this attitude where the director or the team behind a production gets mad at the audience for not liking it, or not going out there to support it if it didn't capture their interest beforehand. This isn't just, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion. This has been happening quite a bit. You see the director's Secret Invasion said about the negative reception. He actually said, "Is it our job to fulfill their expectations?" No, I didn't see that. I'll look it up real quick, but directors are just getting really bold with how they handle bad reception. I can't remember who it was recently, but another flop had their director come out and say, "Yeah, we wanted this. In fact, this is what we were hoping for." I was what do you mean? You wanted it to fail? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Secret Invasion director doesn't care if you like the show or not. That headline goes so hard. You see, when it comes to Marvel shows, it's not about liking it. It's about just watching it because you're too deep already. Just consume for the sake of consume. You don't need to like it. Despite the resoundingly negative response to the scroll-based series, Marvel Secret Invasion director Ali Salim has admitted that he does not feel bad about the show's poor reception, particularly as he believes the devoted, even rabid nature of the franchise's fanbase does not lend itself to productive discussion around its various entries. So because they're devoted, they can't have a real discussion around it? I think there's merit to saying that a fan base can be way too brainwashed and hive mind for a real discussion to take place. But that's not even what this is about. It's just people, everybody unanimously did not like the finale. Oh, I don't read reviews. With all due respect, for me, I view all the storytelling work I do as a dialogue with an audience. When the show is finished and put up on screen, that's my half of the dialogue, and the audience then starts their half of their response to it. I think that's valuable, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. What the fuck? This is a direct contradiction. So if you don't read the reviews, then you're not even listening to their part of their response of the dialogue. So you give half the dialogue and then plug your ears to their half? What the fuck are you talking about, man? How is that productive discussion? That's like the exact opposite of a conversation at that point. All you want to do is give your half and walk away. And then, I guess, get upset. I don't feel bad about mixed reviews. If you had unanimously good reviews, every movie would gross $10 billion trillion, right? Projects resonate with different people at different times for different reasons, and Marvel has a very devoted, even rabid fan base who have expectations. When their expectations aren't fulfilled, they move in the other direction. They give it a thumbs down. I don't know. Is it our job to fulfill their expectations, or to tell the story that we're telling? So it's a tricky thing. I would love if everyone loved it, but I also don't have that expectation of myself, so I feel great about the response to it. What are you saying? What are you saying? The expectation would be to make something good. Like, yeah, you don't have to, like, follow the most predictable shit ever, but at least make good on the expectation that you'll try. And then at least listen to feedback, instead of say, I don't read the reviews, and then say they can't have a productive discussion. I think the best thing you could have done is just been like, you guys didn't like it? Whatever. It's the story I wanted to tell. And be like, okay, that's totally fair. If this is the story you wanted to tell, by all means. I just don't understand the point of getting, like, combative and condescending about it. Like, yeah, you guys, it's not my job to fulfill your expectations. So what? I don't read your reviews. I gave you my half of the dialogue, you gave me a response, and I didn't listen. That was the transaction. I just don't find this response from the director to be sensible at all. Like, it just doesn't compute in my little noodle up here. You gain nothing from being this combative and aggressive with the audience. And there's certainly nothing to be proud of with not listening to them or reading any feedback or anything like that. Why do you want to exist in like an echo chamber or some kind of sensory deprivation unit where you don't get any outside stimulation or input on the thing that you would supposedly be very proud of making? I just really don't get it. There's nothing to be patted on the back for. Fuck all of you, I don't listen to anyone. Woo! Wow! Yahoo! Wee! That's so strong! He doesn't listen to anybody! Whoa! Like, it's just, again, I don't get it. That's not something to be proud of, that you only, like, take in shit from yes men and yourself alone. But anyway, I won't linger on this for too much longer. Let's talk about The Witcher now, because like I said, a very similar situation just happened. A producer on The Witcher came forward and explained why the plot was simplified. And their explanation is once again just kind of the blame game. So they said, a series is made for a huge mass of viewers with different experiences from different parts of the world, and a large part of them are Americans. In fact, he said they are necessary. When referring to plot simplifications, that was the whole thing. He's trying to give insight on why the narrative of The Witcher is significantly more watered down and less complex than it is in the books. And his argument is basically, you have to boil it down to the bare necessities, only the essentials, pure emotions, because Americans are probably watching, and those are some absolute fucking idiots, I suppose. He mainly points to things like TikTok and short-form content as kind of deteriorating the attention span of viewers, so he needs to make it more simple for them and more digestible, baby the audience, because the Americans are so used to just jumping from video to video. And to a certain extent, I understand what he's saying. I do agree that the attention span of the average person has deteriorated to a level I don't think the Lord could have ever predicted. We have the shortest attention span ever right now, shorter than it's ever been because of things like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and stuff like that, I imagine. But I completely disagree that this means you need to dumb everything down. In fact, I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more complex you make something, the more successful it can become. The best example I can think of is Game of Thrones, because this actually did both. It had very complex narrative, very complex characters, and then it dumbed itself down, and the dumb part, seasons 8 and 7, were horribly received. So bad, in fact, that it ruined the entire legacy of the show. Seasons 1 through 6, where it focused on a complex story, world, and characters, people loved and cherished, and it was the biggest show at the time, and still one of the biggest shows ever made, because of that foundation it built. But in seasons 7 and 8, the entire team got hit by the orb of confusion and just went, fuck it. We'll make everything super dumb and super simple so we can wash our hands with this and move on. And the rest is history. Everybody hated it. Point is, I disagree that you have to boil everything down to appeal to the dummies in the world, and that's like the only way for success. I think the opposite is true. The more nuanced and complex you make a show, the better chance it has of succeeding, because I think that's what the majority of people want to watch. They're not here looking for someone to just collide action figures together and make loud noises. I don't think those are the most popular productions. So to me, this feels like Cope from the Witcher producer here, like saying that you find it painful to have to simplify the plot and that showrunners have to make these decisions and accept them because the higher level of nuance and complexity will have a smaller range and it won't reach people, is just wrong. Like, I don't think you're correct in that assumption there. I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more nuanced and more complex you make a show, the more successful and more appreciated it is. Some of the best shows of all time and most successful shows of all time are the ones that are complex and nuanced with really interesting, deep characters and a narrative that is very intriguing and complex. So I don't understand exactly why he thought that this was a necessary and painful decision that they had to make for the success of the show, when clearly it didn't work and wasn't working anyway. Like, you could have still just stuck with the complex narrative of the book, and I think you would have stood a much better chance. I don't understand why we've reached this point where all of it's everyone else's fault. You ultimately were the ones that made the decision to say, let's simplify this and make it silly. That's on you. You made a gamble that people would prefer something really simple. Good guy, good. Bad guy, bad. Nothing else? Okay, I clap now. You made that decision expecting that possible response, and you didn't get it. It's not anyone else's fault but your own. I don't know why you're putting the blame on Americans and their attention span not being conducive to a significant narrative full of nuance and complexity. It's just a matter of just taking responsibility. Just be like, hey guys, look, honestly, we thought by simplifying this we'd reach a broader audience, and it didn't work. It seems like we simplified it too much, and it didn't convey the artistic vision that we were hoping for. Like, I just don't think you need to then say things like, it's those damn Americans and their lack of ability to comprehend complexity, which is why we were forced to make the painful decision, the necessary evil, to dumb everything down. Like, it's just silly. It's just silly to once again start pointing the finger at the audience, like, you guys are dumb, you made us do this. And now we failed because you guys are so dumb. Again, not anyone's fault but your own. If you had just stuck with the complex narrative of the books that it's all based on, even if it didn't succeed in the biggest way that you'd imagine, you could at least hold your head up high knowing that you delivered the artistic vision that you set out to do, because the way you talk about it now makes it feel like even you dislike the final product by calling it painful that you had to simplify it and that it was necessary to make such a difficult decision. So it seems like you are also not happy with the state of The Witcher. So why not just deliver the creative vision that was set out in the books that it's based on, instead of try to play the numbers game and appeal to dumb people or whatever the thought process was with the oversimplification of everything? Again, stop pointing the finger. Just take responsibility. You made a bad call, and the product is subpar for it. It is what it is. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is only increasing in frequency. Again, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion are not the only two that have done this recently. This is becoming pretty common for the teams behind productions to get angry at audience reception or any kind of like criticism around their products. And it's just getting kind of tiresome how aggressive that landscape has become. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. Just when you thought you'd finally seen all of the degeneracy disgusting YouTubers could ever cook up in their cursed kitchen, you get jump scared by a new outrageous, heinous act committed by a YouTuber. In the words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish. And in this case, that fish is evil. There is a new evil action that a YouTuber just proudly engaged in that I just learned about today. This comes from the true crime community. This comes from a YouTuber named Zavgirl, who charged people on Patreon for access to autopsy photos of a murdered 11-year-old boy. That is some morally demented shit right there that would have a demon cringing. Now, Zavgirl is refuting some of these claims and even released her own apology video explaining her side of the situation. Just a quick side note, apology videos have become 2023's Harlem Shake. This is a massive flood of apology videos that we've gotten in just like the last month. If YouTuber apologies were a stock option and you invested back in January of this year, you'd be a millionaire by now. It is crazy just how often this is happening. Now, her apology video might not feature a ukulele, but it's still just as shitty. But before really diving into that, I want to give a general overview of the situation. Zavgirl is a true crime YouTuber, and she had just recently dove into the case of an 11-year-old boy named Gannon who was brutally murdered by his stepmother, Letitia Stouch. And it is just unbelievably disturbing. The mother is on trial now, which I imagine is why Zavgirl wanted to start talking about it since it's now unfolding in court. I don't really want to get into the specifics of the case. Basically, the stepmother tortured the son, stabbed him a ton of times, shot him in the head, and then stuffed his corpse into a suitcase and started to pretend like he was missing. So she told the authorities all kinds of different stories, like he didn't come home after going to a friend's house. Then she even came up with some kind of fucking wild narrative about how someone that was fixing her carpet ended up raping her and then abducting the child. So she got caught lying a ton of times. Eventually, investigators found blood on her shoes and in her car as well as in Gannon's room, and then her DNA on a gun that was linked to Gannon's death. So they caught her and realized that she was responsible for Gannon's murder. So Zavgirl followed the Letitia Stouch case and said that she had recently made an official records request, which is something I didn't even know you could do as just like an average Joe Schmo. I had no fucking clue that any goofball goober could just ask and get sensitive files like she received. I guess I'm just very naive to what you're able to ask for, but I feel like those kind of things should only be made accessible to the victim's family as well as like official sources, not just YouTubers. But that's just me, I guess, speaking as a goddamn Neanderthal who I guess doesn't understand how things work here. That was surprising, but she said that she had made an official records request and then received all of these documents, which she posted on her Patreon. I'll go ahead and play this clip from her apology video where she tries to explain that this is a little misleading. She wasn't just charging for autopsy photos, she was actually charging for everything, which included autopsy photos.
I have followed the Letitia Stout case closely, and it was actually during the trial that I made the official records request. And it was in El Paso County, Colorado. I requested all the video, audio, and written records. I made no request for autopsy photos. I wanted all trial records, but my main interests were interviews with Letitia. The autopsy photos just happened to be in the files.
Not exactly the slam dunk you think it is here. You still did charge for all of this sensitive information, which does include the autopsy photographs, as you mentioned. I'll be extremely charitable here. I'll really throw you a bone and assume you're telling the truth that you didn't specifically seek out autopsy photos. You still got them, and you still published them, and you still charged for them on your Patreon. They were a component of what you were charging your audience for. You legitimately set up basically a booth in your Patreon where you could go in and look at photos of a dead child and learn everything that happened to him with the murder. How do you not recognize how incredibly fucked up that is? That is bafflingly evil. I understand desensitization is a real thing, right? Doctors get desensitized to gore and blood. Gamers get desensitized to being insulted in video games over Xbox Live. I get it, but I just don't understand how someone could ever reach the point where they're desensitized to the brutal murder of a child, and so desensitized, in fact, that you're going to charge people access to it. Other depraved fucking people that for some reason want to pay money to see photos of a dead child. So again, even if your primary goal wasn't to get autopsy photographs, you did receive them, you did publish them, and you charged an admission fee for people to look at them. You were making money off of showing people someone's dead child. How can you not recognize the complete absence of humanity and complete lack of empathy? She was also just giddy with excitement that she got her hands on all of this in the first place. Here's a community post that she hasn't deleted. Well, and I think she has deleted other ones, but I'll get to that in a moment. But she said, Hey you all, so I got a bunch of Letitia Stouch case files I'm going to be releasing. So there's some new videos and info, and also some videos they played in court, but the quality wasn't the best, so I have the originals where it's not a recording of a crooked TV screen. LOL! So if you're interested, keep your eyes out for my videos. I'm gonna get them out as fast as I can. There's some that might take me longer because, for instance, all the text messages I like to read them for you, so those will take me some time, but I'm gonna try to get them out as soon as I can. Just a quick side note, she sucks fuck at writing. I guess she just doesn't believe in grammar. There wasn't a single comma to be had in this entire statement. It made it very difficult to read. It was just one long, random, vomited, evil thought that she put on the community tab here, with random capitalization of random words. I guess, you know, her pinky gets really excited and just slaps the shift key down mid-sentence sometimes to capitalize a random fucking word. But anyway, you can see the excitement here in this post. She is elated, celebrating like it's Christmas now that she has these records, because she's going to get a lot of content out of the records for her Patreon and for her YouTube audience as well. She was fucking roaring to go. And then she did. And she faced backlash even from her own community. So in the article I read about this situation, they referenced some of her community posts that I can no longer find. I don't know if they were deleted. So I just wanted to put that out there that these are no longer on her channel. But according to this article, she addressed the criticism in a lengthy statement saying, "The reality of the situation is that different people feel differently about this. Some people genuinely think making a video including the autopsy photos is bad, and I respect their opinion and feelings. Other people, like myself, think of autopsy photos and the coroner explaining them as interesting and informative, and are able to view it all in a more scientific, detached way. It's just one of those things where it depends on the person." Hey Zav girl, let me hit you with some cold water real quick. If you're the kind of person that looks at photos of a dead child and goes over the details on how they were brutally tortured and murdered and think to yourself, this is good content. This content's a fucking banger. This is going on Patreon right now. I'm gonna get fucking paid for this shit. Let's go. Then you're a bad person. That's the kind of person you are. You are an evil piece of shit person is what you are. This isn't like some kind of debatable position. This isn't a hot take for me. I don't know how she even thinks that there is a large number of people that think like her where, oh, we actually just look at photos of dead, murdered children in a scientific, analytical way. As we could learn from this, like, oh, look at that. Stabbed 1,000 times. This is very interesting. I'm giving that an updoot, and here's $5. Thanks for showing me this. That's not common. She literally dropped a, "I'm sorry you feel that way," over this whole situation in her community tab, I guess. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. And this is something I've always wondered about from the true crimes community, if there's ever any actual empathy for victims from channels like hers. I know that there are some true crime productions that actually aim to do good by trying to solve cold cases, and I think there is like a legitimate effort to do something there that's more than just exploitative, whereas what Zav Girl does here is legitimately just exploitative. She is trying to capitalize off the trauma of this family and make money from it for her true crime channel. I actually don't know how she sleeps at night. According to the article, the community post continued and it went into her denying that the autopsy footage that she distributed showed genitalia. She said, "I understand some of you have issues with me charging money on my Patreon for the video. If I was charging money for the autopsy files alone or something like that, I think I'd see your point. But in this case, I spent a lot of time and worked hard putting together a video lining up the coroner's audio and descriptions along with the appropriate part of the photos she is describing and editing it together to try and make it as informative as possible for the viewer. That's what I'm charging for, which I would hope you can agree is understandable." Zav Girl, I don't agree. It's not understandable. I completely disagree. Basically, what you're describing here is you made an autopsy photo montage where you synced up the photos of a murdered child's body with the coroner's explanation on how they were murdered and died. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know why you think that that's effort worthy of compensation, or why you think that what you did is a good thing. This isn't informative by any means. You're not like a documentary filmmaker that's paying respect to the victims' families or anything like that. This is the most disrespectful shit ever. Like, this is beyond reprehensible. If you were aiming to create an informative video about the situation, why do you need the photos to accompany it? You could just have the coroner's explanation of it. You don't need the photos there. Clearly, the reason you had them there is because you knew people would maybe pay for morbid curiosity to see a murdered child, because there are some sick fucks in the world. That was clearly the intention behind having the photos there. Like, there's no other argument you can make for it, because again, if you wanted to just make a piece of content that was supposed to outline the horrors of this case, you could do that without showcasing the child's body. That's basic common sense. But I want to make it clear, even if you never published the autopsy photos, I still think what you did was exploitative and disrespectful to the victim and the victim's family. What you did here is not just provide details to a case to try and educate people on something horrible that happened or anything. You turned this case into a spectacle for your community to, like, give you impressions and engagement on. The goal of what you did here does not seem to be information or anything like that. The goal from you seems to have tried to be like a piece of entertainment about it, which is so fucked up.
I didn't think any of the images were new. These photos were already public, although the video I put together with the coroner's voice was my own creation. I chose to put the video on Patreon because of the sensitive nature of the evidence. Putting the evidence behind a paywall meant added security, and I naively thought they wouldn't be made public.
Well, that was certainly a dumb thing to listen to. Putting it on Patreon is still making the information public. You took private information and you published it on Patreon. A paywall does not mean that it's still private. It is easily accessible to anyone that wants to fork over a few doubloons to access it. Thus, the information is no longer private.
The video I created with a voice from the coroner wasn't meant to be shared outside of Patreon, and I chose not to put the photos on YouTube, a public forum, where the views would have allowed me to make more money, and the photos would be seen by more people.
Wow, you're such a saint. What an angel. She took a pay cut by only posting the murdered child autopsy photos on Patreon behind a paywall there, instead of posting it on YouTube, which I don't think you could even do on YouTube to begin with. What the fuck? What are you talking about here?
Because the video was placed behind a paywall, rumors about the images not being blurred or being different than what was shown in trial started to surface. No photos shows genitalia. I have made no jokes about the photos. I don't even cuss on my channel, and I would never allow derogatory remarks about a victim. I realized my intentions were not communicated well.
This is deflecting. It's not your intentions that people were questioning. The entire act of what you did here is a problem. It is disgusting what you did. It has nothing to do with your motivation behind doing it. The fact you did it at all is the problem. There's no intention that justifies it. There just isn't. There isn't an argument you can make that will, in any way, shape, or form, make it seem reasonable to have published the autopsy photos in any capacity, or made all of those private documents accessible through anyone that pays directly to you for the information. And again, even if you did make all of this publicly accessible without a paywall, releasing all of this kind of shit, the autopsy photos, coroner stuff, all of that, I still think it is exploitative because you are capitalizing off of it. I still think there wasn't really a good explanation for anything you did in this whole situation. So it has nothing to do with your fucking intentions. There is nothing you could have done that would have made this understandable in any capacity. So, yeah. She then goes on to say that her Patreon did get shut down for it, which sounds about right. That makes a lot of sense considering what she posted on there. And, yeah, that's kind of the whole situation in a nutshell. That's about it. See ya. Why can't I get this timing even a little bit? Like, this one feels good, but it's too late. But then I go too early half the time. Where is the porridge that's just right? Let's try here. Yeah, there we go. You still doing Cork off Perfect Waifu? No, I'm retiring Cork entirely. Perfect Waifu, we still go Pirate Hat.
Education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope.
Whoa, that's never happened. That was sad. That's probably never happened in the history of running this game. Let's see how the first waifu launch of the night goes. Man, I'm not even gonna reach it. Holy. Can I bail out anywhere? Not really. Oh. Oh. What is happening? Did this game get like a hotfix tonight? Why is he not grabbing that anymore? That's 2 times tonight, and that's never happened before until tonight. What is going on? He is straight up refusing to grab that. When I've never had that issue. What? What is going on? Wow. Actually perfect. Do I need to wait for Dragon from here, though? I don't know. I will, just to be safe. I don't know if I need to or not. I've actually never hit that. Because he goes around, and I'm not doing the speedrun route, so I think he hits me if I go for it. Yeah, he definitely would have. Because I'm just going to do normal route since I haven't practiced this, and I think I actually might still be able to sub hour. This was with like 3 catastrophic failures too. And it's actually still in the cards potentially. I full fell 3 times. Oh shit, I don't make that. Yes I do. Cause I'm fucking clutch. This might be a little tough though. Nope. Damn.
We are in this world to get
No.
experience.
Fuck.
To move forward.
I got the last
So the
little
meaning of
dinky
life is
hitbox on that. Fuck.
Wow, that's cool.
God damn, this is gonna be like a 1 hour, 1 minute run. Fuck, what a shame. Even with all of these catastrophic failures, still very easily could have been sub-hour. Yeah, this was such a sloppy run, like an absolutely ridiculously sloppy run, so I think sub 45's in the cards, to be honest. Like I said, I had so many full falls in this one and still got just over an hour. We take that. First run was 2 hours, 54 minutes. Second run is an hour. That's substantial improvement.
We've come a long way.
This is on track for sub 40. Not really. Thanks to the resub cup. Well, if I hit everything perfectly, maybe, but that's just unlikely. He's got about, like, this angle. He goes back and forth a few times. And then hits it. That's... I'm not even gonna make it. I don't understand, man. Ugh. That's the second time that I don't even make it off that. I'm hitting the right spot on the bed, too. 10:57. Just remember that. We'll add it to whatever this is. When I put my fingers back on the keyboard after stretching, I accidentally hit the timer pause key. Just add 11 minutes to whatever I finish this with. So legitimately this was a sub 13 Earth, which is actually, I think, my best time. I got every single trick first try. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, just climb it. You little asshole. Alright. God, this pace is actually so fucking good too. It is a shame that it's sullied a bit by me accidentally restarting timer. Just add 11 minutes to what are you doing? Climb it! Just add 11 minutes. This is by far my cleanest run here, though. That is a 15:30 Jesus hand. Perfect waifu. This run is so nasty. This is a sub 20. I prefer my setup for waifu, it just feels better. What just happened? What hitbox did I land on there? Huh? I jumped and then hit something on the way down. What? Oh. What a throw. What a fucking throw. What? That's new. Well, I get to practice waifu, I guess. Perfect waifu. Man, my waifu setup is so good. Like, actually so good. I've first tried everything here except for the easiest fucking trick in the run. And I hit 2 perfect back-to-back waifus to keep this pace, which is crazy.
Many things were terrifying at night and became a
God, we're on
laughing
such
matter
good
when
fucking
daylight
pace.
came.
I'm not going cheese. There is no reason to even risk it. I can do cheese, I've done cheese, but I'm not gonna fucking risk it here, not for this. Oh, tragic. Clipped by the wing. Right when he gets to the corner and makes the sound. Right now. Yep, I think that's gonna be the strat. Then I get over his wing hitbox. Sub 4. Whoa! What? Wait, that's never happened! Wait, what? Huh? I've never even seen that happen. Wait, how? How did he wiggle me off? I didn't even do anything. That hitbox has never once kicked me off. My hands were off the keyboard. All I had was a hand on a mouse. What the fuck, man? Well, I get to practice my new dragon setup, I guess. That was crazy. Whoa! What is going on? Something had to have just happened to the game during all that. I've never been kicked off dragon once I'm on top of his hitbox. And then I just fall through solid floor walking. The game had some kind of crazy fucking hiccup there. Was this one of those moments where like a solar flare just changed the value in the hex code? Voice crack. Like with the tick-tock clock from Mario 64. Veritasium has a whole video on it, and I think I was just a victim of another one. I wonder if it's gonna kick me off again. Oh, it's really fucking trying. Okay. What is going on? Holy shit. There's nothing I can do to save this. If I try and move, I fall off. If I do anything, I fall off here. So, all I can do is just put it in the Lord's hands now. There's nothing I can do here. If I fall off, I fall off. I'm completely powerless here. A single movement throws me off. So, we'll see. Oh my god, that was clean. Holy shit, that was so clean. I still think I have to wait for Dragon to go around or I'm gonna get clipped. I still think I have to. Or I can try the speedrun route. Which is this, which I know I won't get hit in. Oh my god, I'm not doing that ever again. I almost fell. If I still sub-hour after all, like, this cacophony of disaster and sadness, I will be elated. And a little disappointed that this is my sub-hour, if it is. Horse tried to kick me off. Not on my watch. Not today. No, sir. No, sir. The jockey is in.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain experience, we need to move forward. So the meaning of life is in life itself. Well,
Yeah, I'm smelling something real stinky. Yeah. Woo! Alright. No, timer's wrong. Right now we're at 51:52. Well, a little less than that, like, because it was 10:57 when I accidentally slapped my pause button. So, add 10:57 to whatever I've got right here. Timer's off. It's still sub-hour and it's still better than Lud. Let's fucking go. That was with... Actually... 52 minutes. Wow. That was actually with 3 different fucking dragon failures. No, 4. Because I missed the first rotation, I think, right? 4 dragon failures, plus the fall through solid floor, still sub-hour. So icy. This actually could have been a sub-35 run. If I had hit dragon on the first one, it would have been a sub-35 fucking run. This was so crazy. Everything was perfect except dragon. Shit, man, that was a crazy run. Things are resubsane. Oof. Wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. Nope, can't make it. Wires. I didn't get far enough up. That's alright. It's still faster than my PB. I have been lights out with this. I haven't missed that once tonight. Woo! Alright, nice. Actually ahead of PB time. I was at 10:57 at elevator here. Or leaving elevator here. So we're making up ground on what was an incredible run. Yep. This is my magnum opus Earth run. Actually, everything perfect except windmill. Windmill went wires instead of to, roof. 12-minute Earth. Now, we just gotta perform admirably on everything else. I am very good at everything up till Dragon, though. I'm very consistent on everything up till Dragon. Dragon is just the hardest trick in the run for
Ask,
everybody.
and it will be given to you. Seek,
But I
and you
like
will
my new
find.
Dragon setup.
Knock, and it will be open to you.
Okay. My waifu setup was absolutely lights out on my PB. I had to hit it perfectly twice and still got it. So let's see if I'm still locked into the mainframe. Nope. Damn! Shit. I wasn't sharp enough on the angle. Okay. We're still saving time on PB. I was 23 shipped last time, I think. And that was with 2 perfect waifus, so we're still saving time. Stop climbing! You're wasting my time. No! No, 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 no. Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Okay. Oh, I didn't get the jump off, but we still made it. Okay. That would have been like an actual big time loss that I'd be upset about. Oh my god, just let me up. Oh my god, please. This isn't where I wanted to be. But it's where I have to settle for right now. Oh my god, this pace, this pace, this pace! This fucking pace, I'm not going cheese. I just don't want to risk it. I'm very confident in my cheese, but I'm not risking it. It's not worth risking. Not with this pace. I really like my cheese, but it's not worth it. Sub 25. Leaving Bifrost Bridge. Out of Asgard. Holy shit, this pace. What the fuck? I'm on a different playing field. I'm in a new dimension. I've tapped into the Speed Force. We're going for it. We're going 1 rotation dragon. Let's get it. Let's fucking get it. Time to get stinky.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your
Nope,
own
I'm already too
savior
slow.
while you can.
Why did he start so early? Going for it anyway, we're full sending. Not even close. Fuck, man! Was I slow or did he start early? Come on now. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. This is a really good position. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. Okay, I think we're set. I think that's the only spot it can kick you off if you have a bad spot. Alright. Now we just have to execute at a high level. Does he full send after Dragon? Or does he wait for Dragon to go by? Tell me now. I need to know now. He full sends. Okay, then I'll do the same. No! Oh, what a... You can't teach that clutch factor. I'm born with it. Go, 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 go. Full send. No, no, no. Time loss. Stop climbing everything! What are you doing with the pig? Get off its ass! Perfect yoga balls. Oh no, I can't make it. I can't beat Moon Moon. But that's alright, that's alright. We can still have a great run here. No, I shouldn't have done that. I should have played it safe. Okay, I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. I had stars in my eyes. I am so fucking clutch, it's unreal. What? Oh my god, what am I made out of? Is there even human DNA left in me, or is it all just gamer?
We are in this world to gain experience.
Woo,
To
baby!
move forward.
What a run!
Life is in life itself. Well, that's cool.
Just barely missed Moon Moon here. But what a fucking run regardless. Holy shit. I am a weapon. I am an actual speedrunning weapon. MK Ultra was designed to try and find a specimen as powerful as me, and they failed. You had to wait for millions of years of fine-tuned evolution to reach something like this. Wow! Wow! Thanks to the Prime Skizzy and the resub Gauge. Yes! Fucking huge run! And there is still so much room for improvement. I fucked up waifu. I fucked up waifu skip and I didn't get dragon in first rotation. I can absolutely sub 30 this shit. God damn it. Why I oughta. So nasty. The sauce is too tasty with me. Just slow roll a victory lap here. Oh. 37, well, 36 minutes according to the game. Holy shit. And to think, just yesterday I was celebrating a 2-hour, 54-minute completion. How cringe. What a little homunculus I was yesterday. To think that that was worthy of a celebration. Everything about that run was perfect except my waifu and missing first dragon. And my waifu setup is usually deadly consistent. I always go to her elbow, I always give that shit a little tickle. It's just that time I got very dreadfully unlucky. Oh, yoga balls too. I don't really count the yoga balls though. Fucking up there is not a huge time loss, I don't care that much. But yeah, I did miss yoga balls first as well. I'm number 141 on the leaderboard. You love to hear that. Top 150 already? Destined for greatness. Woo! And you just knocked Lud off the leaderboard. Hey, skill issue. Gotta work on it. Gotta clean it up. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. I got my first completion yesterday, and I'm already chipping it down to 37-minute runs. Was your name in the credits for Hunger Games? I actually never checked. Wait. Was it? It should be, actually. I should be in, like, I should be credited as District 8 Hospital Helper. Because initially I did have lines, which means I should be... Well, maybe I'm not here because I didn't make Final Cut. I'd be somewhere here, right? D8, that's District 8. Another patient. Female patient, that wouldn't be me. Male patient, could have been me. Old woman, probably not me. Well, we've got a bit of a controversy on our hands here. Not only am I not here, but the kid that actually did make the final cut I don't think is here. The kid who said, are you here to fight? Are you here to fight with us, Katniss? And then he does the thing. His name's not here, I don't think. Unless he's listed as something else. Keep looking. Well, no, this is where we'd be. Because this is District 8. Before we get blown up. What's the criteria for being listed here, then? I guess I can't be shocked that I'm not here, since none of my shit's in the final cut except for my arm. But, I mean, that kid had a couple lines. So what's the criteria? You're not going to be 10 names down from Stanley. Why? They are. Fucking District 8, another patient? I would be here too. I'd be District 8 hospital helper or something. But you appear on the IMDb. That's fucking worthless. I'm not in the goddamn end credits here. There's probably more District 8 spots. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, Jesus, they have District 13 Systems Operator 2 here. Come on. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm listed as something more than just District 8 Hospital Helper. Maybe they're listing me as, like, District 8 Hero. So I'll be down here somewhere. After stunts, perhaps. That's so fucked up. Yeah, actually, I never checked. At least I don't remember. According to the IMDb page, it's District 8 medic, but uncredited. Son of a bitch, those assholes. And they didn't even ask me to come back for the other Hunger Games movie that's coming out soon. The industry's so fucked up, man. I wasn't an extra, I was an integral piece of the Mockingjay Part 1 narrative. Did you check to see if you were credited ahead of the director? Oh, true, yeah, that must have been it. That's probably where it was. You should review your IMDb page on how accurate it is. I already did that like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or something. It's highly inaccurate. It lists me as 2 centimeters. Like, my height is listed as, like, actually 2 centimeters. It's a farce. It's an outrage. They fixed the height. Alright, you know what? Here, it's been a couple years. I'll check out the IMDb. This is still so fucked up. They did fix the height, but it lists me as 5'5" and 3/4. This is some wacky shit. Okay, let's see. What credits does it put me at? Dude, it has deep dive on here. A 2-episode things we did like 3 years ago. Writer. Oh, Godslap, nice. As a TV series, nice. Optimistic. Skynet has its own IMDb page? It's so hype. Where's my acting credits? Alright, upcoming. Neither of these ever happened to my knowledge. Officer Greg, though? What the fuck is the Garden of Wonder? Oh! Wait. What? Wait, what is this? When did I co-star with George Takei? I can't even find anything on this. This seems like it's all just made up. Someone must have just shown up to set and they're like, hey, I'm Charlie. And they're like, okay, cool. We got moistcritikal on set. Hive Mind. Why am I credited in Jacksepticeye as just appearing in 2 videos? Nice. Yeah, they got everything in here. Anytime I ever appeared on like anything, even for a second. Some voice acting stuff from Lucius, yep. Helsing, yep. Star Control, yep. Anima, Team 6, yep. This is thorough. Butter Lover. Uncle Gareth, what a throwback. Hunger Games, District 8 medic, baby. Cool. Yeah, this is pretty thorough. It even has something that not even I knew I was in. Is an acclaimed chess player taught by Grandmaster Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky. At the peak of his chess career and later became the winner of the 2020 Chess PogChamps tournament. Cool. Awesome trivia. His favorite actor is Brendan Fraser, and when White was 18 years old, he was involved in a car accident and got sued by one of the passengers. That's the kind of trivia that's fun for the whole family. Awesome. Expand on that, please. Hey, that's kind of the story in a nutshell. I was 18, I got in a little fender bender, and one of the ladies involved faked an injury and then sued me for it. Because I was very honest. I was like, this accident, you know, I'll take responsibility. I wasn't paying enough attention. And I was just like making sure everyone was okay. I was like, I'm sorry, you know, I should have been paying more attention. And the lady was like, she was like my age, maybe a little older, maybe like 20 or something. She's like, oh no, it's totally fine. Like, it was a really like slow collision crash. You know, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No biggie. Paramedics came just to check on everything. They're like, yeah, everyone's all good here. And then when my dad got to the scene, he was like, Charlie, please don't tell me that you said that you're sorry. And I was like, no, I did. I mean, it really was kind of my fault. I wasn't paying attention. And he was like, oh my God. He knew it was coming. And then that lady sued me. She had the dollar signs in her eyes the second I said I'm sorry. Who won the case? Well, she did. All in all, I think it was like $10,000 settlement. So she spent significantly more money just getting a lawyer to sue, going to a doctor to pretend that she was injured. She went to a very corrupt doctor who's well known in the area for doing ambulance chaser garbage. So she spent much more than she made. So, kind of an L for her too. It's not about the money. Yeah, it's about raising my insurance premiums. Yeah, fucking awesome. Even my insurance was like, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do. We know she's not actually injured, but we're just going to do the minimum settlement. So I was like, whatever. Then they raised my insurance rates. Why can't you apologize? Yeah, so apparently you are never supposed to admit fault. Ever. I hit someone and apologized, but he checked his car, there was no damage, so he said don't worry about it and left. Yeah, since then, I've been in 2 little fender benders, neither of which was my fault. One of them I got rear-ended leaving the parking garage of my apartment. Dude just came up and blasted me, and he was like, oh, I'm so fucking sorry, man. Shit. He's like, we need to exchange insurance, and I just checked the back of my car, and I was like, brother, it's not that big of a deal, don't worry about it. Like, it's just not that big of an issue. It was barely even a dent. It was easy. This shit'll buff out. And then the other one was a lady rear-ended me leaving a parking lot. And then she got mad at me. Well, actually, better yet, what happened is I was about to leave the parking lot and this lady was about to turn on to the road. And for some reason, she fucking cranks that bitch into reverse and just, like, shoves her whole ass in my face. So, like, I see it coming too, so I start reversing to get away from her. I'm like, oh my God, no. No. But she was a little faster than me, and then, yeah, little bumper tap. That was another one where it was just like, she got upset, and I was like, no, look, this is not a big deal. You did this, but I'm not mad, so just go about your day. I haven't seen a single positive thing about this game so far. Like, I assumed it probably wasn't going to be great based on all the footage of it, but the game is absolutely getting annihilated. How many gigs was it? Man, how? I haven't even started the game. How did I already get a crash? What? I'm actually just sitting in the main... That doesn't bode well. That does not bode well. Worse than Redfall? It's reviewed worse than Redfall so far, but I don't know. We haven't started it yet.
But it was
Those are the flowers from Bikini Bottom.
Not roses.
Well, let's see how he responds to some light.
He won't respond well to some light, I'll tell you right now, Gandalf. Alright, let's go! It's about time we get to play as Gollum.
What is your name?
There he is, little goofball. Oh, he's so kawaii. Look at those big eyes. Aww. Damn. I really thought that could be a good sequence break, or not a sequence break, a good skip. Sorry, Smeagol. The journey ends early. Oh wow, way back here, huh? Yikes. Okay, not doing that again.
How they called it, the Oxes did.
So you talk to the orcs?
Man, I can hardly hear. Why are they whispering? It's like ASMR with Gollum and Gandalf. Oh, gee, what the fuck? That was a big stutter. Damn you, Mordor. Yeah, I don't know why it's running so poorly. I mean, I know why. It's just a bad PC port, I'm guessing. I've tried to not look up too much about the game, because I want to experience all of the negativity surrounding it firsthand so I don't go in with any biases. But I do know one thing about the game, that the game is basically just a chore simulator. So all you do is do actual meaningless chores forever. That's all I know about it. And then once you're done doing your chores, you go to sleep. That's it. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance tool that gives you access to a ton of tools that help you really take control of everything in your life. I brought on an expert at forgetting his passwords, Matt, and he has a lot of expenses that build up because of it, but now with Rocket Money it makes it a lot less of a headache.
Yeah, so as Charles said, I've got a ton of subscriptions that I forget to cancel and forget the passwords to all the time, so I'm always having to go through and do weird things to cancel them. But thanks to Rocket Money, it's an all-in-one finance platform that I can use to cancel my subscriptions, monitor my credit cards. I can use it to set monthly budgets for myself, so it's something we've used as a team as well with our credit cards. So once again, thanks a lot to Rocket Money for sponsoring the video. So go join more than 3.4 million users on Rocket Money by signing up at rocketmoney.com/moist.
Or just clicking the link in the description. Oh boy. No, let us go! Okay. Idiots! This is a full price game. Well, it's $50, not 60, or not 70, or 60, I guess.
And that's how
So it's got that going for it. Pardon? What? Who discovered me? Huh? Who? What? Do they have a UAV online or something? What? No one alerted. Man, tailing missions fucking suck. Oh, I can actually attack?
Take this one first.
Come here, coward! Gotcha. You're next, Bubba. Is he gonna trip and fall? Oh, no, I see. He's gonna get swarmed. Nope, he tripped and okay. What a plan. Why they make him look so silly? He's just a silly little guy. What would Tolkien think about this? He's probably super upset that he's dead and unable to play it. He's looking down right now from heaven like, dag nabbit, would have loved to play this game. Doing me proud. Okay. I actually get to make choices here. I say we go full Goblin Golem here. Let's kill it. Oh! Her eyeballs looked like the LimeWire logo. Those were cool eyes. Okay.
He won't.
Let's do Gollum again.
That stinks.
That was a Gollum line, just it stinks. Okay. Enough said, I guess. Follow me. Clean. Oh, it's Q, not E. Outplayed! Oh. Did they just put them... I thought they were just gonna run all the way to the pin themselves. Oh, they just might. What are they doing? Ah. First Rings of Power, now this. They're just shitting all over Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I mean, you know. They're not on a hot streak, that's for sure. But just wait until the Lord of the Rings dating simulator comes out. That's when we'll finally start getting back into the glory days.
Take it back. Make Oxys do all the work instead. Don't listen, my love.
How does the game feel to control?
Right, that's it. Now back to the mine master.
Like, clunky is probably not the right word, because it's not super clunky, it just feels very stiff. So now we go and call it a day. All I've done is get insulted and do a couple of really trivial chores. What a big day, I'm beat. Did you pre-order for 5 of Gollum's iconic emotes and poses?
I've seen people
No, that's cool.
all night staring out that
Wow.
window.
Man, this game's making me real sleepy. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's like hypnotizing.
I hear you're quite the climber.
Water, please.
Can you shut up? I'm trying to have a conversation with my friend. Close call. I almost went straight down. Probably would have died from fall damage. Ah, there it is.
That must be the cracker.
Yeah! That was hype. Oh, I thought this was a cutscene. Are you actually going to finish this game? We'll see. If it stays like this, no shot. I am struggling to stay awake right now for it. So there's no way if it stays like this I'll be able to finish it. It's just this for like 12 hours. Oh god, okay.
I smell incompetence. Aye, but who's the looking last glimmer-rip? And now he wants bread for crawling through some dirt. Take it then. Nobody should
Oh my god.
Unjust. Back upstairs with you.
Okay, I'm struggling. I'm fucking struggling. I am struggling. Hold on, I gotta stretch.
Just one stone each day, so the guards wouldn't notice.
Why?
What do you think?
What happened?
That was a cool line.
One day he slipped.
Why don't you move?
That's what I'm fucking saying. Can we kick in the afterburners here? A little turbo drive? This is very slow. Oh no, it just crashed, didn't it? I shouldn't have complained. Oh. That's on me. That's my fault. It hurt me. It hurt its feelings. It's been 72 minutes? Oh man, time's moving so weird in here. Time flies when you're having fun, yeah. That's a good point, yeah, this game's a lot like One Piece. It starts to get good after like 100 hours. So we just gotta...
Work down below.
Give it a chance to shine. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, oh shit. I don't think they'd be getting as much hate if the game wasn't related to Lord of the Rings. I disagree. The game's just really fucking boring. But yeah, I don't think people would be weighing the property against the quality of the game. They'd just be like, man, this game is fucking boring. Yeah. Man, the Master of Stealth strikes again. What the fuck is this? That's a cool effect. Huh. Must be like deceptively dark in these shadows here. Just the wind. Must have just been the wind. Brother, go investigate it. What are you doing? Oh, shit. Oh, of course that's the one he investigates. Oh, shit. Unlucky, I didn't know there was anyone up here. Oh, hey, hey, hey! That was brutal. Oh, I'm stuck. Why is this blocked? What did I do that alerted you? What the fuck? Help! Help!
That one, yes. How do we get there?
What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this? I don't even know what the fucking story is, I'm gonna be honest. I dozed off during one of those cutscenes, but I don't think I missed that much. What the fuck? Why are we doing this? We're going to Grand. Okay. Nope, just the wind. Oh fuck, he's not buying it. I'm stuck. No shot, he knows how to get down here.
That's too easy.
What's that?
Oh fuck. Ah.
Pass me the bottle.
Just the wind. Just the wind. Oh god. If I could have just squeezed my way through there.
You stop.
I'm not moving, brother. If that guy will come to me, maybe then I can just shoot the gap.
Come back here.
Move a little closer. Go for it. Oh god. Oh. That worked out. Damn, that was clean.
Who wants to sleep? Just a little further, sweet one. Just a little.
Let's go! Excellent work, Gollum. Great tenacity. What the fuck? What was that? Get out of my head, Sauron.
Make them squeal. Make them choke. Make them burn.
Holy shit, shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ! Yeah, it's like Forspoken. Alright, we made the bomb. Huge, 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 huge.
Now in goes the redstone.
Stock teapot sound, love that. Oh, this way. Yeah, that's just on me. Holy fuck, that was hype.
No, not us. Yes. You.
They have caught me red-handed 3 times now and they're not killing me.
We wasn't there.
Why do they keep just like capturing me?
Into your soul. No, she promised to let Smeagol live. No, I promised you'd be free.
It's just like out of Pirates of the Caribbean. I am a man of my word. It was you who failed to specify when or where. And he strands them on the island. Man, I've been quoting the fuck out of Pirates of the Caribbean recently. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen that movie in years. Do you kill the orc now?
Glorious end. Listen to me. If you ever betray one of my people, as much as a mere syllable of a name, we are enemies, you and I.
No shit. I would expect that, man. But my apologies. No. I'm sorry, so sorry.
He doesn't want the frail man to have a glorious end.
I am sorry. You did well today.
That was a drastic change of attitude.
They've taken our bread.
No, I already got the spoilers on what this is. They have a bird breeding mini game, so I get to breed birds, which is fucking hype. Feeder 1 deployed. Is the story at least interesting? Not really. I'm going to be honest. I've dozed off a couple times, so I'm sure I've missed some tidbits of lore. But yeah, I mean overall, not very interesting. Right now the best thing I can say about the game is at least it's not $70. It's $50. Which is still expensive for this. This is not AAA quality.
Make peoples work for us.
No. I thought that would land me on the thing. Let me up. Oh. Let me up. Let me up! Hello, Io. You heard I was playing Lord of the Rings Gollum and had to see for yourself if it lives up to the hype?
Nice bread with juicy
I
maggots.
get you. I know. What if I told you it exceeded the hype? Would you believe me?
Your gun is useful, and
I have actually betrayed you 3 times and you've caught me all 3 times. Why do you keep using me?
Clearly something vital.
You would not believe how hard it is to find good help. I've done nothing for them. All I have done is steal from them and they've caught me every time.
And if it cannot be yours, then whose head shall it be?
Yours.
He wants us to give him names, or it's a test.
I'll just keep blaming the orc. Fuck that guy.
Adam. Staunchness.
That's a word I haven't heard in a while.
Say your prayer, little man.
What'd you say to me? Little? Why, Iona?
Knows us.
In the cage.
Man, these guys may be big assholes that torture people and beat them and kill them, but, you know, they like animals. They like the little birds, so they're not all that bad.
It will love and serve you for the rest of its life. You can go back to your cell.
Sounds good. Cute. So why the fuck are we breeding birds in here? What could possibly be the reason for that? New friend!
Desert man. I don't like this.
Where's the next one? Oh, I just sent him. Oh, there it is. Oh, fuck! No, my friend! I'm so sorry. That's just bad guidance. That's on me. That's on me. I didn't know where to send you.
What's it waiting for?
Probably have to send you over there first, so you don't alert him.
Looks like a good face. Go, go.
On my way.
Man, this guy's got some real jets on him.
Go, go.
Yes.
And then, I guess just send him to the lever.
Over there, see?
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, go, 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 fuck. Sorry. Oh, God, I hit him with that stutter step. Oh, what? Okay. Don't worry, they went in there and got hit with a petrification beam or something. I don't really know.
Good. Now he
Narcoleptic, I guess.
There are more.
It'll have to wait, Elith.
Yeah, shut up.
Go on.
Stupid.
What else do you remember?
I'm his favorite kid now. I'll lie again.
The ugly claws it had, like a thief.
The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Transformers film. When it comes to live-action Transformers movies, you never know what to expect here. You could get a super stinker, or you could get a good film. There's no telling. It's been really up and down with the quality of the live-action films, and I didn't know where this one would rank on the tier list here, but I was somewhat hopeful because I loved Beast Wars growing up. I not only religiously watched the Beast Wars show, but I even played the games, the old PlayStation 1 games where it was like a battle arena. I loved it. I collected the action figures. I in fact still have them in my garage somewhere, and still remember the shame of having to ask my parents how to make the owl transform into the robot itself, because for some reason the fucking owl Maximal had this, I don't know if it was just me being a stupid smooth-brained milk-drinking toddler idiot who couldn't figure it out, or if there was a legitimate malfunction with the product, but for some reason the owl's chest would never alter, and that's where the robot's head was. So I could never actually turn it into anything more than like some kind of disgruntled owl. And it always made me mad. And I still have that somewhere in the garage. But point is, I love the Beast Wars. So I wanted this movie to be good. And I'm pleased to say that it's not bad. I wouldn't say that it's great, but it's certainly not bad. I enjoyed it far more than many other Transformers live-action films. And of course, I'm only talking live-action. I still think the animated Transformers films bang a bit harder than most of the live-action, but I do think this movie was good. So let's talk about it. Let's dive in here. As is expected with a Transformers film, there's going to be a huge emphasis on humans. And historically, that could go wrong, and has gone wrong many times for the franchise, but I will say I think they did a great job with the human storyline here. It wasn't boring, and they actually did give the humans more to do than just tedious chores, where a lot of other Transformers movies, the only thing humans were capable of were just like really low-level things to help contribute barely. Since they can't fucking fight the robots there, they're not going to get up there and start slapping a robot around. But in this film, they actually do give the humans more to do in terms of fighting. So I'm trying not to get into spoilers, but they do have moments where the humans actually do fight, which I thought was very fun. And I think the main character, Noah, stands out and did a really great job. I think they did a great job with that character. I will say, though, that I would have liked if... It's hard to talk about it without getting into spoilers. I would have liked if at the end they didn't just throw so many plot conveniences all at once just for the sake of giving humans a little more to do. Because at the very end, they just start pulling shit out of their ass, and it's like, this really horrible thing's about to happen, but luckily there's a code that a human being can type in, so one of the humans can go type in that code and save the day, basically, if you're ready, and, you know, if you're brave enough to do so. So, I thought it got a little silly at the end with giving them these very convenient problems to solve that really only humans can, because they're small things like typing on a space keyboard, but, it's not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose. I am, however, a little disappointed that the Maximals don't have more screen time, because the film is called Rise of the Beasts. You would think that they were kind of the main draw here, but they're kind of sidelined in this movie. You spend most of the time with the humans and with the Autobots, and a little bit with Optimus Primal, who's the best Maximal, admittedly. But you don't see pretty much any of the other Maximals except Air who has quite a bit to offer to the plot in the film. But you don't ever see Cheetor do anything until the very end. He also only has like maybe 2 lines in the movie. Rhinox, I'm pretty sure, doesn't say a single word. He has less lines than I did in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I don't know what happened with Rhinox. Maybe they just didn't feel like hiring someone to do voice acting, or they didn't feel like writing words for him. I have no fucking clue, but I'm pretty sure Rhinox doesn't say shit. He's just there for the final fight with the other Maximals. Like, it's just a little sad that since the film is called Rise of the Beasts, you would expect them to play a big role here, but they legitimately don't even do anything or even come into play until the very end of the film, which kind of sucks. But I will say they did a good job with the Autobots. I enjoyed watching a different kind of Optimus Prime, one who's kind of a douchebag. Like, that was interesting. I don't think they've ever made Optimus Prime just a straight up asshole in any of the films that I can recall. Well, that's not true. He kind of like murdered a guy in cold blood once. But other than that, this guy, Optimus Prime in this film was going through like an edgy phase, right? He's out there listening to some post-hardcore music, and he's like, it's all my fault. I've done everything wrong. And fuck the humans. They're puny and weak, and they make me sick. Like, that was kind of cool. I haven't seen that side of Optimus Prime before, and he has a whole arc that, ends up pretty cool at the very end, bonding with humans eventually. I also think Pete Davidson as Mirage was a really good fit. Like, he did a good job with that character. The character of Mirage walks a fine line between being charming and being extremely annoying, and Pete Davidson fucking tap danced on that line right there, and it worked. I really think that I have no complaints about anything the Autobots did or any of the Autobots in the film. They were just all around solid. And the action was great. The action was very fun. It's always fun to watch giant robots fighting. But in this film, I think they really nailed the action. A lot of times it looks like fucking 3 soda cans colliding against each other during a Transformers fight. Here, I think they did a good job of making all of the action clear. Especially in the final climactic fight, there's a lot of really cool moments that had the audience clapping. Now, let's get into some complaints here, because besides just the lack of Maximals in the film, I've got some gripes with it. It's hard to get into without spoilers. There are so many narrative ass pulls at the end that it is laughable. I know I briefly mentioned them, but it gets absurd. Fucking random coded kill switch for humans to use in the most important moment. Empty pipes for humans to crawl through in giant robot technology that serve no purpose other than to be a tunnel for humans to sneak through. I'm trying, I know these are kind of minor spoilers. I'm trying to keep it as minor as possible, but there are so many fucking conveniences at the end of this film. I shit you not, there's even just a full-blown revival thanks to super rocks, super special rocks of Energon. Like, nothing matters because everything at the end, it's just like they have the answer to every single thing ever, including death itself. And that's another complaint. There's so many, fake out death moments for some fucking reason. So many I might be exaggerating. There's a few fake out deaths, and I think there should never really be more than one. It just takes all of the stakes away from everything. You have these turbo bad guys, super evil villains, they're fucking powered by dark matter and a bad attitude. But for some reason, they don't ever finish anyone off. Or when you think they finish someone off, they do it in a way where it's kind of ambiguous. They don't cut someone's fucking head off. They don't chop them into pieces or anything. They just blast them with an energy ray and they're like, oh, it took the spark. And it's like, okay, but what's that really mean? Because you can just get the spark back if you have a powerful enough rock. And I'm not using rock as a way of trying to hide a special item in the film. I mean it's just a normal rock, a normal human rock that just happens to be kind of powerful when it comes to Energon. Death doesn't really even exist in the film. It's just kind of silly. And I also really hate the bad guy they introduce here. Not the super bad guy, but the super bad guy's bad guy, the right hand, Scourge. He's very hands-off in his hunting. Like, he's very powerful. They make it clear right away that he's very powerful. But when it comes to the humans, he's fucking worthless. He's like a Scooby-Doo villain. He keeps catching them and then letting them go over and over again. And he has these tiny little spiders that he sends their way, but the spiders fucking suck. They die to a stick. Like the spiders, the robot spiders from the big evil bad guy, die to like a stick. Like, what the fuck? Why does he keep using the spiders? Not once were they helpful. The humans were easily able to defeat them with just household objects. They got hit by a goddamn pole once, like a tiny little bar once. Like, Jesus Christ, stop using them. Just do it yourself. There are moments where the bad guy Scourge literally has one of the humans in his hands and just starts monologuing instead of just killing him. Even though he has shown that he has absolutely no mercy whatsoever. So why the fuck are you just talking at this guy monologuing? It just gets a little, like, overdone when it happens a couple of times here. So, just definitely wanted to mention that. I do understand it's Transformers, so it's going to have some of that cheesy, tropey kind of shit in there, and that's fine. But I think they just use that too much. Like, again, the main bad guy, the right hand, just keeps sending spiders after the humans, even though he himself could have easily just taken care of it almost instantly. I also think there's a massive plot hole here that I can't really get into, because it's clearly a big spoiler. But I think that the motivation for something the Maximals did, or rather didn't do, is nonsensical, and it would have completely thwarted the entire plot of the film. It would have stopped everything bad from happening before it was ever even a problem. And I've been really racking my brain on it, trying to figure out why they did or didn't do something, and I just can't come up with an answer. I don't know if maybe I missed something, but there was a very crucial MacGuffin in the film that I feel could have been handled in a very different way by the Maximals. And I'll just leave it at that. I think if you've seen the film, you're probably knowing what I'm getting at here. But yeah, I'm getting real deep into it. Overall, I liked the movie. I thought it was fun and enjoyable. Yes, I was disappointed there weren't more Maximals because I like Beast Wars and I really thought they were going to be front and center. We've seen so much from the Autobots already. I would have thought they were trying to shift the focus to the Maximals here because that's very different from the normal Transformers, but they don't really, and I wouldn't even say that they share the spotlight. The Maximals are kind of just supporting characters to the Autobots. And it works in the climactic fight well. I think they complement each other really well. I just really would have liked to see more, especially from characters like Cheetor and Rhinox. I mean, those are classic characters. Like, you know, show some fucking respect here. Let them do more than just have one line and 2 fight scenes, right? But overall, I thought the movie was enjoyable. Plugging Transformers Rise of the Beast into the Moist Meter, I'm just going to give it like a nice 65%. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Aeus, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Aeus is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Aeus' trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the Flash movie. I just got back from basketball, The air conditioning in my house broke. It's over 80 degrees in this room right now. I can't catch a break. So I'm out here having a fucking heat flash. But I saw the flash before basketball. Now, let's get the obvious out of the way. I'm not a big Ezra Miller fan. I think it is despicable that all of the crimes committed by Ezra Miller resulted in no real consequences. I think that is ridiculous. But I can't factor that into the review for this movie. So, setting all of that aside, how is The Flash? Because people were going full-blown gushing grannies for this film with all of the early screenings and everything. You had, like, actual huge celebrities come out and be like, this is what superhero movies are about. This just changed everything. This is the perfect superhero film. I left the theater crying I'd never seen something so powerful. Wild reviews. So I went into this movie expecting a goddamn masterpiece. So does it live up to the hype? In my opinion, no, but it is a pretty good movie. Like, I enjoyed it. It's a good film. So let's dive in. I want to start with by far the most glaringly obvious thing wrong with the film. This is by far my biggest complaint, and I just want to come out of the gate with it so that way we're all on the same page. There is a lot of moments in this film where the CGI is laughably bad, so much so that the audience laughed at some scenes for how terrible they looked. Scenes where there were no joke other than how bad the CGI looked. Now, I've already seen the cope from some of the staff on the film, as well as a lot of very passionate, enthusiastic fans saying that the reason there's a lot of scenes that look shitty is because Barry moves so fast that it distorts lights and it makes things look cartoonish. And I think that's a really silly explanation, because it's not just when Barry's moving fast that the CGI falls apart at times. It's pretty often, like, even without him doing his back to the past shit. So it's not exactly a great excuse. Plus, I feel like you still wouldn't want your blockbuster film to look like it's straight out of a fucking video game cutscene. And that's a disservice to video game cutscenes. Like, there are times in this film where I thought Injustice 2 had better looking cinematics than what I was watching on screen. I don't understand how it shipped in that state for some of those scenes. I don't know why DC struggles so much in the CGI department when that is such an integral part of these superhero films. So it flounders a bit in quite a few cases with the visuals. But now let's move on to the things I liked. I like the narrative here. I am a sucker for multiverse stuff when it's done well, and I think they do a good job with this. I think it was a smart play having Barry interact with a younger alternate Barry. So you have an obnoxious character versus an even more obnoxious character, and they both become self-aware of it. And it actually works really well having Barry bounce off Barry. I thought that dynamic actually hit. But I really feel like the best part of the film was Batman. Both Batmen, really. Ben Affleck's Batman in Barry's, original timeline, and then Michael Keaton in the alternate timeline that Barry creates. They both work so well. There's a lot of cheesy, goofy dialogue moments with Michael Keaton's Batman, but it's charmingly silly. Like when he says, "I'm Batman," to Barry, who of course already knows he's Batman, or when he says, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." It's like that line didn't fit anywhere in the scene that it was happening in, but I still had a smile on my face when he said it. So I think they did a great job with Batman. However, I don't think the same can really be said for Supergirl. She doesn't have a lot to do here, and she doesn't really go through any real development of her own or have any arcs or really even that much screen time. They don't even showcase just how powerful she is. She only has like 2 real scenes, and they're both fights. She's kind of just used as a tool to really highlight some of the powerful, immutable facts about the multiverse that need to be conveyed to the audience. So she unfortunately just really didn't have much to do here. The very core of this film focuses on an emotional weight of Barry's decisions in trying to change the past and how it affects everything. Not just the future, but the entire multiverse and every other world. And I do think they do a good job with the emotional impact of that and what he's gone through and how desperate he is to make these changes in order to save people he cares about. I do think they capture that very well. However, towards the end of the film, it really gets into some very cringe kind of moments. I'm trying to talk about it without spoiling things, but it shows you many different multiverses. And in what's supposed to be a serious moment towards the end comes across as just really embarrassing with some of the shit they show you and try and get across. It's hard to explain because it would be a very big spoiler, so I won't touch on it, but I do think they kind of dropped the ball towards the very end of this story. But everything up until then, I thought they did a great job with, and I do think they stick the landing at the end. It's just right towards the end. Right before the landing, they stumble and fucking faceplant for a moment before picking themselves up and getting back on track. I also thought there was a pretty decent balance between seriousness and jokes, especially for a character like Barry Allen. There were a lot of jokes between the two Barry Allens, but it wasn't overbearing and they weren't super bad or anything. I actually thought there was a pretty decent balancing act done with, here's this Barry that's a lot more serious because he's been through a lot more shit. He's now in a different reality than he's used to. It's all his fault. He's dealing with the emotional weight of that. He's trying to figure out how to fix it. He's also gone through a lot of shit that's left him in a very different state than he came there in. And then here's this Barry Allen who's just kind of a douchebag and not taking anything seriously, being over the top and silly. Them meshing and spitting some jokes back and forth. And then, I don't know, I just actually thought the humor was done pretty decently in this film. Whereas that's usually a major complaint of mine from fucking superhero films, is just the formulaic, non-stop fucking jokes that never end, and they're always so generic and formulaic. This time around, I thought that there was a decent balance struck. So overall, there's just not a whole lot of things that I disliked about the film, aside from a lot of the CGI that happens here. I just really wish they would polish that up, because the films would be elevated substantially, because that is just, it is noticeably bad in a lot of places. Like, there are just times where it is noticeably just bad. So that's just the major problem with it. And I do think there are a couple of moments narratively that didn't land, like I said. But overall, it's a pretty good film, and definitely better than I was expecting it to be. Plugging the Flash in the moist meter, I'm going to give it a comfortable, like, 70%. It's a good movie. I think all of the pre-release hype around it was a little absurd after seeing it now. Like, I do agree that it is a good movie, especially for DC, which makes a lot of stinkers in their cinematic universe. This is definitely not one of those cases. It is fun. Above all else, it is a fun film that I do think does justice overall to the Flash as a character, as well as just the entire universe. And I'm very curious to see how they pick this up going forward. They leave a lot of questions that the answers will be very interesting to see going forward now. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. The story of Overwatch is like a Shakespearean comedy, where it's not so much ha-ha, like laughing kind of comedy, more so just tragic. Just a completely horrific series of blunders that you can't help but point and at least giggle at. But overall, everything that's happening with Overwatch right now is entirely its own fault. I already made a whole video talking about the pathetic fumble of Overwatch 2, how they just completely slapped down the campaign and basically just annihilated it like the asteroid to the dinosaurs. It's extinct. The Overwatch 2 campaign, the single player, you know, the number one selling point of Overwatch 2, the thing that made Overwatch 2 a sequel, they just completely are getting rid of. And now you're being drip-fed little bits and pieces of what that content once was in the seasonal storyline PvE shit. So it's pathetic. A shell of what it was supposed to be, and it just keeps getting worse. Overwatch League, the esports scene for Overwatch, is imploding. Now, it's not completely dead yet, but it looks like it's on its deathbed. It looks like it's getting out its final ooh-rah here, and it's going out sad. It's actually pretty wacky. I haven't read this article on it. I wonder if this gives the full overview. Let me see. 6 years after the Overwatch League was formed, dark clouds loom on the horizon, but is OWL coming to an end? As the esports industry continues to navigate a dark period, commonly referred to as the esports winter. Jesus, that's embarrassing. Please don't call it that. This is just very natural for a highly inflated industry. Everyone knew this day was coming. They just kept kicking the can down the road. Oh, here we go. The 12 initial teams paid $20 million to enter the league in 2017, with the price of 8 expansion slots rising to as much as $35 million a year later. Actual, full-blown scam. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that allows you to save more and spend less. Rocket Money allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. I had actually just recently learned that I was still paying a subscription to a game that I haven't touched in probably about 6 years now. And thanks to Rocket Money, I was able to notice that and cancel it easily, with no headache and no hassle whatsoever. Rocket Money can also help lower your bills by uploading a photo, tapping a button, and it'll negotiate bills for you, from internet service bills to cable and phone bills. You can also set your own budgets to help keep everything in line, so that way you know if you're getting close to exceeding them, because you'll get a notification from Rocket Money, and it helps you visualize your spend-to-earn ratio by month, quarter, and year. Overall, Rocket Money is a fantastic all-in-one finance platform with tons of tools and features that can really help you out. So if you want to get started, you can get a free trial by going to the link in the description below, or by going to rocketmoney.com/moist to start trying it for free, or you can unlock even more features with premium. Thanks again to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. I brought this up multiple times after starting Moist Esports, because not a lot of people, like very few people, but a couple of people asked if we'd have any interest in Overwatch, and I said even if we did really like the competitive scene a lot, super passionate about it, there is no world where we could afford the buy-in. And I said it was like 20 million, and chat was like, "You're so wrong. No way. No, it's not. You're lying." Despite big ambitions and the extravagant sums of money involved, the Overwatch League has lost steam over the years, failing to ever eclipse the viewership it achieved at launch. Multiple factors have contributed to this, from the controversial YouTube exclusivity deal to the 2020 global health and travel crisis, to the allegations of abuse and harassment at Activision Blizzard. I don't know how much the YouTube exclusivity deal mattered. Even if it wasn't, and they were still broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube, well, actually, they wouldn't be able to under Twitch's new rules. That'd be illegal. That's forbidden. Okay, let's just assume they never had the exclusivity, though. I don't think it would change. The interest in the game overall has been declining. And the esports sector of any game is always just a pocket. It's not the whole community. So it's kind of a niche within the community itself already. I don't think it would have mattered that much. Viewership in the Overwatch League has been in free fall. The recent 2020 spring stage qualifier had a peak of 118k and an average of 55k, a huge drop off from 437k and 140k from Season 1. Do they do drops? Because this is actually a lot higher than I would have expected it to be. That's actually higher than the LCS. I imagine they do drops in order to gamify it a little bit, to cheese some viewers. They do? Okay, that makes sense. With no clear path to profitability and Activision Blizzard in the middle of acquisition by Microsoft, the Overwatch League could be on its last legs. It is. I hope they cover it. Yep, it's right here. As of July 20th, there's no confirmation that the Overwatch League is coming to an abrupt end. However, this possibility has become increasingly likely since Activision Blizzard released its second quarter earnings report, and the document revealed that OWL teams will vote on a new operating agreement at the end of the current season. A team that opts out of the league will be entitled to receive $6 million in termination fees. This means that if all 19 franchise teams decide to withdraw from the league, Activision Blizzard will pay a total of $114 million in termination fees. They're literally paying you to leave. They're like, please leave. We will even pay you to get the fuck out. Everyone will take it. I really think every single franchise team will. But imagine one that has so much money that they want to be petty. They could not take it and basically just hold the Overwatch League hostage, I think. Which would be fucking amazing. Just one team. the bumblefuck score masters, the last Overwatch League team holding out, refusing to take the buyout. It's like when a city's trying to buy like a dilapidated house in order to build around the area and the owner just won't sell. It's like that scene in Better Call Saul, actually, but with an esports squad. In the city case, I believe the government can forcibly take it. I don't think so. I'm not an expert, but this is very personal, actually. My university, the University of Tampa, they were doing some rapid expansion, and they were buying up a ton of houses and a ton of property around the area in order to keep building the university out over the last 10 years. There is still, to this day, last I checked, although it's been about a year now, so maybe it's different, one house in the middle of all of it. It's right before their lacrosse field, right next to their gym, and right in between their dance studio. There is one fucking house that they cannot buy because the owner will not sell. He refuses to sell. He's had it since like the fucking 30s. That shit's been there since the Stone Ages. He will not sell it. Apparently they keep offering and he just says no thank you. And he keeps his house planted in the middle of everything. In a sea of university students, there is one 2-story rough shape house that they cannot take from him, I guess, because he is not selling it. Unless he did over the last year. Like I said, it's been about a year. I hope he didn't, though. I really hope he didn't sell it. After spending between 20 to 35 million in franchise fees, plus millions more in operating costs over the years, many teams may simply opt out of the league and take the termination fee to stop the bleeding and recoup some of their losses. Independent reporter Jacob Wolf reported in May 2022, Activision was still owed approximately $400 million in unpaid franchise fees from OWL and CDL, as payments were deferred during lockdowns. This is another one you guys didn't believe me on. CDL was also a $20 million buy-in, roughly, for the esports side. You guys didn't believe me there either. It is. It is legitimately just a full-blown Activision Blizzard scam. The fucking franchising costs. In May 2023, the Sports Business Journal reported that Overwatch League had agreed to waive the outstanding franchise fees for all teams. At the time, the OWL teams still owed anywhere between $6 and $7.5 million to the league. According to Activision Blizzard's most recent financial report, the Overwatch League revenue represents less than 1% of the company's consolidated net revenue. This came only 2 months after the company stated that the Overwatch League and Call of Duty League continue to face headwinds which are negatively impacting the operations and potentially the longevity of the league under the current business model. There is no business model. The business model was hose these organizations for a massive franchise spot buy-in and nothing else. There is no business model. Esports is not a business. It's just net loss forever. Literally forever. No one's figured it out yet. No specific date has been announced as of yet. All we know is that the team owners will vote to either continue in the Overwatch League under a new operating agreement or walk away and receive a $6 million fee at the end of the current season. The 2023 Overwatch League season will come to an end with the LAN Finals scheduled for September 28th through October 1st, and the event will take place in Toronto, co-hosted by the city's franchise Toronto Defiant, and feature the top 5 teams from the West, top 3 from the East. The winner will take home $1 million. I'm sure this one might actually get viewership because it'll be the last one, and then they're paying people to get the fuck out. Closing down the house party, turning off the music, and then giving them a little goodie bag of $6 million on the way out and a pat on the ass. Even if Overwatch League does disappear at the end of the 2023 season, this doesn't necessarily mean that Overwatch esports will cease to exist. In a May 5th interview with Deserto, Sean Miller, the head of the Overwatch League, highlighted that the company remained committed to supporting the game's esports ecosystem. Overwatch esports are not going away anytime soon. Oh, is that right? Just like Overwatch 2's campaign's coming out any day now, the PvE is going to be amazing. We're going to have seasonal storylines when you couldn't deliver on that. All of those other amazing promises that have come true for Overwatch. Your word means a lot, Sean. The Overwatch track record has been stellar. Blemish-free. There's rumors about teams suing over false statements to investing, which is why they're offering the $6 million. They should still sue. They should still sue. This article hasn't mentioned it yet, but they apparently also laid off most of their staff, like their esports staff, for Overwatch. I read that earlier today, but maybe it comes in towards the end of the article. On July 19th, Miller underlined the same point, telling Verge that Activision Blizzard is building towards a revitalized global scene that prioritizes players and fans. As opposed to what? Prioritizes what? Like, this is esports. Players and fans. There's nothing else. Like, I mean, I guess you could prioritize money, but you've done a terrible job with that, too. Like, this is a nothing statement. This is legitimately a nothing statement. This means nothing. He added that the company could be taking elements from other esports leagues when designing the future of Overwatch esports. One such league is Overwatch Apex, a tournament series in South Korea organized by cable TV channel On Game. Between 2016 and 2017, Apex came to an end in late 2017 when Blizzard announced that Overwatch Contenders would operate in 7 regions, and it was rebranded as Contenders. What does this mean for the Call of Duty League? It's unclear at this point how the cancellation of the Overwatch League will impact its sister, but what is clear is that the recent round of layoffs at Activision Blizzard has affected workers who were involved in the CDL operations. CDL senior producer Nicholas Henshoden was among the almost 50 people who were let go earlier this week. On Twitter, he said that he and his entire content team had been laid off, and he'd been with Blizzard since 2017, working with Heroes of the Storm and Overwatch before transitioning to Call of Duty. Yeah, they don't really have an esports staff. They're slapping them. On the July 14th episode of Nadeshot Knows, 100 Thieves president and COO John Robinson presented that all CDL teams will be in a relatively healthy position by 2025. That's a good thing for the league overall, for all businesses to go through that transition of getting to break even. If you say so. How are they getting to break even by firing all of their staff and paying people to leave the league? I understand this is for Call of Duty, but this is not showing me signs of any kind of health around the corner for the company in the esports sector. Which is not a good spectator game. I'd be inclined to agree with you. It's not the best spectator game, mainly because even though I do think Overwatch 2 changed it a bit, for the longest time it was literally just shoot at meat pile, wait for ults, coordinate ults, and not a whole lot else for a while. I think 2's definitely improved on that a bit, but for a long time that was basically the esports scene. Oh yeah, in other Overwatch news, it's coming to Steam. Yeah, I saw. Oh, actually, it's coming to Steam much sooner than I thought. August 10th. Overwatch 2's coming to Steam. To me, that sounds desperate. Very desperate. Those player count numbers must not be looking good. Welcome to the Splash Zone. I'm just going to cannonball into the pool right away here because this story's got me heated. I am boiling right now. On YouTube, there is one unforgivable sin. An unwritten rule that every creator and user is aware of. It's kind of like a treaty, a truce that we've all shaken hands on and accept because it is inexcusable, slimy, and anytime someone tries to take a bite of the forbidden fruit, they rightfully get their cheeks disciplined. A very firm spanking from the whole community, and most of the time they end up pretty much losing their career from it, from their own self-destructive narcissism and greed. That is false copyright strikes. And unfortunately, that's what we're talking about today. A big YouTube channel named Magnates Media is facing termination because he received 3 fraudulent copyright strikes from another YouTube channel named Business Casual, aka Alex Edson. Now, Alex Edson is a special fucking malicious goofball. You see, this guy didn't even build the Business Casual channel from scratch or anything. He bought it when it was already extremely popular. So he didn't even put the fucking work in, which is an absolute goober move off rip. But you've probably heard of this channel recently because he had a viral video talking about why he's suing YouTube. And while there is some compelling points and evidence, there's also a bunch of dirty barnacles in here as well, with some shady claims and some claims that were just absolutely wrong, like provably false. But overall, like, the video did have a lot to it, which is why it was so popular, and it was well put together. It was high production and made some good points and some not so great points, but overall it was kind of odd. And a couple YouTubers actually pointed out a lot of it. In fact, Upper Echelon made 3 videos kind of covering all of it, which I think make very good points. Overall, the whole thing was odd, if nothing else. And now Alex is back from the septic tanks, he's risen from the sewers like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he's bringing bad news. He's striking down Magnates Media with what I and anyone with a functioning cerebral cortex will classify as blatant abuse of the copyright systems. So, he's issued 3 strikes to Magnates Media, which sets his channel up for termination in the coming days. He's already received a notice that his channel will be taken down because of these strikes from Business Casual. Let me just lay down the brass tacks here with the level of lunacy we're dealing with these claims. So, Business Casual is basically taking away Magnates Media's entire livelihood because he believes that some of his content looked similar to his based on an editing technique called parallax editing. So he struck him 3 times for 3 separate videos. The total content time of those 3 videos is over an hour and a half long. And of those 3 videos, in total, 10 seconds, roughly 10 seconds worth of footage, Alex is saying belonged to him. So in one of the videos, it is actually just a single image that lasts for like 3 seconds, and he's saying that he stole it directly from his video because the parallax editing technique was a dead giveaway. But Magnates Media has proven beyond a shadow of doubt that not only is that image a public domain image, because they were covering a similar topic, so of course they're going to have similar images because it's a fucking public domain image. So he proved it's a public domain image and that the parallax editing technique was done by his editor. And he has like a 16-minute video showcasing his editor doing the editing on that photo to prove he didn't take it from Business Casual. And they don't even look similar in any of these cases, but this is how outrageous Alex Edson's claims are. In total, about 10 seconds he has a problem with, saying that it looks similar to his work, thus it must have been stolen, and he has a right to terminate this channel. And Magnates Media channel will be terminated because of these 3 strikes as of right now. He's already received the notice that it's coming. It's right around the corner. That is fucking frightening and just downright evil from Business Casual. Upper Echelon made an incredible video going over this entire subject from top to bottom, inside and out. I highly recommend checking out that video. I'm going to put a link to it in the description. He does an amazing job breaking it all down thoroughly, as well as some other incredibly fucked up things Alex has done.
If you read the other provisions of the DMCA Safe Harbor, Section 512, it's clear that Congress did not want parties to have to sue to enforce their rights. So while it may be that the system could be gamed on the other side, that's how Congress intended it to be. End quote. That right there is Business Casual arguing that simply because he filed some strikes, it therefore means that YouTube needs to terminate the entire channel without him proving anything in a court of law. That's what we just read, and that appears to be precisely what he's doing now to a channel named Magnates Media.
What he was reading there comes from a completely different case, but just hearing that is beyond alarming. That is fucking chaos. That is the opening of Pandora's box in the worst way imaginable. So Alex Edson is an actual villain, and what he's doing here is completely unjustifiable. This is beyond fucking tragic. There's absolutely no argument he nor anyone could make on his behalf that would justify him taking down an entire channel, ruining the entire career and livelihood of that creator based on similarity of public domain images. Now, they made videos on similar topics. Obviously, they did do that, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like Alex owns that whole topic or anything. And Alex even made a bold claim that Magnates Media stole his scripts from his videos, which is so laughably delusional. I imagine he was twirling his little evil mustache when he made that claim, because Business Casual's videos on the same content as Magnate Media is like 19 minutes, 20 minutes long sometimes. Magnates Media coverage is like 50 plus minutes long. So Magnates Media does a much more thorough breakdown and deep dive on everything than Business Casual, so how the fuck would he have stolen any of the scripts? But even still, Magnates Media played ball with it. He tap danced with the claims and still proved his innocence by showing all of the timestamps of the editing done to his script from fucking start to finish. Alex tried to claim that he stole his scripts and plugged it into ChatGPT to generate a somewhat different script while still maintaining his video's DNA. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just using random buzzwords in his stupid little smooth brain. That's so laughable. What a fucking joke of a person. And it's sickening to see him do this to someone he views as competition. That's the only explanation I can think of for why he'd even target this channel. There is absolutely no justification or argument someone can make that would convince me that what Alex is doing here is just, and he has a right to do so. If there really was an issue where he felt like these images were stolen, like, oh, you took this image that my editor worked hard on editing, he could have reached out to Magnates Media. And Magnates Media has said multiple times on Twitter that he has tried to reach out to Alex himself to try and resolve this whole situation amicably. But Alex isn't responding. He's giving the cold shoulder, fucking full radio silence. But you could have reached out and said, hey, can you remove that, or some other different solution that doesn't involve striking. That is the nuclear option. That is the harshest punishment that you can dish out. And it's highly unnecessary here when all of the offending content that you believe is too similar to yours only accounts for 10 seconds out of over an hour and a half worth of content. That makes no sense. It's fucking ridiculous, and it's shameful. It is beyond shameful. Another YouTuber made a great video covering this situation as well, which I'll link in the description too, and he leads to a bigger conversation to be had about what this could mean for the entire platform going forward, as well as he talks about something that I think is important we mention as well, that if Magnates Media tries to push back and defend himself, fight back against Alex Edson legally, Alex Edson may very well just turn around and sue him. He has shown he is more than willing to do that, and it just seems like he is vaguely alluding to the fact that he would be open to doing that against Magnates Media should he try and defend himself against his claims here. So, just an actual piece of shit. Now, what Scott highlights, and something that I'd also like to talk about, is what it could mean for the whole platform should this behavior continue. It would mean that if you, let's say, are doing a, video essay on a topic that another channel has covered, you might be at risk of them striking your channel down because you used the same image they used. You were covering the same topic and you may have used the same image, and maybe you just used very standard editing techniques like, TV static effect, or a very common one you see in all video essays these days are the crumpled paper backgrounds. A lot of video essays today use the crumpled paper background. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. So should this kind of shit continue, you could very well be next on the chopping block for someone who said, hey, I have a right to use the crumpled paper background. You have lifted my editing technique. This work is too similar to mine. Here's a strike for it. I think it's pretty obvious how that would be absolutely awful to the platform overall. So really the whole thing is terrible. This whole situation is really bad for YouTube entirely. I've only scratched the very tip of this iceberg with how disgusting this whole situation is, so I do encourage you once again to watch the Upper Echelon video as well as Scott Schaefer's video. Mutahar also just posted something about it, and all three of them are far more knowledgeable on all of the nuance to this subject than I am. I just wanted to give a general overview of everything, and I'll just quickly try and cover my own ass before Alex Edson tries to stick his tongue in it. I'm just giving my opinion on everything. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't pass the bar. I can't say for sure if these are fraudulent claims or if it's an alleged abuse of the copyright system. I'm just giving my dumb, stupid caveman brain opinion on it and saying that I think you suck, Alex. I think you are a revolting, stinky piece of dog shit that not even the flies want to be around. That's all. I'm just here to kind of make fun of you and point out a problem here with your behavior. So yeah, here's hoping Magnates Media doesn't lose his channel from all of this absolute mumbo jumbo. That would be extremely upsetting to see. Hoping for the best for him and his channel and a good outcome from this whole situation here. That's really about it. So yeah. Well, yes, I actually did just finish playing pickup basketball on this sacred Thursday night. Thank you for asking. How did I play? Well, terribly, actually. I played horribly. I almost immediately pulled my shoulder, which at my age is very painful. And then my old man brittle bones started creaking a lot and a fly flew in my mouth. But that didn't stop me from putting on an absolute shooting nightmare. I went like 4 for 12 and 0 for 2 from the 3. It was bad. And also, the fly in my mouth paranoid me because I'm a hypochondriac. I couldn't stop imagining Ozzy and Drix inside of my body fighting against this fly in there. It wasn't my best showing. But can you stop talking about basketball so much, please? That's not what we're here for. Goodness gracious, you're a real chatty Cathy. What the fuck? What we're here to discuss is a really weird criminal I learned about on stream last night, and I've been thinking about him ever since. There's a case going around about a criminal in Essex who has done nothing but steal pacifiers from literal babies. Wait, what? Man, 23, charged with snatching dummies from babies in Essex. Dummies? You guys call pacifiers dummies? It just sounds like you're insulting your kid. Why not just call him a pacifier? A man will appear in court charged with snatching dummies out of the mouths of babies. What a cartoonishly evil plan. Does he at least sell them or something? Like, what's the motivation besides just making a baby cry? Josh Gilder was arrested on Monday on suspicion of theft from a person, robbery, and using threatening behavior to cause alarm and distress. This happened on 4 occasions, apparently. The serial pacifier robber, burglar. What does he do with them? Does he just take them out and run away, or does he take them out and put them back? Like, what does he do? Oh, here we go. We got some more information. All right. The story just took a really interesting twist. So according to this, well, according to her, he uses the dummy to soothe himself. So what he's doing, and this is a revolting thought, he is taking the pacifiers out of babies' mouths and then sucking on them himself. That is fucking gross. Holy shit. He said he would take the dummy and then go sit in a tent and use the dummy, describing the thefts as purely acquisition. So acquisitive. Goulder also admitted causing harassment, alarm, and distress to a police officer the day he was arrested. He told the officer, "If my stuff gets broken, I swear I'll kill you." He denied 3 charges of assault relating to 3 of the 5 children who he took dummies from. Still shouldn't be stealing them from babies. Bit of a hot take there from me, but, you know, I'll say it with my chest. Stealing from a baby is... well, that's pretty low. You know, I'm just gonna say, he's a jerk. He's a bit of a jerk. When police were initially looking for this guy, they released this photo hoping that someone recognized him, when it's just a photo of someone's back with a hoodie on. But I mean, I guess it worked out in the end because they did apprehend him. He was taking candy from literal babies, pretty much, and they eventually did arrest him for it. But I really like the idea that someone sees this and they're like, "Oh my god, that hoodie! Wait a minute, that frame! I know exactly who that is! That's my buddy Josh!" And who knows, maybe that's exactly how it happened. But yeah, they did apprehend him, and the whole story is very baffling. That's a odd crime, for sure. But I want to give you a little bonus crime that I learned about on stream last night. Actually, you know what? I'll give you 2, because we went down a little bit of a rabbit hole with weird crimes. So this next one is about a serial mannequin pisser who's still on the loose, so beware of any mannequins. They might be marked with urine somewhere out there. So just sleep with one eye open. I work at Target, and one day we found that somebody had peed on a mannequin. Turns out he'd been hitting other Targets in Minnesota and peeing on mannequins. The guy has not yet been caught. Don't worry, I'm on the case. I just looked up urinating on mannequins, and the first thing that came up was a Wikipedia page called Mannequin Piss. Is this him? Does he have his own Wikipedia page? And here's a urinating mannequin, which is an art piece. I think I found the culprit for your phantom pisser that keeps coming in and urinating on the mannequins. I think it's this guy. Got him. And this next criminal is not some unknown menace. This is actually a very well-known criminal. Burger King. And the crime, horrible food. But this time around, what they were guilty of is a promotional marketing campaign that led to the death of a few children, infants, during their Pokemon promotion of 1999. I don't know how many of you knew this, but I was completely unaware that this ever happened, so I learned about it on stream last night, and I thought this was a really weird thing that happened back then that I haven't really heard too many people talk about. Have you heard about the Pokemon ball toy that killed a bunch of kids? What? Reflecting on the Burger King Pokemon disaster of 1999. What? I've never heard of this. Some of the most iconic toys of the 90s showed up on greasy trays across the country, but perhaps the biggest frenzy arrived with a series of Pokemon collectibles from Burger King at the turn of the millennium. Pokemania hit a fever pitch in 1999, and the frenzy had a body count. Time magazine helped introduce the Japanese imported phenomenon known as Pokemon to the mainstream. Okay. At the very center of their page, a space normally occupied by heads of state, religious leaders, and business magnates, Poliwhirl leaped out at the reader. I actually vaguely remember this cover. While parents, journalists, and psychologists were mulling the attitudinal impacts of the fad, a far more banal Poké danger was emerging. On December 11th, 1999, 13-month-old Kira suffocated to death in Northern California. A Pokemon toy from Burger King Kids Meal was believed to be the cause. The company had begun a massive Pokemon promotion in connection with the Pokemon the First movie, which debuted on November 10th. The 56-day promotion, one of the largest in history, was intended to run from early November to end of December. The Kids Meal prize during that 2-month period was one of 57 different Pokemon toys. Making the promotion all the more exciting was the fact that the toys were encapsulated within the immediately familiar red and white orb of a Pokeball. Burger King had plans to distribute over 25 million toys in this clever format for free with any kids' meal purchased.
Enjoy.
She's even in body armor. They knew this was dangerous. That's a huge promo. Did they have all 151? How? Damn, Burger King used to go hard. As far as Kira's death was concerned, the toy itself, as it turned out, wasn't the problem. She died after one half of the plastic Pokeball, measuring just under 3 inches in diameter, became attached to her face. She had somehow gotten it stuck over her nose and mouth, forming an airtight seal. Holy shit. Her mother took a shower for about 20 minutes, and when she emerged, her daughter was dead. Spokesperson for Equity Marketing, the toy maker that had partnered with Burger King, would later state that the toy meets or exceeds all federal safety guidelines. And Charles Nicholas, a spokesperson for Burger King, argued it was not concluded that the ball was the cause. I mean, it seems like a completely freak incident, but I mean, the ball was literally the cause. But it's not the design's fault, I don't think, right? Like that's truly a freak thing, from the sound of it. 10 days later, on December 23rd, it happened again. An 18-month-old girl in Kansas almost suffocated. By the time her father pried the half of a Pokeball from her face, the girl's lips had turned blue. When we found out about the first death, there was a realization that this could be a huge national concern. This was the worst-case scenario, a major fast food chain, not just a toy store, distributing these toys by the millions. How is it happening, though? It doesn't look like that'd be a really easy situation to find yourself in. And also, who's letting 13-month-old and 18-month-old babies eat Burger King alone? Also, what do they eat from Burger King? Aren't you still basically on mush? Maybe not at 18 months, but 13 months? When do you stop having, like, mush? When's the cutoff period? Why is every major fast food controversy about Burger King? Because Burger King it's actually a scourge. Burger King needs to just be shut down. They make the worst fucking food imaginable. Burger King have come around now, but we did have to push them. Oh, they have a recall commercial. It was such a different time back then. They had to make another advertisement in order to advertise the recall. Nowadays, they'll just make a tweet, be like, hey, we're sorry we killed some kids. Like, what more is there to say? We're sorry. Like every game dev that comes out right now when they release a pile of shit. January 25th, 2000, a month after the recall began, 4-month-old Zachary Jones was found dead in his crib in Indianapolis, Indiana. He too had been suffocated by a Pokeball. It's hard to believe that you go to get the kids something to eat, you bring home a lethal toy. How is a 4-month-old eating Burger King? And unmonitored by their parents? Now, of course, there clearly is something wrong with the design here, I think. Maybe the pictures aren't doing it justice for what the Pokeball actually looks like. But what the fuck? This is a 4-month-old with Burger King? And no supervision? Holy shit, that's a recipe for disaster, even if it wasn't Burger King lethal Pokeballs. Are they just clipping it around their nose like a pin? So from the way it describes it, it seems like what was happening is the baby would be playing with the Pokeball and the half would get caught on its face, like a fighter pilot, basically, with their mask. And it created an airtight seal that suffocated them. Have you watched Cleopatra on Netflix? No, I know it's the lowest rated show, like, ever on Rotten Tomatoes, but it seems like really uninteresting. Like, not fun bad or anything, just like actually uninteresting. Assassin the first list. Oh man. I gotta sign in with my age here. Wait just a patty flippin' minute. We might have some potential. This looks interesting.
Where every step we take brings us closer to our destiny.
Text-to-speech has been such a blessing for shit asset flips on Steam.
Or endings in life, only an infinite loop of
Alright. For only $30. I mean, they're giving it away. I'll run it. Jesus Christ. these games, man. They're getting so bold with the price they charge for this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I already know it's going to be like 40 gigabytes too. Just pure shamelessness. Oh my god, 25. Finding shit no one's ever heard of or ever played before. I am going to say with a high level of confidence, I am the first person to have ever played and beaten Dark Days Devil Hunt. Which means I'm also the speedrun world record holder for that game. And now I plan to do the same for Assassin the first list. No, it's not a Bitcoin miner. Not this game. Also, I'm pretty sure the models they're using for this are the same one from the hentai shooter we played like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this exact guy is in there. Can't remember the name of that one though, the waifu shooter. This is the Hitman UI. Like how wait, they're going with multiplayer at some point in here? That's crazy. Let me check the leaderboards. Interesting. Time to top those. Let's ride. This is actually Hitman. Target name is Osama bin Laden. Oh, man. Okay, so we're on SEAL Team 6, I guess. Oh, okay. So we're playing historically accurate games. Well, someone's got to do it for the USA. It might as well be me. Let's ride. What a start. This is a very big first mission here. The stakes are high. Here I come. I don't know the controls, but I'll figure them out, I guess. It's a little dark. Oh shit. Stop it. I don't... oh my god. They're well trained. No, silly, the target name was Ozma bin Laden. That's Osama's third cousin. Oh, wait, you're right, it is Ozma. It's Ozma bin Laden. My mistake. His name must have been trademarked. Yeah, I didn't notice. Okay, one down. Two down. Alright. No! Ooh, what? It's so dark I can't fucking see.
I am not going to leave you alive.
Alright. I'm almost out of ammo, so I'll grab this.
You motherfucker.
Okay. That was pretty cool. Damn, that slide's crazy. Stop, don't crouch. Get up. Oh god. This slide goes nuts. You motherfucker. Oh! Oh, he has no idea. Why? Oh god. Okay, okay, I wasn't close enough for the stealth kill, I guess. Interesting. Okay. Understood. I'm gonna be honest, this difficulty felt like they did more damage than this difficulty. But we'll try it again. Okay, now I know I need to, like, actually rim him out in order to get the stealth kill. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I give up on stealth. You have to get way too close. It immediately triggers them. Is that a guy? Oh, it is. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's scary. Oh my, what is this? I could also do cutscene 1 or cutscene 2 at some point when I get far enough, I guess. Let's try Destination 2. How do I... I'm also very confident this is the only mission in the game. I just want to see Ozma. I don't see myself beating the mission, but I at least just want to look at Ozma. I've tried playing it stealthy, which doesn't work. I've tried going guns loud, but they kill me in like 4 shots. We're running out of options. That guy's just sliding around. Thought no one would notice.
You motherfucker.
Oh god, who saw me? Oh fuck, oh god. Oh no. Oh no. There's so many. There is so many. Even if this... Let's assume for a brief moment the stealth functionality actually worked. How are you supposed to stealth this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes congested in one area here. Jesus Christ. Like, no... Sam Fisher couldn't stealth his way through that. Oh my god, I can't go around any further. I'm gonna try and cut through this building. I'll sneak. That's worthless. That's worth... I'm just fucked now. Oh my god. I crouched and he immediately heard me. I guess my knees popped or something. I have 10 shots in total. Entering PP. Alright, that's big. So I get to kill 10 people. I'm gonna try and get this guy. What? Oh god. Oh. Okay. No, misclick. Grenade. Nice.
What a crap.
What is he saying? What a crap? Ah, it's so dark. Huh. More, huh? No! Okay. The super soldier. That's probably enough. Somewhere in South America, aliens have made contact. Visitors have not come in peace to planet Earth. Open world third-person shooter game. Single-player video game. Compatible with Windows 8, 8.1, 10, and 11. The game locations are inspired by real places in South America. Alright, how can I say no to UFO the Ranch? Alright, let's see what these extraterrestrial visitors want from our humble planet. Bad Light County and a bad attitude. Yep. Is there no options? Huh. Well, I guess when it comes to UFOs, you really don't have any options anyway. That's probably the message. Goddamn aliens stealing our frames. Man, she is chugging. These cutscenes are pretty cool. It's just driving on a straight road. And then turning left into this dirt road or turning right into a gas station so far. The aliens! No! Get off of our planet, scoundrels. They'll never see us here. Don't do it! If you get the tractor beam out, I swear to God! That's at least 3 stars, Bubba. Wow, one of those is so fucking far away. That is despicable. 950? On foot? Oh god. You dirty what the fuck? You dirty bastards. Reloading. That was the instant transmission sound effect from Dragon Ball. They're well trained in our culture. Damn, that poor guy actually did come in peace. He didn't shoot a single bullet at me. Or laser beam, rather, I guess. This is awesome. I like that they made the map as big as fucking possible. That way it takes extremely long to do even the most basic shit. So you can never refund it, because it'll take you 2 hours just to get to the first thing. But at least it's a non-stop thrill ride on the way there. I bet it's gonna make me run all the way back before going to get the next shit. Yep. Yep, it is. That's extraordinary. Well, I'm not doing that. That's probably enough of UFO Ranch. Wow. I'm sure a lot of you have seen all of the FaZe drama that's been going on Twitter over the last couple days, and FaZe is something I've talked about quite a bit over the last year because it's been an absolute circus. From their stock absolutely flatlining to the point now where it's basically just a sad joke. Just look at this graph, it puts a tear in your eyes. It's more tragic than the ending to Marley and Me. It's just been crazy to see them circle the drain like this and have this wild fall from grace. Because they're one of the very few gaming-focused brands that branched out into the mainstream. Like, most people have probably heard of FaZe at some point in their life, even people that aren't associated with gaming. So they really did blow up in a big way, and now there's like a war going on between like the founders of FaZe versus the corporate suits that now control FaZe, and it's all just been bubbling over and becoming this massive shitstorm, and everyone's getting covered in the filth. It's getting stinky. Now the first domino that fell in this FaZe soap opera is the OGs came forward like FaZe Rain and Banks, and started criticizing the brand overall, talking about how it's become soulless and lame and just generally horrible. The main talking point is how the founders have lost control of the company to these zombies in suits that just don't understand the space. And they also show no respect to the founders that brought it there in the first place. They overrule them, they have no real decision-making power, thus the direction FaZe has been going over the last few years has been a negative one. And most people can probably agree with that. FaZe hasn't exactly been hitting home runs recently over the last couple years. So the founders have been talking about how disappointed they are with FaZe in its current state. And then FaZe Rain recently has just been leaking tons of information, like internal stuff, financials. He's been leaking more than the faucet in my college dorm room. He has been going hog wild with tons of information. And most recently, he was focusing on their numbers, like their actual numbers with their spend as well as what they're making. He made a video going over their financials, talking about how much they spend on certain games in the esports space, as well as the lack of return they see from it, even disclosing Nick Merck's salary for being on FaZe, which is like $1 million a year, and he just goes over how much they're spending and how they're not seeing any of that money. It's just fucking vanishing into thin air and just like literally bleeding them dry on finances. According to a lot of his numbers here, they're spending over $700,000 a month on like esports stuff. That's crazy. And they're not seeing any money come back into the company, which isn't exactly an eyebrow raiser. This is something everyone speculated for a long time because it's become very clear to actually every single person with eyes that the entire esports scene just doesn't make any money. What's wrong, Io? I don't know why the esports scene is so shit for generating profit. I have no idea. I don't have the answers. What's wrong? I've upset Io mentioning this. Because it is heartbreaking. Like, esports is a scene that you get in for passion, and you see a lot of orgs start to close their doors because they just can't stay afloat. It's very expensive, and you don't make anything. So Rain was going over their numbers, which I do believe because, like, the information he's been leaking has so far been confirmed accurate, and he's just talking about, like, how much money they're losing, and it's a lot. Over 700,000 clams, over 700,000 pristine doubloons is a ton of cash. That's nuts. To convert that to Robux, I wouldn't even know where to start. You'd need like fucking 50 zeros at the end of that number. It's a lot of money that they are pissing away and not getting anything back from. So he started revealing these numbers. More OGs came forward to talk about how upsetting it is to see the direction that the brand has gone and that it's completely lost its identity. The people at the top of the food chain don't understand the culture, so it's trash. All of these statements from the OGs then led to this like Marvel civil war within FaZe, where you had the OGs versus the people at the top and also new generation FaZe members. So a lot of the audience was on the OG side and a lot of the audience on the new side, and it's just been this constant clashing. And yesterday it really festered into something pretty foul. So just to give context here, it started with this tweet from FaZe Clan where they said, "We want more women in FaZe Clan." To which FaZe Rain replied saying, "Spoiler alert, it's Grace, and the only reason I heard was because she was on one episode of Stranger Things." He's referring to Grace Van Dien, who is a streamer named Bluefy and also was in Stranger Things. So it turns out he was 100% right, because yesterday FaZe announced that Grace Van Dien is joining the FaZe family. Now, this all led to a lot of hubbub, a lot of discussion, and a lot of controversy. And with a very public fallout between the OG FaZe founders and current FaZe, people were already on edge. It also really didn't help with the FaZe tweet about wanting more women in the organization, because that got the community excited, thinking that FaZe was about to make a big signing from someone who's been grinding in the scene for a long time, working hard for an opportunity like joining FaZe, and then turns out they had already made their decision when they had made that tweet. So that was kind of a bad look, and it didn't do anything good for Grace because it put her in an uncomfortable position where the community was upset that she got the opportunity being a relatively new streamer. They thought that they had signed her just because she's a celebrity. So some members of the community got upset at Grace directly, which I think is super misguided. There's plenty to critique about FaZe signings and business decisions, but Grace didn't do anything wrong here. She does stream often and then had this opportunity to join a huge org. Yes, being an actress did obviously help her get this opportunity for sure, but at the very least she seems excited about it and does actively stream, which is already more than you can say for half of their celebrity signings. Like Snoop Dogg, for example. They paid him a fat load of money, as well as stock, in FaZe in order for him to be on board the FaZe family. And all he ever did was take a single photo with them, and then the word FaZe never left his lips again. He must have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer that erased his memory of FaZe Clan entirely, because he never did anything with them, in spite of getting all of this money and this stock. And it wasn't just him. They've done this for multiple other celebrities too. Like Kyler Murray, who I'm pretty sure all of you watching didn't even know was part of FaZe Clan at any point. I didn't until I watched Ludwig's Mogul Mail on it. I had no idea Kyler Murray signed with FaZe, but he did. Kyler Murray never even mentioned FaZe Clan a single time. Not once. After joining. But in this case, Grace is an active streamer, thus will be presenting the FaZe brand to her audience, and she seems extremely excited about doing things in collaboration with FaZe, which is infinitely more than any celebrity that FaZe has signed recently. So I really feel that the anger directed towards Grace is just a little weird. The focus should instead be placed on how out of touch FaZe has become with the decisions they make. For example, this was also mentioned in Ludwig's Mogul Mail, but it's something I've talked about as well, where FaZe had that whole super expensive reality show where, you know, who wants to be the next FaZe member? So you want to be a FaZe superstar, do ya? Well, hop on board the Polar Express here for this FaZe show. And they put so much money into it, and only like 6 people ever watched it. Like, they dumped money into this completely geriatric, dumb ideas like that reality show that no one cares about, no one gets excited for. And all of their YouTube content is beyond dead. And no matter how much mouth to mouth they give it, they can't revive it. They can't get that heartbeat back, no matter how much they try, because they just don't know what they're doing or what direction to take FaZe. It's become very corporate and most people don't vibe with it anymore. And it's also led to new FaZe members fighting with the old FaZe members. So they're like actually butting heads and, you know, throwing down in the Twitter replies against each other. So it's just been so much fighting and drama with FaZe because the founders lost control of the company and the direction it's gone has only further decayed the brand to the point where it's at, 55-cent stock price and kind of just like a joke in the industry outside of some of their esports teams. Like, they are still doing really well in the games they're in for the most part. Not entirely all of them, but a large chunk of them, their esports teams are still top of the line. So it's just a shame to see how bad things are behind closed doors at FaZe. And now those doors aren't even fucking closed anymore. Those doors have been kicked open. The entire public is being exposed to all of the dirty laundry of FaZe and all of it's happening publicly. I am still shocked FaZe Rain was even able to release all of the information he has without getting sued. I would have thought they would have had so many NDAs out the wazoo on FaZe Rain. But he's just been revealing everything. So I'm starting to believe they probably just forgot about him and all of the founders, so they never even bothered to NDA them. So he'll probably just continue to share shit without repercussion. So I'm pretty excited to see what else he starts bringing to the public eye with FaZe. But anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about all of this because I just find it so fascinating and generally sad to see the state of FaZe. Like I said, it was one of the few gaming brands that broke into the mainstream and had like a very wide appeal to people even outside of the space, which is nothing shy of impressive. So to see what it's become is just wild, and to see how it continues to unfold is shocking. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know how it recovers, I really don't. Like, even if it does get back into the hands of the OGs, I still don't exactly know how they right the ship right now. I don't know how they fix all the damage that's been done to the brand. They'd probably have to start over, like at the very bare bones level, and build it all again. Because it's just been so tarnished. And they've lost so much money as well. I just don't know exactly how you fix it. But anyway, I just wanted to go over it all. That's about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. This is probably the easiest Moist Meter I've ever made. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. Absolutely amazing. Just a genuinely incredible film. Mission Impossible is probably the best action franchise ever. Like, it's gotta be in the conversation, if not the #1 spot. This franchise has been cooking for 30 years and they never miss on the recipes. They're delivering exquisite meals. The cuisine is a delicacy every time a new Mission Impossible rolls around. Fucking Tom Cruise is 61 years old and he's like not geriatric at all. He's still doing all of his own stunts, risking life and limb, putting it all on the line in order to deliver an unforgettable experience, and it shows. The passion here is unlike anything else in the industry. 30 years, and they keep finding ways to get better. That is so rare, especially in Hollywood, where half the time it's just formulaic garbage that's just driveled out for the sake of trying to capitalize off a beloved franchise while putting no effort into it, just absolutely phoning it in. But Mission Impossible, it just wants to just keep going, fucking full throttle and never let off the gas. And man, it is such a breath of fresh air. And another thing, like I mentioned, Tom Cruise is 61 years old. Usually when someone's reaching this age, they're no spring chicken anymore. But somehow, it never comes across as like weird or lame. It doesn't ever feel like he has to slow down in the film. Like, he is still doing the same kind of stunts that he used to do when he was 40 years younger. Like, he is still at an extremely high level of athleticism and an extremely high level of like executing good choreography and making things look amazing, which is crazy at his age. Even someone that I think is comparable, like Keanu Reeves with John Wick. In John Wick 4, there are moments where you can see he's kind of slowing down a little bit. It doesn't really take away from the experience. I still fucking love John Wick 4, but you can see that it's getting a little more difficult for him to do some of like the moves that he was doing in John Wick 1, for example. Tom Cruise, though, this man's got fucking adamantium bones with goddamn like plutonium running through his veins that's powering him. It makes no sense how he's able to do what he does in this film at his age. So anyway, I haven't even really begun talking about the movie. Dead Reckoning is a 2-part movie, and this was part 1 that dropped. And it is so good. It is just so good. Now, I know a lot of people are going to get into the debate of which is better, Dead Reckoning or Fallout, which was the previous Mission Impossible movie. A lot of people consider that to be like one of the best action films in general ever made. And I understand, because it really is extraordinary. But I honestly do think Dead Reckoning here, assuming part 2 is as good as part 1, will be better. Now, of course, since it is just part 1, it didn't wrap itself up, but it didn't fall into the same trap that a lot of other 2-part movies have, where it feels unsatisfying by the time the credits roll around. Dead Reckoning Part 1 has a really nice conclusion that feels like you got like an entire experience worth, you got a good natural stopping point, it doesn't feel abrupt, it keeps you salivating at the mouth for more, but still your tummy is full from the meal that the chef prepared with love. I can't stop talking about how hard this shit cooks. I want to go back into the kitchen and kiss the chef on the mouth. It is incredible. So I didn't feel like walking away from the film, you know, that it came out of nowhere, the ending, because it felt natural. So I have no problems at all with part 1 here ending where it does. I think it did a great job, and I'm super excited for part 2 now to see how they wrap it up. Now, one thing I actually like more in Dead Reckoning than I did in Fallout is the story. I really like all of the new characters they introduce here, but even more than that, the narrative itself I actually think just feels much better in like the current landscape of the world. Fallout, while I still agree is an extraordinary film, it did have the cliche nuclear threat. The fingers on the trigger, the nuclear bomb's gonna bust ass at any moment now. How are they gonna stop him? How's Ethan gonna put the kibosh on this bad guy? The concept of the plot wasn't anything super new or innovative, it just did the concept better than anything else that has ever really come before it. However, in Dead Reckoning, they don't go that direction. There is a nuclear bomb moment because you fucking gotta have a nuclear bomb moment when it's high stakes like Mission Impossible, but the core is around AI and the threat that it poses both with the information that it's able to disseminate or the misinformation that it's able to disseminate, as well as even being able to take control of warheads. So the main threat is about who's going to take control of this extremely powerful and extremely deadly AI that's becoming sentient. Now, that itself isn't exactly, you know, a novel concept that's going to have you fucking flying back into your chair or anything. That's been done a lot, like most notably Terminator with Skynet. But it doesn't go in that direction. It doesn't feel cheesy and it doesn't feel goofy because AI is such a big talking point in reality right now. With how quickly AI is advancing, nothing in this film feels far-fetched or silly. It's very interesting at the capabilities, the dangers AI could pose in the wrong hands, and Ethan Hunt's rationalization of how best to handle a situation like this with a threat this large. I really like the narrative a lot here. I think it's nice and refreshing to go in a bit of a different direction, as opposed to just standard bad guys got big bomb. Even though that's not exactly a bad thing if that is the plot, because Mission Impossible has proven that it can do anything and do it well. Dead Reckoning, I think, has the best set pieces in the entire franchise. I'm just going to say it. The action set pieces in this film are unbelievable. They are so good. I don't want to spoil anything here, so I'm trying very loosely to talk about things, because I think this is a must-watch movie. This is one of those films that absolutely is worth going to a theater to see. It is an experience more than a movie. Yeah, I'm getting real pretentious sounding, like sniffing my own fucking farts here, but seeing this movie in theaters is definitely the optimal way of experiencing it. Mission Impossible deserves it. It's so fucking good. I just don't really have any complaints about this movie, aside from like 2 very minor ones that I can't really get into because it's kind of spoilery, but I'll just say they involve plot convenience moments where I feel like they were so focused on delivering a really cool action moment, but then ended up kind of backing themselves into a bit of a corner And in order to kind of salvage the situation, they needed to pull from their ass a little deep to get out of that situation, even though it doesn't really make a ton of sense how it happened. That's about the most I can say without getting into spoilers, but it's not a big deal. Like, that's a nitpick. Like, if I was really going to look for something negative, it's just there were a couple instances of where I felt like they didn't really write something super cohesive on how they get out of this situation. They just kind of do because they needed to. They're the fucking heroes. And even though I do like the villain, I think he wasn't super fleshed out here, and it really feels like they reached a bit in order to connect him to Ethan's past in a way that felt kind of like an afterthought almost. But it's not a big deal because I do think Gabriel, the main villain, like the main villain outside of like the evil AI potential, like I do still think he was cool. Like I think he was like a good villain to have. Every time he was on screen, I felt like this is a big threat moment. This is going to turn into some shit. It's about to go tits up real quick. And Gabriel has a subordinate named Paris who's just a badass. She like fights with a sword. Like it feels like she was a character out of John Wick. Like it actually is really just cool. There's nothing in this movie that isn't just really cool. So yeah, anyway, I think this is a must-watch movie. Plugging Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a comfortable 95%. I really hope Part 2 sticks to landing. I do hope they give a little bit more to Gabriel in particular. I would like to see that, but I imagine that is the plan considering this is only half of the story they want to tell. And I think they've already done a great job with it. So yeah, I think it's fantastic, and that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. See ya. Do you know what separates us from animals? It's our ability to learn, and learn at a high level, complex, nuanced, big wrinkly-brained things that only human beings are capable of. Yeah, a dog can learn to sit and roll over, and a wild animal will learn how to hunt more efficiently over time. Whoopee! But you know what humans can learn? We can learn to jiggle peek in Counter-Strike. We can learn to juggle. What else do you really need at the end of the day? You'll never see an animal do any of that shit, not even Air Bud. Point is, we can learn. And I think today it's important that all of you watching learn that criticizing video games is not a crime. I really think it's time we stop treating the purchasing of AAA games like it's some kind of heroic charitable act. For some reason now, there's been a trend where even if a game releases and it's absolute repulsive dog shit, people treat it like it's some kind of GoFundMe for a noble cause where it's like, yeah, but you bought the game and that's what matters, thanks for supporting. Or if you decide that, hey, I bought this game and I really don't like it, so you start to criticize it, for some reason there's a not small group of people that will label you evil and say that what you're doing is just wrong and unethical because so many people worked on the game, how could you say these awful things about it? I just think it's so backwards and weird. A lot of people have been upset that a lot of customers are criticizing Redfall heavily. Redfall has been catching more shit than the porta potty at a construction site. It is a bad game. And of course, I am guilty of shitting on it pretty ruthlessly, and it's because I expect more out of the studio behind it, which is Arcane, a fantastic studio. But what they've released here is nothing shy of a dirty hemorrhoid that is an absolute blemish on the butthole of the entire gaming industry. So, I made a whole video just kind of going over all of its weakest parts and being pretty harsh on it. And that's because it's a $70 game. and it doesn't even deliver on the most bare bones quality standards you would expect in AAA gaming. It is 30 FPS locked on console, for example, which is a laughable joke, and it doesn't even meet the threshold for what you would expect from a modern title. It is lacking in every possible department. It feels like I just was the victim of an NFT rug pull for paying $70 for this game. It's not good. And pretty much everyone everywhere is saying the same things that I am. But there is a not super small group of people that are treating this game like it's an ASPCA commercial, and they're having like some kind of bleeding heart response to it where they feel protective, like their motherly instincts have kicked in and they need this game to suckle on their bosom to keep it safe. So they're getting mad at people that are saying the game is bad. Like, how could you? So many developers worked years on this project just for you to shit on it? Ridiculous. Have you no heart at all? And I just think that is so misguided and ridiculous. People have paid $70 for this. That is not a cheap game by any means. That is the highest level price that you can charge for a standard game. So you would expect the highest level quality product from it, which you do not get here. So it is entirely within people's rights to call it out for how lacking it is. It doesn't mean they hate everyone that worked on the game. I certainly don't. I just wish that the game wasn't so disappointingly bad. But there's nothing wrong with pointing out it is weak. It is a bad game. I hope that Arcane's next venture is a successful one. A lot of people are pretending that there's a lot of angry customers that are wiggling their fingers celebrating that the game is shitty, which I haven't seen. I don't know why anyone would celebrate a game being shitty after they've wasted $70 on it. I'm certainly not happy that I spent $70 on a stinker. I would have much preferred that it was a fun game that I really got into, but I didn't. Somewhere in the deep multiverse right now, there is a Charles White that is playing the fuck out of Redfall, and it's a Game of the Year contender because it was an amazing product. But that's not the reality we live in. We got a little Weenie Hut Jr. Happy Meal shovelware game with Redfall, and they charge 70 doubloons for it, which sucks. There's nothing wrong with people saying that it's bad. So stop labeling people with these harsh, mean labels because they insulted the game. I don't see a lot of celebration that the game is bad. That wouldn't make any sense. No one likes wasting money. So I just wanted to get that out of the way immediately because it ties into the bigger topic of the video, which is Phil Spencer himself, the head of Xbox, recently did an interview where he talked about his personal disappointment in Redfall and all of its shortcomings. It's a brutally honest and very interesting look into Xbox itself. So I want to dive into all of it because he gets into more than just Redfall. He gets into Xbox in general and how it's like really not even a competitor in the console wars, which was shocking to see him say that out loud because there's still so much copium from people that swear by Xbox, you know, consumer warriors that will fight tooth and nail for their favorite billion-dollar company. They still believe Xbox is a very worthwhile console, even though there's no real exclusives, no real reason to own it. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of it, but it's something Phil Spencer also recognizes. You know what, I will get into it real quick. Xbox has a laughable catalog of games. They have absorbed so many heavy hitters like Bethesda, but have nothing to show for it on Xbox that makes picking up the console worth it. There is no reason to own an Xbox, unless it's just what your friends are on already and you want to play with them. That's the only real reason. There's no other incentive to buy an Xbox, because the games go to PC anyway. Game Pass is an amazing deal, but no one's getting Game Pass for the first-party exclusives on Xbox or anything, because there are none. There's Halo Infinite, which was treading water for a long time and only just now starting to find its footing with some actual content, and that's about it. There's really nothing else on Xbox that would make it worthwhile other than just playing with your friends. It's a joke in the grand scheme of the console wars with Sony and the PlayStation 5 and the Nintendo Switch. But even the PlayStation 5 is lacking in exclusives. It's just... It was refreshing to see that even Phil Spencer sees this. Now anyway, let's jump in. So first and foremost, this article kind of sets the stage for Microsoft's blunders and their, you know, rocky, rough patch that they're going through. They recently had their acquisition of Activision Blizzard blocked, which was a $68 billion acquisition, by the way. And there's also been a 30% drop in the Xbox hardware revenue, which honestly is a lot better than I thought. I figured that'd be like a fucking 50 to 60% drop because no one that I've heard of recently is buying Xboxes because, again, there's not a real reason to. When asked about Redfall, he really does kind of just own up to all of it, and when I initially read it, my impression was that he kind of pushed it off onto Arcane Studios and less on like Microsoft itself. But when I really went back and watched the interview, the impression I get is that it was pretty somber. He truly does feel like there's a big weight on the shoulder of Microsoft to deliver quality, and they're missing the mark. So it doesn't, I no longer feel like he's trying to pass the blame off anywhere. It seems like he's just trying to take it all head on. So he said, there's nothing more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community and just kind of watch the community lose confidence and be disappointed. Disappointed, I'm upset with myself. I kind of revisit our process. I think back to the announcement of 60 frames per second, then we weren't shipping 60 frames per second. That was our punch in the chin, rightfully, a couple weeks ago. This is him talking about how Redfall isn't even 60 frames on Xbox. Again, a fucking joke. But they are committed to getting it there eventually. Though I think it's inexcusable to release the game knowing that it's not 60 frames or even at the most baseline quality you'd expect for $70. He then goes on to sing the praises of the studio behind Redfall, Arcane, which is a studio I also like, and their pedigree really does speak for itself. They've made banger after banger, and now they haven't. I also wasn't a huge fan of Deathloop either, but at least the game had ambition and it did have interesting ideas. I just don't think it was executed super well. But now, I think Redfall, there is no way of explaining anything about it that could have even been remotely construed as good or well put together. He also said something that I found particularly interesting. He said, "We do mock reviews for every game that we launch, and this is double digits lower than where we thought we would be with this game through those. That's one of the disappointing things. We would never strive to launch a game that we thought was going to review in the low 60s. It's not part of our goals. This game does not deserve to be in the low 60s. It shouldn't even be cracking the mid 40s. It is not a good game by any metric at all. The only reason why it even might be even flirting with the low 60s is because people feel so bad for it and are remembering the good old days of Arcane and don't want to accept that this is a bad game and there's nothing wrong with calling it out for being such. In fact, I would argue that it's actually healthier for the developers so they can see where to improve and what not to do again. But yeah, anyway, what I found interesting though is the mock reviews. What fucking benefit is there to doing mock reviews if the reviews come from internal teams? Obviously, they're not going to go hog wild and say everything, super bold. They're not going to be mean or aggressive with it, whereas in the gaming space, people aren't pulling punches. People are going to be brutally honest. So I really feel like mock reviews are kind of worthless. There's got to be a better system in place, and I think Phil does take notice of that. I think this has been a wake-up call for that whole process. But I just don't understand why they would have ever been under the impression that doing mock reviews with internal teams is somehow going to be helpful and a good metric of where reviews might end up in the real world. Because again, no one's going to be being that honest with their boss and their peers. No, it's just not going to happen. Everyone's going to try and sugarcoat things and be as gentle as possible, caress their cheeks a little bit, butter them up. They're not going to really give you the nitty-gritty, tough-to-swallow pills about the product. This next part is where things get very wild, so he said that we're not in the business of out-consoling Sony or out-consoling Nintendo. He then goes on to elaborate saying, "I see the commentary that if you just build great games, everything will turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games. We want our Xbox community to feel awesome, but this idea that if we just focused more on great games on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race doesn't really lay into the reality of most people. There's no world where Starfield is an 11 out of 10 and people start selling their PS5s. That's not going to happen." I overall disagree with his core statement here about even if they were making great games, the Xbox is still kind of left in the dust, saying that no one's going to sell their PS5 or Switch for an Xbox, which I think is a weird way of looking at it because you really shouldn't be trying to think of like stealing Sony fanboys or stealing Nintendo fanboys for Xbox. You can be a fan of Sony, Nintendo, and Xbox. Like, you could just be someone who enjoys good games, and each console offers good games. That would be the ideal circumstance. So if you did have great games, system sellers, I really do think people would go to it. So I disagree that great games wouldn't matter. At least that's the way I interpreted his statement. But he does talk about some important things as well. And it's also shocking to see that the head of Xbox, the fucking guy at Xbox, is just openly admitting defeat to Sony and Nintendo in the console wars, saying that they're not under any delusion about out-consoling Sony or Nintendo here. So just kind of surrendering there, which was odd to read. But Phil Spencer calls a very important attention to the last generation of consoles where Xbox was not even a player, not even in the conversation. People probably didn't even realize Xbox One existed because it was such a fucking piece of shit. Xbox One aimed to be more than a gaming console. It aimed to be an entire entertainment hub. But it failed on that front and also failed at being a gaming console. They completely just wiped their ass with the idea of having good games anymore and wanted to get a little bigger. Their gluttony, their eyes were bigger than their stomach. They tried to bite off a market share of something that they really shouldn't have tried touching, which was just general entertainment. They needed to focus on gaming, which is what made the Xbox 360 so special, because the 360 had an unbelievably stacked catalog of games. 360 fucking went wild with how many games and how many great games it offered, and then you went to the next generation, and the Xbox One had fucking nothing. Actually nothing. And the PlayStation 4 went really hard on getting these very strong titles for their platform. And of course, Nintendo always has incredible exclusives, so they also went hard, and Xbox floundered. And they completely lost that generation, and Phil Spencer recognizes the severity of that because it got people off of Xbox and made them Sony customers or Nintendo customers, and people just kind of forgot about Xbox even making games, and it was really hard to try and claw that back. So now, with the Series X and everything, they tried to make these big strides of acquiring so much talent in the gaming space, acquiring very well-respected studios, getting fucking Bethesda, of all things, under their umbrella to try and really pump up their catalog of games because they recognize what a disaster it was to abandon that. But they're playing catch-up and they're not really making ground right now. The best thing Xbox has done is Game Pass. But it's also not exclusive to Xbox because you can access it on PC as well, which is usually just a better experience, like in the case of Redfall. You get 60 FPS on PC, you don't get 60 FPS on Xbox. So why the fuck would you even use Game Pass on Xbox for something like that? You wouldn't. You'd use it on PC. So they're just having a really hard time of getting strong titles and making it a good catalog that makes people want to get the Xbox Series X. But Phil Spencer says that even if they did have an incredible catalog of games, no one's switching at this point, which I just wholeheartedly disagree with. I feel like if Xbox did have an incredibly stacked catalog like the 360 did, people would be more than open to checking out the Series X. They would be more than open to considering getting the Xbox and playing those games. That's just the way it works. No one is playing the Nintendo Switch for third-party games. No one's getting the Switch so that way they can play fucking Elden Ring or anything. It's not happening. The Switch can barely run mobile games. The reason people have the Switch is because their catalog of exclusives, their first-party games, are so good, so people get the Switch for that and nothing else. So if the Xbox had incredible games, just like the Switch does, that are exclusive to the Xbox, I don't see why people wouldn't get it for it. Again, I think the Switch is the perfect case study here. That is an outdated, archaic piece of hardware. It fucking sucks when it comes to its technical aspect. But no one cares because the games on it slap. The first-party games, rather, and nothing else, not third-party games. I would be shocked if anyone ever played a third-party game on the Switch on their own volition. They're only getting it for the first-party games. So if the Xbox, which does have great specs, if they had good games on there, I really don't see why people would just be like, ooh, yucky, I'm not getting an Xbox, even for those incredible games. I feel like they'd be more than willing to. So yeah. Unfortunately, that's not where we're at right now. Xbox is just printing things that no one wants. Fucking Binky Moose Knuckles, Grand Adventure, Redfall. Like, no one's going to be getting an Xbox for any of that at all. It just becomes completely worthless. But if they turn it around and start making great games, I don't see why they couldn't at least make themselves less of a joke in the console wars or the general gaming space. So yeah, I just want to talk about this because I actually really appreciated Phil Spencer's honesty here with everything and how willing he was to be open with all of it, because I imagine as the head of Xbox, that's a really hard thing to just take on the chin. Just come as the fucking face of this company, which gets spit on a lot because it's not doing super hot against the other consoles or anything, and the games haven't been great. And just come forward and just be really open and honest with it. That takes a lot of guts. So I applaud him for that. I appreciate the insight, and I really am hoping for a turnaround for Xbox. I would love to dust mine off and have a reason to play it, but right now, I don't. But hopefully in the future there will be. So I just kind of wanted to go over all of this. That's about it. See ya. Disney Adult. If that didn't just jump scare you and send a shiver down your spine, then you've either never heard of a Disney Adult, never met one, or you're not human. Because you should be afraid. Very afraid. Now, of course, not all Disney adults are built the same. There's different levels of it. I'm talking about the most extreme level of completely obsessed to the point where it becomes their entire life and identity. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Disney products as an adult. I like a lot of Disney things. But there's a big difference between greaseball, goofball, goblin man Charles and a Disney adult that's willing to uproot their entire life just to be closer to the theme parks in order to go every single day. You may think that this is some kind of crazy exaggeration that doesn't happen, but it does. More often than you think. There are a large number of seemingly totally normal people that for some reason have been completely brainwashed and perpetually spend a large chunk of their paycheck consuming Disney products or just going to Disney properties way more often than any reasonable person should. It's so weird. And Disney knows this, which is why they've now recently announced that they're building their own community, their own neighborhood, basically, for Disney adults to go live together and be part of the Disney family forever. Even just the marketing material give me the heebie-jeebies saying that this is going to be the best chapter of your life, like forever. I don't know, that's eerie sounding. Visiting a Disney neighborhood sounds worse than visiting hell. At least the demons and devils in hell aren't pretending to be something they're not. Because Disney is an evil corporation. I don't care how you spin it, no matter how big of a fan you are of Disney properties. Disney as a corporation is one of the greediest, shadiest, and just downright deplorable companies there is in the world. For a company that's supposed to be all about magic and being the happiest place on earth, the only time Disney seems to be at its happiest is when they're magically face-fucking you with their insatiable gluttony to shake you down for all of your lunch money and keep you perpetually suckling on their teat, consuming only their milk. It is a scary company. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of all of the awful things Disney has done since its inception, but I do want to get into the weeds of the neighborhood here because I find this to just be like a dystopian idea where corporations like Disney are going to start building their own communities. In my opinion, it's just an alarming idea. But anyway, the first one from Disney here is being pitched as story living, and there's no information on pricing that I can find at the moment, but since it's Disney, you can bet your sweet bippy it's going to be overpriced. You'll be paying 7 figures for a 1-bed, 1-bath, 400 square foot crack shack without a driveway, because in the Disney neighborhood, you use magic to get around or some shit. Like, you're gonna overpay for your property in the Disney neighborhood, I imagine. But one thing that really stands out to me is in the pitch here, they have this legendary service notice where it says, at Cotino Community, which is the first part of Story Living, cast members will strive to deliver the same friendly Disney service you've come to expect. This was super odd to me. What do you mean cast members? It's a neighborhood, right? I've lived in neighborhood communities my entire life, and I've never seen NPCs wandering around checking in on me, making sure I'm abiding by rules and regulations, asking me questions. This sounds more like spies. And the whole idea of this neighborhood is actually bigger than I thought it was. It's not just a residential community. This is basically a place that they're building for people to go to die. In addition to having housing from Disney, the community is seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, just locked into this one fucking dimension over here, like where Squidward went to be all alone, but this time it's only for the most obsessed Disney fans. So you would have property in the community, and the community itself also has stores and restaurants and like activities and events all held within that neighborhood, as well as like a beach that you have to pay for access to as well, even as a community member. So it really feels like this is where people would go and then not leave. That's the design of it, because why would they? Everything they need is there, and it's all Disney approved, and you love Disney, so why not just go spend your entire life here and make sure you empty out your piggy bank the entire way before you shed the mortal coil? They have like a proposed 55 and older only community as well. So to me, it really just seems like they're trying to build the one-stop shop for Disney adults to go to die. Like, spend the rest of their life, spend all of their money on Disney and Disney only, so that way it doesn't go elsewhere, so that way they can have it all. And it's just so weird. I think it's such a fucking weird idea. So I went over it a little more on stream last night. I'll show you a couple clips of that before hopping back in for a bit more analysis. Have you heard about the city Disney is building called Story Living? Talking about the Disney neighborhood? That's got to be the worst place on earth. This place would be absolutely miserable to live. Imagine being in a Disney-only community. have their own police force. The HOA would go crazy. Smiles mandatory. If not, you get executed in the town square. I wonder if you're allowed to have Netflix there. Oh, no chance. That'd be a crime punishable by death in Disney story living or whatever. The housing's too expensive. No one's going to buy these. You don't know Disney adults. Disney adults will actually trample each other just for the chance of living in a Disney neighborhood.
Touched the hearts and minds of people around the world for nearly 100 years.
Okay, and stop sucking your own dick. Just show me the neighborhood.
By our world-class Disney cast. As Imagineers, story is at the heart of
I still think
everything
it's
we
so
do,
cute they
and
call
we love
themselves
bringing authentic
Imagineers.
places to life, to immerse you in the. This exciting new venture will enhance, extend, and strengthen the Disney brand by allowing us to bring the magic of Disney to places you may never have expected.
Surveillance. We enhance the Disney brand by spying on you. We own you. You live in our neighborhoods and you are literally our property.
Community is something truly special.
We're exploring
Nightmarish
a variety of
is the word I'd
locations
use.
in the U.S. for our story living by Disney here in the community of Rancho Mirage. Just
Is this like
outside of Palm Springs,
WandaVision?
California.
Kind of.
And I'm excited to
But
announce that
worse.
our first Story Living by Disney community will be located in experienced home builders at each site who contribute their talents and expertise to each community.
But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's not really like Celebration. This is legitimately a Disney neighborhood. And I imagine those houses are going to come pre-built with some kind of surveillance or data harvesting program. Charles, I noticed at approximately 8:45 p.m. this evening you weren't smiling. Is something the matter? Do we need to have you re-educated? Be happy or else. It's not even so much about be happy. It's more consume forever. Consume or else. Do we need to send the Imagine police to have a talk with you? Oh, the police won't be imaginary. Those aren't Imagineers in uniform, I'll tell you what. Disney's absolutely going to have like a paramilitary force. They are going to lock this shit down. You can get in, but not out. No, you can get out too the second you can't afford to live there anymore. Or if you make the mistake of trying to download a competing streaming service. Contraband at the Disney neighborhoods is going to be like smuggling in a DVD of like Boss Baby or something. An animation that's not Disney. Disney wants to own human souls themselves. At least the Disney adults will all be in one place so we can avoid them. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of like a quarantine zone for like the most brainwashed Disney adults, I suppose. And actually, I do wonder if they'd even be allowed access to the rest of the internet. I really imagine this Disney neighborhood being complete lock and key. Like, your days are designed for you. You're restricted access to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it'd probably just be like an intranet for the neighborhood. Because, I mean, if they give you unrestricted access to the internet, you could be leaving a negative review about the housing situation. You could be saying less than favorable things, and they can't have that. You should go there when built. Man, fuck that. That'd be going to like a Scientology church. That's scary. Let's go ahead and play around a little bit here, because I don't exactly know how this neighborhood's going to go, but knowing Disney, I think this could end up being like one of the most outrageously strict places on the planet. I really feel there's a non-zero chance that they will outright forbid anything that's not Disney or Disney adjacent. Like, they won't have direct competition. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even Amazon Prime packages into your Disney neighborhood house. Like, they probably would just turn them away at the door or something. You can only order through Disney pre-approved services. I really think that that's not out of the realm of possibility, because it seems like they're going to really own this neighborhood. Everything is going to be Disney related. Like I said, the cast members thing really throws me for a wild loop, because that just seems like actual simulation cult shit to a certain degree, where you will be monitored. Like, it seems like it's going to be constant surveillance from the cast members on their community. I also do think there's a non-zero chance that there will be some expectations on their residents as part of like an HOA agreement where they'll attend Disney events or Disney hosted celebrations within the community and shit like that in order to get them active in the community or something, and they'll probably spin it as like, you gotta really embrace the magic. You're living in the Disney neighborhood, damn it, so come to all of our events. Why are you here if you don't want to be? You know, get over here, come to the events in order to try and get them on the hook to start spending more money on Disney-related shit, and continue the brainwashing. If you're already living in the Disney neighborhood, if you paid to be there, you're already pretty brainwashed, but this is like another level. This is a completely different level where you are just completely submerged in Disney and Disney only, cut off from the rest of the world. Also, worth noting real quick, Disney has tried something similar before with a place called Celebration, which is, like, it's pretty similar to what they're pitching here with Story Living by Disney, but it completely failed. Celebration completely failed. It was a disaster for them, and I think they no longer have Celebration as like a Disney thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure, it's all kind of messy, but it was a failure on Disney's part to do this in the past. But they're trying again. They're saying, you know what? What about Second Breakfast? That was so good I want to try it a second time, and they're going with Story Living this time. But they broaden the scope, and they want to create all of these amenities for the neighborhood. And to me, it all just seems like control. Like, they just want to control all of your spending, then make sure it all goes back into Disney's pockets. This shit is scary. Also, I read something from Celebration back when it was still Disney's, where apparently the HOA was so fucking evil that they had some kind of clause where they could legally tell you that you have to get rid of your pets if they're deemed a nuisance or something. I only read a little bit about that from Google, so take that with a grain of salt. That could be all anecdotal and completely incorrect. But I wouldn't be surprised if Disney really did have something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised they have something like that in Story Living by Disney when they do build this. I really do think it'll probably be one of the most awful places to live, truly. Even as like a Disney adult, if you're a huge fan of Disney, I think living there would make you fucking hate Disney too. But yeah, anyway, I just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Marvel has become synonymous with forgettable. Marvel movies have really kind of lost their luster and haven't found their footing for a little while, at least for me, and I know superhero fatigue is something that's kind of been hitting for a lot of people, so I honestly didn't have huge expectations of Guardians of the Galaxy 3 going into it, especially because I didn't really like Volume 2. And considering this is James Gunn's last rodeo with Marvel, I thought he might have just phoned it in just to finish off the contract, but I'm happy to say it's not the case. I was pleasantly surprised by this movie. It was very good. For the first time in a long time, I actually cared about what I was watching from Marvel. It didn't just feel like throwaway schlock from the same tired old formula done a million times. Now that's not to say that this thing pushes new ground, breaks boundaries, and transcends Marvel and superheroes. It very much does play into a lot of the same tropey shit that we're used to, but it does it with a lot of heart, and it does it in a pretty unapologetic, self-aware way. And I appreciated that. Even though, like I said, it doesn't do anything super new, it does all of the stuff that you kind of expect it to do well. Now, I want to get a complaint that's going to sound really petty out of the way immediately, because I actually just talked about this in a movie not even a month ago. Every fucking AAA big budget production now needs a Beastie Boys moment. Why? It makes a little more sense in Guardians of the Galaxy since it's already built itself up to be very big on like the classic music, 80s in particular. I get it there, but even still, why always the Beastie Boys? Fucking the Mario movie had a Beastie Boys moment. Every movie ever made, whether it's their trailer or in the actual movie itself, has a Beastie Boys moment. I'm tired of it. Like, the Beastie Boys are fine, but fuck, stop. Use other music. Christ. I guess spoilers, but yeah, and Guardians of the Galaxy has a Beastie Boys montage moment. God damn it, just choose anything else. I'm so tired of hearing Sabotage, No Sleep Till Brooklyn fucking a million times in every goddamn movie. There's so many other songs out there. There has to be a reason for it, and it can't just be because they're huge Beastie Boys fans. There has to be a deeper conspiracy. I haven't fully connected all the dots to paint the whole picture on exactly what that conspiracy might be, but how the fuck does every blockbuster movie all have a Beastie Boys montage moment? There's got to be a reason for it, an explanation. Anyway, with that out of the way, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is good. So, I went into this expecting little but getting a lot out of it by the time the credits rolled, and that's thanks to the heavy lifting done to the Rocket Raccoon backstory. The entire backstory was fantastic. I actually thought they did a great job fleshing out the character. It was sad, it was dark, but not in like a, stupid, edgy way or anything. It was like really well written. I really liked what they did with Rocket Raccoon's backstory, and it really helps that for the first time in a long time, Marvel finally just made a hateable villain. a villain that you can't really make any arguments for redeeming qualities, and I think that's nice. It's refreshing. They've been trying so hard to capture the magic of Thanos that they keep making these villains that have like sympathetic motives and all that, which I think is important a lot of times, but at this point in the Marvel game, it's nice to just have a villain that is just irredeemably evil. In the quest of perfection, in the pursuit of perfection, he has become a monster. And that's it. He's just a fucking monster. And he does a lot of crazy, awful shit, and you're constantly pulling for his demise. He's basically Dr. Frankenstein, he's creating monsters, and it's very sad. It's very sad to see his creations because there is a lot of time given to showing a very human side of them, and it makes you feel for those creatures and makes you hate the villain even more, which is good. Another thing that's good is it subverted my expectations with how it handles Gamora. I don't want to spoil anything, but I actually think everything they did with Gamora and the Guardians team was really well done, without cop-outs and cheating here and there to try and, give a ton of fan service and make... I'm trying not to spoil anything, and it's kind of tough. I will just say I like how they handled everything with Gamora. It wasn't what I was expecting them to do, but I'm glad they went the direction they did. Now, one thing I often critique in Marvel movies heavily is its humor. The Marvel quirkiness that every fucking character has. It's a plague that swept through not only Marvel movies, but infected every other movie around it because everything is using quirky Marvel humor now. Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, that's alive and well. You would expect that. They established that very early on with Guardians Volume 1, which I liked back then, but now it just feels exhausting. In Guardians 3, I still think most of the humor doesn't really land except for Drax. I like Drax. I know a lot of people like Drax. It's kind of a basic bitch type take, but Drax actually does make me giggle. Dave Bautista is just so fucking charming. He's so fun to watch, and I think Drax is a lot of fun. But his jokes are really the only ones that land for me, even in this movie, save for a couple of rare instances where they used humor, more physical humor than I expected them to, that I wasn't expecting. Instead of just relying on a quirky one-liner or stupid throwaway joke, they did some kind of slapstick shit that caught me off guard and made me giggle a bit. So I do think the humor was better here, though even still it didn't really resonate a lot with me if Drax wasn't there. Now here's something I felt they really dropped the ball on, and that's Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock is a really interesting character. I think he's a really cool character that has nothing to do in this movie. It felt like he was just a genuine afterthought that someone must have reminded James Gunn of somewhere along the way of when he was almost done writing this fucking movie, so then he had to ham-fist him in here for some kind of purpose because he'd already been teased. Adam Warlock he doesn't have a place in here. When he shows up, it's he's just another useless, stupid bounty hunter. He's kind of dumb. He's just a dumb, naive guy, and he's very powerful, and he'll show up for little bursts of 2 to 3 minutes on screen, and then they shoo him away. And then he shows up maybe 45 minutes later for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then poof him away once again. Which is a shame because I really think there's so much potential with Adam Warlock, and I'm sure it will be explored in the future, but in this movie, they did not make him interesting, compelling, or anything at all, really. And everything that kind of involved his storyline, because it's more than just him, Adam Warlock's mom is also in this, everything between the two of them felt like such an afterthought. Like a yawn. Don't really understand why. Maybe they should have just held off on Adam Warlock here and just teased him one more time before really bringing him into the fold so they could focus on him a bit more. But I'll just say, his role in this film is pretty meaningless. So I feel like that was wasted opportunity and wasted potential. And I did mention the villain. The villain is the High Evolutionary. He is just a hateable villain. He's not exactly the most interesting character or anything. He's very 2D. He's just hateable. And while I like that because it's nice just to see a villain that is just cartoonishly evil, I think a lot of people might have an issue with it because he is so flat. Everything evil that he can do, he does. There's no justification even attempted for his actions. He's just a bad guy. And he's not really powerful either. He has some powers, but they're not very cool or strong. And he never actually does anything himself either, which is pretty underwhelming. So when it does come time for him to fight, it's over really quickly. That's not to say the action in this movie's bad. There's a really cool action scene that takes place in a hallway And it's just it's a nice scene where everyone gets a moment to shine on the Guardians team. But I'll tell you right now, the High Evolutionary is not in that moment. He doesn't really have any cool fight moments or anything that showcases his abilities. But overall, I did enjoy the movie. By far the best part is Rocket's backstory. Everything with Rocket's storyline, I think they absolutely nailed. It does have a bit of messiness to its overall plot, just because there's so many moving parts to it with the Guardians. Like, they have some Guardians that are still on another planet because there's so fucking many of them, so they have to split up as well. Like, there's just so many things, and then they have Adam Warlock that they're trying to get in the game here, in the ball game. So there are moments that I do think that it really loses its footing, but overall, I enjoyed it. It doesn't do anything new with superhero movies. It doesn't do anything new for Marvel. But it does what you expect, and it does it well, and I think it's a really nice departure from James Gunn here. I think he left it off on a really positive note, which I'm happy about. So, plugging Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it an 80%. I enjoyed it, and yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Aeus, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Aeus is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Aeus' trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Lord, forgive me because I'm about to sin again. I have sworn time and time again that I would do my best to resist making fun of the platform formerly known as Twitter, but I can't help myself. They keep giving me little layups that I can't help but just finish at the rim on. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. I just made a video making fun of the Twitter rebrand. It's now just called X, the letter X and nothing else, which, as I said, is very embarrassing because it sounds like something on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby from 2009 where every 12-year-old thought having X's in their name was cool, and I thought I had finally got it all out of my system. There's no more jokes left to make about this low-hanging fruit. Until just now, with breaking news, they released their new official tagline, and I couldn't believe it. My jaw was literally on the floor. I was more stunned by this tagline than I was with the ending to Inception when I first watched it. I shit you not. The report said that their tagline was "Blaze Your Glory." And I didn't believe them at first. I thought this was propaganda because surely no one is that uncool. What does this even mean? Blaze Your Glory. That sounds like a meaningless nothing burger that an anime protagonist would have shouted in a 2004 throwaway anime. I just can't believe someone could be this lame. I don't think evolution would allow for someone to be this uncool. We didn't evolve over the course of millions of years to reach a point where someone has made it to the apotheosis of cringe. I just don't believe we're there yet. Yet, all of the evidence points to the contrary. Elon Musk might legitimately be the lamest person to ever exist to think that this is cool. Blaze your glory. What does that even mean? It sounds like a sexual euphemism, like, oh, fuck, I'm up late, lotion on my hands, and I'm blazing my glory right now. I actually went to the App Store to check this for myself because I thought I was being lied to. I couldn't believe we existed in such a cursed dimension that would allow someone to think that this was cool. But it's true, it's real. That is the tagline for the platform formerly known as Twitter. It is Blaze Your Glory. That is worse than those old Discord cringe messages that would pop up when you try and launch the program where it was like, calculating RAR meme threshold, need to construct additional pylons for optimal memeing. Quick, get to cover. Wumpus is a fire in his laser. Watch out, Springle just deleted all your base. Your base no longer belong to us. that old garbage, this is worse. Blaze Your Glory is like 50 times worse. I have legitimately been giggling about this for at least 10 minutes, which is why I'm making a whole video once again making fun of this platform, even though I have sworn that I would stop, like, control myself, the urge, but I can't fight it. It's like that scene in Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, where he gets tied up by the two girls, and he's like, I didn't fuck you, you fucked me! You came into my house and you sucked my cock! You sucked my dick, it was free pizza! That's how I feel right now, this is free pizza! Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, how could I not make fun of this? My glory is blazing just thinking about this shit. It's so wild to me. And I really just can't get over his obsession with the letter X. He named one of their fucking children X. And then a couple of other letters here that he must have seen during like a Steam Guard check to make sure that you're not a robot. Like, I understand that it has some kind of connotation with some kind of fighter jet or something, but once again, it's probably chosen by Elon Musk just because the letter X is in it. And for fucking 20 years now, over 2 decades, he's wanted X.com. Like, he wanted that to be PayPal originally. They shot that down for obvious reason because very clearly it seems like a porn site. But now he's got fucking full reign, unthrottled, uncircumcised, and unhinged. So he's got X and he's letting it all rip. There is no one but yes men surrounding Elon Musk just saying, go wild, brother. And he is. The glory will not stop being set ablaze right now at the X headquarters. Just a few nights ago, they set up some kind of X sign, like a light beaming off of a sign to the building, like it was the goddamn bat signal, but for fucking cringe. It was just like the letter X on a building. It looked horrible. It was disruptive. It was awful. It is just a non-stop roller coaster of embarrassment. I really don't know how it's possible to be that uncool. Like, it's incomprehensible to me. I grew up as a fucking loser, a weirdo, for sure. But even I would know that this is so embarrassing. My cheeks would never stop being red. I would never show my face out of shame. I would legitimately be in a paper bag for the rest of my life. I wouldn't let people see my face if I was the guy that kept doing this shit with X and Blaze Your Glory. The shame would just be far too much to even put into words. I can't help but make fun of it. I really can't. It's begging for it. I think there is a chance Elon Musk has some kind of humiliation fetish. Like, the more people say that it's lame, the more he wants to be insulted for it, it feels like. This seems deliberate. This can't be accidental. No one is this accidentally uncool. It's a plague because it's infecting other people into being just as lame. There's a lot of people that will just defend anything Elon Musk does with the platform, and then get mad when people make fun of it. So it's not just him, he is infecting and spreading the lame virus. He's like the Axe body spray for online losers, where a lot of people will flock to him as like this group feeling of being like successful and cool, and like they're always going to battle for their leader Elon Musk, which makes no sense. Again, I don't really care about Twitter's success or its failure. I'm just laughing at the goofy decisions made along the way. So I'm just going to bring up one tweet here. It's not even this person in particular I have a problem with or anything. This is just the general attitude about how when I make fun of it, I'm just coping with the success of Twitter under the leadership of Elon Musk. I don't give a fuck. If Twitter burns to the ground tomorrow, I don't care. If it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I don't care. I think the platform sucks. I'd prefer if it was in the dirt, buried 6 feet under. I think it's been a net negative for the entire world, but overall, its presence isn't something that disturbs me or makes me upset. I'm not coping with its success. I'm making fun of it. So even if it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I will still make fun of it. You know what else is extremely successful? Selling soiled, used panties online to degenerates. I'll make fun of that too, but it is successful. It's very successful. A lot of women make a ton of money doing that. But just like X, Blaze Your Glory, it's something to laugh at because it's so fucking silly. It's so goofy. So no, this has nothing to do with jealousy over a platform's success or its failure or anything. It is just legitimately comical nonsense along the way that is something to point and laugh at as a spectacle and shoot some spitballs at. It's a circus, and the clowns are dancing, honking their nose and making me giggle. It's just not that deep. There's really nothing to psychoanalyze here. You don't need to be holding up Rorschachs to me in order to get down to the bottom of it. It's just super simple. So just stop being so upset when people make fun of some goofy shit like this. Keep your glory blazing. take a step back and share in the laughs. It's just that simple. You're not on the board of directors or anything. You don't have any like actual investment into the company. So whether it's successful or it's not, it shouldn't matter to you. Just have fun. Like, just enjoy the silly ride that we're all on here with watching all of these goofy things unfold in front of us. Maybe it'll end up making the platform 1,000 times more successful and becomes extremely profitable. And maybe, 10 years from now, Blaze Your Glory's on t-shirts. He's even got its own little mascot, like fucking Ultra Lord out of Jimmy Neutron, the Glory Blazer or something. Like, maybe it's the biggest thing in the world, but it will still always be a fucking goofy, uncool thing. Always worthy of being joked about. But anyway, I won't go on too much longer about it. That's really about it. May your glory be forever ablaze, my ex-friends. That's about it. See ya. If history's taught us one thing, it's that gamers are the pride and joy of the human race. I feel like the only reason the Lord ever even made humans to begin with was so that we would eventually evolve to a point where we can finally reach our ultimate metamorphosis and become the turbo gamers we were destined to be. And my friends, it's with a smile on my face and butterflies in my tummy that I proudly announce that we are entering the golden age of gaming. We have arrived. Gamers can't stop winning. We eat good, fuck good, feel good, and when someone stands in our way, we say, "Listen, Buster, you noob, get out of town or I'm gonna have to level up on your ass." And that's exactly what just happened in court, basically, with the FTC. The FTC got the latest smackdown from gamers when they tried to block Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Those fools at the FTC, those bumbling, imbecile, homunculus morons, thought that they could walk all over our God-given right to game. Hard. And now, they're learning a tough lesson. Don't tussle with the virtual muscle, or you're gonna end up looking silly. The cyberspace is a circus, and now you're the clowns. Now, for those of you who have no fucking idea what I'm talking about, I'll briefly explain. Microsoft made an offer to buy Activision Blizzard for $69 billion. An offer Activision Blizzard couldn't resist. Like Mr. Krabs with the dollar signs in their eyes, they were pretty on board with the idea, so they began moving forward with the conversations, because $69 billion, that's a lot of doubloons. That's enough clams to make you slap your own mother. So they were going forward, going through with the process, but encountered quite a few obstacles along the way, the biggest one being the Federal Trade Commission blocking the acquisition. They were arguing that if Microsoft was to acquire all of the properties under Activision Blizzard, they would then have the means and motivation to harm competition and be very anti-competitive, because they could basically take something like Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox. This was a big talking point, actually, Call of Duty in particular, but Activision Blizzard has major heavy hitters in the video game space, and they were arguing that under Microsoft's control, they wouldn't really have incentive to release a quality product on rival consoles like Sony's PlayStation. So they were a bit concerned about, this being anti-competitive and maybe potentially even forming a monopoly down the line, so they motioned to block this acquisition. And this has been an ongoing battle for the last few months, and Microsoft's been making a lot of arguments about why it'd actually be the contrary. Should Microsoft get Activision Blizzard, they would actually enable more access to the properties, taking Call of Duty to a platform like even the Nintendo Switch. For all 6 people that would be delusional enough to buy a Call of Duty game on the Switch, because that'd be running at like 5 FPS. That fucking console can barely even handle mobile games. But there would be more access to it, according to Microsoft. And before the Switch gamers start fucking steaming out of their ears and slapping on the keyboard, I like the Switch. It's just a really embarrassing joke of hardware that can't really handle third-party modern games super well. Like Apex Legends on the Switch had to be the biggest joke the video game industry ever tried to pull. Nintendo Switch is good for just basically their first-party exclusives, so it is cool if Call of Duty does go to the Switch like this. That's great. More access is always a good thing. But that would be the worst way of playing this game, I imagine. Unless they release the Switch 2.0. But regardless, Microsoft was arguing that if they do get Activision Blizzard, this would only actually help give people more means of playing these games on consoles. They wouldn't take anything away from rival consoles. And they've been making these arguments for quite a while now. And it seems to have worked, because today the judge ruled in favor of Microsoft. So they chose all of the correct dialogue options in order to get the Microsoft good true ending, I suppose. According to the judge in this case, they stated that this court's responsibility in this case is narrow. It is to decide if, notwithstanding these current circumstances, the merger should be halted, perhaps even terminated, pending the resolution of the FTC administrative action. For the reasons explained, the court finds the FTC has not shown a likelihood that it will prevail on its claims this particular vertical merger in the specific industry may substantially lessen competition. To the contrary, the record evidence points to more consumer access to Call of Duty and other Activision content. The motion for a preliminary injunction is therefore denied. Fucking caps lock denied there. That's like some shit out of League of Legends. Judge was getting a bit toxic there, fucking locking that one down in caps. So the judge gave the thumbs down in the Coliseum here to the Federal Trade Commission's block on this Activision Blizzard play from Microsoft. They even just wiped their ass with an analysis from a Harvard economics professor who was arguing that they would have financial incentive to make Call of Duty an Xbox exclusive. And they said that this failed to take into account plans for the franchise to remain on PC, come to Switch, and be accessible through cloud gaming. Before the merger, a consumer wanting to play a Call of Duty console game had to buy a PlayStation or an Xbox. After the merger, consumers can utilize the cloud to play on the device of choice, including, it is intended, on the Nintendo Switch. Perhaps bad for Sony, but good for Call of Duty gamers and future gamers. I think they're actually right on the money with this one here. Before all of this hoopla here, if you wanted Call of Duty on the console, it was either Xbox or PlayStation. So I do understand the rationale behind if the Xbox manufacturer gets a hold of Call of Duty, if they grab the scrotum of Call of Duty, why would they even bother to continue putting it on Sony's PlayStation? You know, that's their competition. Like, I get where the thought process is coming from, but they fail to take into account that Microsoft itself already allows its exclusives to go to rival platforms, the PC. Microsoft itself, there's no such thing as a real Xbox exclusive anymore because all of their Xbox exclusives go to PC at the same time pretty much. So they kind of have already shown that they're okay letting their biggest titles go to other platforms. So I don't see why they'd think that it would be different here if they controlled the IP. Like, they would still benefit from it going to PlayStation, and they'd benefit from allowing even more access, like going to the Switch. And they've already allowed all of their exclusives right now to not be locked down to the Xbox because they already go to PC too. So I do think under Microsoft there is going to be more access to things like Call of Duty. This was a huge talking point in this case because Call of Duty is such a fucking power franchise. And I do think that they're correct that under Microsoft, I don't see it being exclusive to Xbox or anything. It'll probably just be more accessible. Sony, on the other hand, has shown many times in its past that it wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants to be like your only option. I've already gone over this in previous videos, but there have been times in the past where Sony has legitimately tried to do anti-competitive practices because they have a very strong market share in the video gaming space. And they don't budge on fucking anything mostly. And I think Sony recognized this, which is why they'd be looking out for their own selfish interests to continue to have that stranglehold on the market share. They realized that under Microsoft, Activision Blizzard properties being more accessible hurts their position because now you no longer just have the choice of Xbox and PlayStation. Now Nintendo Switch could enter the conversation, cloud gaming where you could play on other devices as well. So Sony, I think, really only cares about itself, not like the good of the gaming space. So I overall do think it's a good thing here. I'm not exactly a Microsoft fan. I think pretty much every studio they touch turns to shit. And I really think the Xbox has nothing on it at all. It's just kind of a fucking brick. I have not got my Xbox out of this drawer in front of me in over a year and a half. And the only reason I brought it out a year and a half ago was to replay an old Xbox 360 game called Bayonetta. Love Bayonetta, by the way. So there's just, I think the Xbox Series X and all that is a fucking flop right now. Phil Spencer recognizes that. He even had that statement not long ago about how they've completely lost the video game industry race right now. But I'm still optimistic for the future. Like, with this deal going through, should it go through, again, it's not a done deal. I do think having more access to titles is a good thing. So I'm always for that. Though I'm not super optimistic about the quality of titles coming forward because, like I said, Microsoft has like the fucking cheese touch here. They curse everything under their umbrella in the video game space, and every studio kind of goes tits up. Now, like I said, it's not a done deal. There still is another big block right now, and this one comes from the Competition and Markets Authority. This is in the UK. So the CMA also blocked the deal in April, argued that it would hamper growth in cloud gaming. But it seems like this is starting to weaken a little bit, like they're starting to be more open to proposals from Microsoft. So it feels like that's only a matter of time before that's no longer an obstacle for this acquisition. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to give you this update because this is a very big deal in gaming. This is by far the biggest fucking deal like ever done in gaming. But probably just one of like the biggest purchases in general. A $69 billion buy here is fucking massive. And Activision Blizzard has some huge properties, so there is a lot of potential ramifications for the future of gaming. Could be good. I imagine it probably will be good, but it also could be bad. There's really no telling right now. So I just wanted to give you a little update on everything that's been going on here, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. I'm becoming more and more convinced that TikTok is actually a weapon used to weed out stupid people. Because this story is not the first of its kind. This is not an isolated incident where a TikTok trend or challenge leads to a lot of fatalities. It's honestly getting to the point where these headlines feel like they're AI generated. Like the one we're talking about today feels like a fake story put into Grand Theft Auto as a joke. Just something they slid in there as something silly. But it's apparently legitimate. There's a TikTok trend called the boat jumping challenge, which is responsible for at least 4 people's deaths recently. And the challenge, as the name would imply, is jumping off of a boat going extremely fast. You don't need a master's degree in physics to figure out why this is dangerous, but just in case, I'll lay down the brass tacks, so I'm gonna sit you down in the classroom here for the lecture, so spit out your gum. Since the boat is moving so fast, when you jump off of it, you hit the water hard as shit. You generate a lot of force behind that impact. It's a goddamn wallop. So, what's happening is, when people are jumping off of the boats, they're hitting the water and then snapping their necks and drowning. It's an easily preventable and probably the most embarrassing death imaginable because you killed yourself for a goofy-ass TikTok challenge. And I also hate that everything in the world is called a challenge these days. That word has lost all meaning. There's nothing challenging about this. Jumping off a boat doesn't have any level of difficulty or skill to it. The only challenge, I guess, is surviving it. Like avoiding being banished to the fucking Shadow Realm for it. But I'm so fucking tired of everything getting called a challenge, you know? Here's the poop without wiping challenge. You take a shit and you don't use any toilet paper or a bidet to clean your anus. Expert difficulty, ultra nightmare mode, impossible challenge. You won't last 5 seconds. It's so dumb. I'm so tired of everything getting labeled a challenge. But anyway, this trend of boat jumping is responsible for at least 4 deaths. And like I mentioned, that is just the saddest way of going out. Not only is it like an agonizingly slow, painful death, but that is just, you're probably getting made fun of in the afterlife for that. Dying for a stupid TikTok trend, you know the angels are shooting spitballs at you. Like that is, like it's just a shameful way of exiting this corporeal realm and shedding the mortal coil. That is so fucking sad. Like I feel horrible that, you know, people have, you know, perished from it. But I honestly am stunned by just how quickly the human brain is devolving. This is like human instincts 101 shit. Like this is common sense. This is an instinct you're born with. Not to like jump off of something going fast because it'll create bad ouchie boo-boo moment. Fucking cavemen probably would know not to jump off of like a speeding vehicle like this. I just don't understand how anyone would see this challenge and think that it was somehow safe or wasn't dangerous. Like you'd have to know. You would have to know. And another thing is, it's so traumatizing, like dying this way, not only because it was extremely avoidable, but because it's most likely done in front of your family and friends. Like if you're on a boat, you're probably not on a boat with strangers. That's not exactly like you can call up an Uber to do this with. You can't just call up like a boat service, right, to pick you up and do this TikTok trend. So you had friends and family around you filming you, and then you did the TikTok suicide challenge right in front of them, and they watched you die and fucking filmed it. That is scarring. That is incomprehensibly nightmarish. So, like, this whole thing is, it's shocking that anyone would actually even do this. Like, 4 deaths from it is surprisingly low, actually. I imagine that's only the reported ones so far, assuming this is a popular trend. And I decided to look it up myself on TikTok to see how big the trend was. And it seems like it was pretty big, and there are still quite a few surviving videos of people doing the challenge, but all of them seem to at least had the foresight to recognize that, you know, pushing that bitch wide open on the boat going like 60 would have been a complete disaster and led to a Mortal Kombat fatality. So the ones that are on there right now are slow boats. They're going slow, so that way they don't hurt themselves doing it or like get seriously injured from it. Whereas most people, I guess, didn't recognize that and amplified the danger, fucking Evel Knievel, and actually just warp-drived their boat and jumped off, which led to these 4 deaths in Alabama. This whole situation proves to me, with my fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, that there has to be some kind of shadow organization, the puppet masters pulling the strings of TikTok, that are in this think tank coming up with the most dangerous trends and challenges, knowing that stupid people will die doing it as a way of like population control or something. Like, not only is TikTok legitimately rotting the brains of so many people, but they're not satisfied with that. They're gluttonous for more punishment of the human species. So they're coming up with challenges like this knowing that people will die doing it. Because like I said, this is far from the only one. There's also, of course, like the blackout challenge, which was literally suffocating yourself. And some people died doing that. Which, obviously, but that was the whole fucking challenge, basically. You just strangle yourself until you're about to pass out, and some people died from it. But point is, there's so many of these challenges now. This is just the most recent one. And what's even crazier is I think back to the Tide Pod challenge, how everyone all at once recognized the stupidity and the danger of it, and yet that didn't have nearly as many deaths or injuries as any TikTok trend that comes out. Like, every big TikTok trend has, like, at least a handful of deaths associated with it at this point. And even extending further beyond Tide Pod Challenge, many people forget this one, but it's one I look back on with a big fucking smile on my face that someone even tried it. There was something called the Hot Coil Challenge, which was only ever done by one person. It was a dude who just turned his fucking stovetop on and then put his bare forearm on it and let it incinerate his flesh. So he just slams his arm onto the stovetop and lets that motherfucker simmer. He is in there just letting it cook. So he holds it there for a little bit, obviously just melting the flesh off, fucking cremating his forearm, and called it the Hot Coil Challenge. And that would have been less detrimental to human health than fucking TikTok trends like the boat jumping challenge. There would have been less deaths in the Hot Coil Challenge than there are in things like the boat jumping challenge and blackout challenge and all of that. That's so crazy. Now, this isn't exactly related to the boat jumping challenge, but I want to illustrate just how dangerous water speed is. There is a record for the fastest water speed ever achieved, and it was set back in the 70s. And you'd think upon hearing that, like, oh, we've advanced well beyond that with technology. How have we not been able to beat a record from the 70s when it comes to water speed? And that's because it's considered the most hazardous thing to ever engage in. It's the most dangerous record to ever try and break. There's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to it. Of the last 13 attempts to break the water speed world record, there have been 7 deaths. And the 2 most recent attempts both ended in catastrophe and death. It is a record that most people don't really want to challenge because it is so fucking dangerous. I feel like a lot of people just don't recognize how dangerous water can be, which is a silly thing to say, because I feel like most people should be able to, but we're living in clown times right now where people are just, they're not thinking anymore. They see internet engagement and all rational thought goes right out the window. So it's fucking dangerous. Obviously, this boat jumping challenge was going to lead to serious injury and death. And yet, people were blinded in the pursuit of clout. A story as old as time now. Well, not really. A story as old as 3 or 4 years now, with how desperate people are for clout, that they are actually killing themselves for it. So yeah, just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. For about the last week now, I've just been sitting here stewing, just letting some juices marinate in my old noodle up here, as I've realized just how dangerous it is to have an argument in the real world in these days. I remember growing up, usually if you started beefing with someone, like you're insulting each other, like, hey, stupid face, are you looking for moron town? It's that way, idiot. You know, that would be letting bygones be bygones. Maybe they sigh and insult you back and you go about your separate ways. Or if the stars align and someone's real heated, they get real steamy, maybe you shove each other and a couple of wet noodle punches are thrown, just some really low-calorie knuckle sandwiches. But at the end of the day, both people walk away all right, and that's the end of it. I don't think that's the case anymore. Every single day now, I'm reading about how a very trivial argument or disagreement over something minor leads to somebody in a coffin. Just an absolute body bag over fucking nothing. I talked about this recently because I made a video on my second channel. I've been making a lot of content exclusive to the second channel, like I said I would, and I covered a story that was really like beyond pathetic and sad. It's about a man who murdered an 18-year-old because that kid had responded to his Facebook post with a laughing emoji. I couldn't even imagine the mentality of an unhinged lunatic that felt that that was an appropriate response to that kind of meaningless nonsense. Like, these days, if you do something so much as putting too much mayonnaise on a sandwich, it could be a death sentence. I've talked about this story so many times, but it still, like, actually weighs on my mind that there are just so many people around us that are just one small inconvenience away from killing someone. Just an actual murderer waiting to happen, just waiting for that one small spark to ignite that rage inside of them. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, it's because I keep getting stories about this shit happening, so I just wanted to share a couple from the last week or so. Yesterday, I shared some good, positive things going on in the world, so I figured today it's time to counterbalance that with some horrible shit that's happening. So, I mentioned the laughing emoji murderer. I'm just going to show you pieces from that video I already made covering it, and then getting into the other ones I wanted to talk about. But on Facebook, a gentleman had posted a picture of himself and his milady, him and his girlfriend, and somebody gave a laughing emoji reaction to it. And for that, he murdered them. When I went over this on stream, chat started saying L. Joe Dirt, because, I mean, his mugshot here makes him look like Joe Dirte. This fucking inbred loser looks illiterate, but somehow he was able to actually start talking to the victim on Facebook. I guess in between whippets, he started responding to the guy who wrote the laughing emoji, who, you know, posted the laughing emoji, which this guy took as him dropping the gauntlet and challenging his honor. So he starts poking him a little bit, you know, trying to get some bread, huh? And shit, I don't know, you the one on my dock. Which I think he means dick. The fuck you even react to my shit for anyways? I'm ready though. Which is just such an unbelievably insane response. You're reacting to my shit? Okay, well I stay ready. Huh? When and where? When and where? You have the laughing emoji here? Prepare to die, bitch. Eventually the two agreed to meet up at a park to fight, where Watkins fatally shot them. This was mind-blowing to me that the victim would even agree to meet up with this fucking maniac. I don't know what he was expecting to happen there, some kind of honorable knight's code like fisticuffs. Like, you know, we're gonna settle this like some pugilistic men from back in the day with our fists. Let our knuckle sandwiches do the talking. Surely this fucking weirdo on Facebook isn't gonna do anything sketchy or fishy. I don't know why he would agree to meet up at a park to fight about it. But yeah, they go to the park to fight it out, where Watkins and friends end up shooting, which kills the 18-year-old and also injures another woman. So I guess it turned into like a big shootout almost, where a lot of shots were fired. So not only was Tanner Watkins arrested for murder, but another person named Caleb Ramses was as well. All of this over a laughing emoji used on Facebook. Now Tanner's in jail for life, most likely, and that girl that he was defending the honor of so steadfast is now just going to be getting piped by other men. So, amazing decision making here from Tanner, really. Throwing his whole life away because someone laughed at him and his girlfriend, and now his girlfriend will no longer be his girlfriend. She is going to find another man while he rots in prison for the rest of his fucking life for killing a man over a laughing emoji. It doesn't get more pathetic than that. I promise you, Tanner did not have the last laugh here. He became an even bigger joke that now everyone's dropping laughing emojis on because he ruined his whole fucking life over nothing. And of course, it's also important we talk about Caleb Ramsey here, who also threw his life away because his friend had a laughing emoji dropped on him. So this guy is an even bigger cuck somehow. That's that story in a nutshell. I then went on to talk about kind of what I briefly mentioned here about how dangerous it is just to even engage in a potential fight with somebody. Like, I really do think when it comes to altercation in the real world, it's best just to de-escalate as much as possible because, you know, like in a road rage incident, you never know what the other person's capable of and how far they're going to go. But then sometimes it doesn't matter how hard you try and de-escalate something, it's almost inevitable. Fate stepped in order to bless you with an asshole that just wanted to commit an atrocity against you for no reason at all. Like the story I'm about to share with you now about a man from Florida, classic Florida man story. I know all great fairy tales begin in Florida. This man nearly beat to death another man with a golf club because he made the mistake of walking on the cart path of a golf course.
And a traumatic brain injury. We first showed you this body cam video last night at 11. It shows deputies arresting Eddie Robit on a charge of aggravated battery. So now at 5, News 6's Emily McLeod is live in Lake County. Emily, you spoke with the victim in this.
You know, Joseph Sivak is recovering from broken ribs, a ripped ear, and several facial fractures after Lake County Sheriff's deputies say this man, Leesburg dentist Eddie Orobit, beat Sivak with a golf club.
Now, the attacker here, who looks like he's in the witness protection program, he's actually a dentist. So I imagine this may have been part of a bigger plan to fuck this dude's face up, like rearrange his teeth so that way he'd have to see him later on in order to fix it. So maybe this is a money-generating scheme and this isn't the first time. But anyway, in a nutshell, that man and his wife were walking along the cart path. They weren't playing golf, so it's a pretty fucking stupid place to be walking because you could just get hit by balls. Like, you're not supposed to do that, I imagine, because it's, you know, it's a private course, I bet. But there's a way of handling that that doesn't involve beating the shit out of them, like, within an inch of their life. So he broke multiple ribs, a potential traumatic brain injury, fractured skull, ripped ear, all of that, because he walked on that cart path. And instead of just having a conversation, the guy walked up to him, spit in his face, hit him with the golf club in the leg, to which the victim tried to defend himself with a plastic water bottle, but unfortunately he brought a water bottle to a golf club fight and damn near ended up like Joel from The Last of Us 2 here. Like, the guy did not hold back, and he had the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to be surprised that he was getting arrested. That is insulting. He's like, what are you arrested me for? What? Because I almost killed the guy? Like, what? What happened to this being a free country? I can't just beat this man to death for walking on the golf cart path? Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my god. This is pathetic. Oh, this is sickening. Now, I'm not here to give you a new phobia, but this might just change the way you look at standard yard care equipment. A man in Illinois was shot and killed over using a leaf blower. Just normal, you know, sprucing up the old driveway, the old front yard. Using the leaf blower, he got into an argument with his 79-year-old neighbor, who then shot and killed him. I'm surprised that 79-year-old was even able to pull the trigger with the amount of arthritis they must be encumbered by. Just downright evil. Now, according to neighbors, these two did have a history leading up to this. Not that there's any kind of history that would excuse murdering a man in cold blood over using a fucking leaf blower, but apparently the two weren't exactly on friendly terms, and based on this story, I'm gonna say that the 79-year-old was most likely the jerk here in this relationship. What an unbelievable piece of shit. I've seen quite a few more over the last week, but I'm only going to show you one more story here, and the reason I want to bring this one up is because in situations where there's like an argument that was filmed or a fight that broke out and something happens, I see a lot of people on Twitter saying, how did no one step in and get in the middle of this and stop this bad thing from happening, or like do something to protect everyone? And like, I don't think this is necessarily a bad take or anything. Like, it's noble. Like, you want to see the good in people, that someone would be a fucking anime hero and step up and put the kibosh on everything like a fucking saint. Everyone simmers down and everyone shakes hands and walks away. But the reality of the situation is that doesn't always happen. Usually when someone tries to intervene in a situation that's escalated, like in an argument, they usually end up being a victim as well. So in the case of this story I'm about to show you, A couple was arguing at a restaurant, someone tried to calm them down, and was fucking shot for it.
An early morning shooting in Hollywood. Police say a man and woman were arguing near the El Compadre restaurant on Sunset Boulevard just after 2:30 this morning. Another man tried to intervene and then was shot by that man who was having the argument. Well, the suspect then took off. The victim was taken to the hospital, and no word yet tonight on his condition.
There is a real justifiable fear from bystanders that are watching an argument escalate or a situation or fight break out for why they don't intervene and put themselves in danger there, because it could come at the cost of their life, getting shot or some horrible shit like that. So it's just it's a fucking lose-lose situation most of the time. It's fucking scary. I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I keep seeing these stories. Again, I don't know if this is just so much access to information, so you're just inundated with all of the most awful stories all the time, or if there really is just an increase in the frequency of these deadly, violent shootings and killings over such small things. I don't really know. It could be either one. But I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So, yep. This is an embarrassing thing to admit out loud, but I've recently found a great guilty pleasure that I've been consuming like junk food. It's those ridiculously cringe podcasts where a few dudes, pseudo-intellectuals, bring on a bunch of women and have the worst debates of all time. It's a forsaken wasteland where normal thinking goes to die. A thunderdome of delusion. It is brain-melting. It reminds me of those old PSAs for the dangers of smoking cigarettes, and they'll like open up someone's chest and be like, this is what your lungs look like when you smoke, and it's like yellow and oozing, covered in this like disgusting slime, and it's very fucking yucky. This is like that, but instead of showing you your lungs on cigarettes, it's your brain when watching this content, and it's fucking revolting. Like, it is actual brain rot, and I can't look away.
And goes into a marriage and has kids when they're like 18, 19, 20, and then a year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive.
From who?
From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
So
really.
rare.
I mean, it happens.
Go on.
My point is, even though it might be rare from what you guys think.
It is.
I already just find this painful. She's asking a very simple question and setting it up, talking about abuse. And already the dudes here are like, this is ridiculous. This is exceptionally rare. This is damn near science fiction. Abuse? Never even heard of it. That's like winning the lottery twice level of astronomical odds. Abuse is, it is very uncommon, very rare. As a way of trying to like kind of shut it down already, like, you're choosing something very fringe and outlandish. Abuse is, it's like a unicorn. It almost doesn't exist. But anyway, crazy lady, go on with your hypothetical abuse thing or whatever you called it. It's just trying to downplay it, which I think is just cringe.
If it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going. You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing. You can like separate. See, his Catholic background shines through. He knows. You can't divorce. You can separate, but you can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick in the
People
relationship.
are just.
I mean, look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just. Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special, so I can fuck up this entire situation based upon me being special.
The clown puts himself front and center here. You're looking at the chief entertainment for this episode. Fucking discount Walmart brand Sal from Impractical Jokers here. His name's Jonathan, and let me just tell you, he's got some opinions, and man, oh man, are they a stinker. So, the question is very simple. If there's an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, should the marriage end? You know, if the woman is being abused, or even if the man is being abused. The woman who asked the question, her name is Melina, and she doesn't just make it exclusive to women getting abused. Men can also be victims of abuse, something that Jonathan heavily disagrees with. We'll get to that later on. But he is saying that, if it's an abusive relationship, you have to endure. This is the problem with snowflake society now. Everyone's such a pussy, so they'll ruin a marriage because they think they're so special. You absolute fucking troglodyte. It's not about being special, it's about not getting beat the fuck up in a marriage. There's no excuse for abusing your spouse, whether it's physical or mental. Like, it's the most... There is a right answer to this question. And the answer is yes, the marriage should end if it's abusive. 100%. Whether it's the woman or the man being abused, it should straight up end. There's no enduring. This isn't one of those situations where it's like, there's greener pastures once you get through a couple of the black eyes and broken bones. My husband may have beat the fuck out of me a couple nights ago, but he also took me to a really fancy steakhouse and I had an absolute bangin' filet. So, all of the abuse was worth it and I'm a little happier today. It's ridiculous. This is honestly making me concerned. My heart is breaking for whatever woman he's in a relationship with. I'm imagining this guy treating relationships like it's Fight Club. If my partner can't roll with my knuckle sandwiches without crying about it and she wants to leave for it, well then good riddance to her toots. Jesus Christ, special snowflakes can't handle a few of my right hooks. Ridiculous. That's frightening. That is a frightening mentality. That you're telling someone to just endure physical or even mental abuse in a relationship and calling them like a special snowflake or a pussy if they don't. That's crazy. And also his cohort there, the goofball he's in cahoots with, who's like, man, divorce isn't real. Divorce is make-believe. It's hocus pocus. There's no such thing as divorce. Yes, if you're getting abused, you can't divorce, obviously. This is a wild episode.
And the reality is people just haven't learned to endure. There have been hard times in relationship. I'm sure you guys had hard times in relationship. Any relationship has hard times. Okay. And it is what it is. You need to push through and you need to endure because we're in this abused? Hold on. Because we're in this situation now, like where everybody's just creating this like super nuanced, like 1% example of like, well, what if the kid's transgender, black, and abused and he's a Black Lives Matter supporter? Like, cool. Okay. Yeah. I get like that one minute
but I'm asking
situation.
For anyone that might be in that situation, what would you recommend?
Okay,
endure.
I'll tell you what I'll tell you what
I
don't. I'll tell you what.
Endure.
I'll tell you what I would do.
A lot of diarrhea fell out of his mouth on this one here, so there's a lot to break down. He had an actual episode of psychosis there. He just started spitting shit that never even came up. It's a very simple question. It really wasn't nuanced. She just said, in an abusive relationship, should the marriage end? It really doesn't get more simple than that. A fucking child could understand the question. There wasn't anything about, like, all these nuance that you bring up. But anyway, Smash Mouth has his meltdown there for a second, but his message is still the same. No matter what, you gotta endure. You gotta endure the abuse. He even has the chutzpah to equate abuse to just a hard time in a relationship, as if it's just some little obstacle, little hiccup that every relationship goes through. Brother, abuse is not a hard time in a relationship. That is a fucking crime. That is when a relationship ends, should end.
I wouldn't want my daughter in that situation, quite frankly. And I understand the argument to endure because I have people close to me who grew up in abusive households and it lasted for periods of time and it was a phase and they endured through it. And they ended up raising healthy, successful families.
Their faces really tell the whole story here. This reaction's pretty on par with that statement. Abuse is not a phase. It shouldn't be a phase. This isn't a normal thing. There's no reason to start normalizing abusive relationships as something every couple needs to go through or will go through. Abuse isn't acceptable. Full stop. Like, that's where... This was a really easy slam dunk for these dudes to answer. Should a marriage end when it gets abusive, whether for the woman or the man? And the answer is easy. It's yes. A relationship isn't something where there should be an abusive phase. If there is an abusive partner, that partner needs to seek legitimate help and get help for controlling whatever violent urges or impulses they have. But that doesn't mean that the other partner needs to stay in the relationship while they're getting that help. Especially not if there's children in the household, because not only is it dangerous for the partner, it's dangerous for the kid to be around as well. I think it's very simple. I don't think it's that nuanced. Abuse just isn't acceptable. Like, that's a super easy thing for a normal person to answer, but we've cultivated this culture online where everything needs to be like a debate, even on the simplest topics. Like, you just saw Smash Mouth have that meltdown, like, oh, you're getting into all this crazy 0.1% example nuance of abuse and then all of these other factors, like, out of nowhere, when that wasn't even what was discussed. It is the easiest black and white question.
To an extent.
So you would say that to stick in those relationships that might be abusive to everyone involved and a child, if there's a child.
I'm not saying like, hey, stick in the relationship and get the shit beat out of you by your husband.
I'm just asking you what you believe.
I'm just telling you.
Even if it's a small extreme thing, I'm just asking you what you think if you just stick in that relationship or not.
It is such an extreme example that I can't give a prescription for what other people should do. There is an element.
God damn it, it's not even an extreme example. If you just Google it for like 15 seconds, there's so many different studies conducted on the topic, and according to a lot of the different numbers, all of which are a little different, but most of them agree that at least 20% of all marriages are abusive at some point in time. And that's just in reported cases. Like, it's not an extreme example. It's really not. But even if it was, it doesn't even change the question. Like, even in the extreme example here, it's still a very easy answer that, yes, that marriage should end. There is a problem. Now, this guy here is trying to play nice with everybody, so he's like, oh, yes, even this goober over here talking about endure. I mean, there's almost an element of something salvageable of his point. When there's not, like, there's no excuse. Like, you shouldn't be enduring abuse, like, under any circumstance, but he's really trying to give an olive branch over there for some fucking reason. But this guy is at least admitting, like, he wouldn't want his daughter in that. So he does outright say, like, yes, a woman shouldn't be getting the shit beat out of her in a marriage or relationship and she should leave. He at least will concede that, whereas the other two guys still, for some reason, fight tooth and nail that, nah, there's really no reason to be leaving.
Like that.
Do you have opinions about third trimester abortion?
It's
terrible.
Listen,
it's terrible. Look at how quickly you can debate it. Do you know how rare third trimester abortions are? They're also really rare, but you immediately had a visceral reaction to that, right? There are households where parents are abusive to children. Like, that's not like an unfathomable thing. But for you to have that immediate visceral reaction to a type of abortion, that's so incredibly rare. But then when it's
I
like,
mean, we're talking about like a guy like getting drunk and like, you know, beating his wife occasionally versus like.
I actually think that was a really good point from Destiny there. Like, you have a very quick reaction to another extreme example. Why do you not have that same energy when it comes to abusive households? And then the guy starts making some shit up like, we're talking about a guy getting drunk and maybe putting his hands on his wife. Where is that coming from? The question was so simple. They're making up like a whole fanfic plotline in their head about what was asked when it was really super simple. Abusive household. Should the marriage end? Like, I actually wonder if she had even just said something even more simple and broad, what the response would have been. If she had asked, do you guys think abuse is bad? I wonder what they would have said. I wager that they would have been like, okay, we need to define what abuse is because all of these special snowflakes have weird definitions for abuse. So let's start really getting into the nitty-gritty of what is abuse. Even though it's so easy, abuse is just bad. And an abusive relationship is bad. I don't know what's so hard about it. I don't know what's so hard about them just admitting that.
But well, okay, so let me ask you guys, in the Catholic Church, I know that there's like annulments for marriages and stuff.
That was a mistake.
Are there no exceptions for like if a guy is beating his wife constantly?
No, there are, but now
or a woman could as well, right?
Hold on.
Well, there's also a distinction drawn between
if a woman's beating a dude.
Hold on, guys.
Oh man, blubbery ass Jonathan there just got saved big time by the guy in the middle. He wanted so badly to say that if a man's getting beat by his girl, then he's a pussy, or he's like a weak bitch or something. He wanted so badly to try and get that kind of bravado out there. Sad to see that this mentality still exists somehow, that men can't be the victims of abuse. I thought we got rid of that stigma years ago. Jonathan's supposed to be a men's self-help guru? How? Actually, how?
Divorces that are initiated by women, Brian?
78%. 78.
80%.
80%. And what percentage of those women have college degrees?
Well, it jumps to 90% if they're college educated.
Yeah. Real.
Brian, please present the stats to the class. What percentage of divorces are initiated by women? 80%? Thank you, Poindexter, that's sickening. 90% if they're college educated? I rest my case. That's why I only marry 18-year-olds now. They're too young to have a college degree, thus they can't divorce me. What does this have to do with anything? Okay, so you don't want to marry college-educated women? You want to marry dumb women? Like, I don't know. What, you want to just marry a lobotomite sex doll? Cool, like, who cares? It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with the core question anymore. It's gone fully off the rails and unhinged. They're so focused on picking apart divorce itself. So now they're spouting these stats and making each other mad. So one of the dudes is like, real. And then the other guy is taking a huge deep breath. Why, I oughta. Just hearing that number's making me mad enough to put hands on my spouse because she might have considered a divorce at some point. Like, it's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with what was asked.
They
Can
are
I ask-
extreme.
I wanna
I
ask
agree- I
another-
agree with that,
I want to ask
but-
like one more scenario, okay?
Please.
What about if
I was giggling so fucking hard because you can hear, I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan go, oh, Jesus. When she says she wants to ask another scenario. Why are you even here? The whole point is to communicate with the women, your guests, right? To ask them stupid questions and shit. Like, if you're so bothered with them talking, what the fuck are you even doing there?
two people get married, they have a kid, and then the wife starts cheating? Do you think they should divorce?
Absolutely.
They should divorce then?
Jesus himself
You don't
said.
think it wasn't
hold on.
illegal?
Jesus
And you
himself
could like
said.
work things through, right?
Jesus himself said in cases of adultery, divorce is
So you
permissible.
think that divorce is worse than physical abuse?
For the children?
Or cheating, sorry. You think that
is
cheating is
worse
worse
than
than
physical
physical abuse?
For the
Sorry.
children, yes.
I actually let out a full belly laugh. So she brings up cheating and unanimously like, yes, obviously you have to divorce when the woman's being a whore. If you've got a slut for a wife, you gotta fucking divorce that harlot, that harpy. Duh. Are you stupid, lady? Absolutely you have to divorce there. After they spent like 6 minutes about, well, actually divorce is one of the most evil things that can ever happen. Divorce is unacceptable. Physical abuse, okay, abuse, you have to endure because you can't divorce. But then when it's cheating, it's like, yeah, you gotta divorce. Jonathan even says crucifixion is warranted. I'm sure he's just being exaggeratory, but he does point blank say that cheating is worse than abuse for the kids, which is a wild take. Both are awful. Your father beating your mother or your mother beating your father in front of your kid is just as damaging as one of them being unfaithful. These are both horrible things, both of which should end in divorce. But for some reason, they seem to only have a real visceral response when it comes to cheating. And then the guy in the middle even gets immediately religious, like, well, in the Bible it says, you know, when cheating's on the table, that's when divorce is absolutely necessary. Well, what the fuck? The Bible also doesn't preach for beating the fuck out of your spouse either. I'm sure you can also divorce in a case like that, so why didn't we get biblical when abuse was brought up? Why did we start trying to justify different levels of abuse and it might be a phase where it's going to get better after and this and that? Dude even wove a whole fanfic about like, we're talking about a man who gets drunk and maybe occasionally hits his wife. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you making excuses for abuse and not for cheating all of a sudden, right? Like, and Melina even calls that out. She's like, oh, well, what about, like, working through it or, you know, maybe the cheating's a phase. And like, no, absolutely not. Cheating is the end-all, be-all. This is crazy. Like, I was absolutely howling with laughter when we got to this segment in the podcast.
I think I'm not going to say this is worse. I mean, I already said that if a woman's getting abused, yeah, I think she should leave. Like, I mean, if it's a brief temporary thing, like,
what if it's mental abuse?
Okay, now
it's less cut and dry.
You are setting your child up.
I think there's a small chance that Jonathan may have misunderstood the question. He may have thought he heard, is divorce worse than abuse? And that's what he was saying, that divorce is worse than abuse for the kids. Which is still a fucking stupid take, so I'm going to tackle that one as well. What the fuck, man? You think that somehow kids witnessing their parents beating the shit out of each other is somehow less damaging than if they had just gotten divorced? You've got some issues you need to work through. My goodness. And then also that lady that's behind them is saying that it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse. Why? Abuse is abuse. What are you talking about? So far up until this point in the episode, she hasn't said too much. She mainly just kind of agrees with everything the guys say. But she says it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse, which leads me to believe that she thinks it should be cut and dry when it comes to divorce for physical abuse. But she didn't say anything. She didn't chime up and say like, hey, I agree, the marriage should end then. She just stayed silent because I guess she was just looking for things to fight them on as opposed to agree with, which I think is always such a weird component of these debates where if you agree with your opponent, you're apparently losing, or you lose points by doing so, which is so fucking backwards. And that's why I think debates in general are kind of worthless, because it's never about changing someone's mind. It's always about just cementing your own beliefs and never faltering and never changing perspective on anything. So nothing good ever really comes from it, except for just general entertainment as a spectator. And this one had me giggling. So I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.